team, the longest project going on in the tier 2 scene currently. I think maybe in Counter-Strike as a whole, they've been here for, I mean, since August 2022, I'd like to say as well. You know, this project hasn't had any differences since then, so a little bit of a difference in that regard when you compare it to Cybershock and probably all the other projects going around. But I feel like now more than ever, there are some things that you can highlight for this roster that can be celebrated a little bit more, right? That can be praised, because up until this point, it felt like Nemanja has to be the show up for the team. It has to be the reason why this team kind of does well, get victories. And if it isn't for his sort of high performances, you know, it doesn't seem like the team is led to a victory. But, you know, watching their matchup against Nine, I felt like there was a completely different story. We had different players that stood up to the plate in various different moments, whether that was multi-kills from Simca and AVN, whether that was Brute Monster doing a solid job on the AWP, you know, giving the team a lot of early numbers advantages with those first pickups. So I feel like Zero Tenacity are getting into a groove. Look, they've been here for a while, so like obviously you'd want them to be in a well-coordinated groove. But now more than ever, I feel like there's reasons why you can be a little bit more pleased about them.
I guess so. I guess Brute Monster was playing really well. This is one of the things that I noticed that I think were quite exciting. With that being said, we're gonna have more time to talk about Z10 as this one goes on. Now, one of the other things that they have been experiencing some troubles with has been the veto, but the good news is you get a clear punishment pick going into today's veto against Cybershock, and this is probably going to be new coming out. I feel like, Pavlos, this is going to be one of the more expected vetoes where there is a big chance that we go all the way, probably a nuke and a Mirage coming in from Cybershock. And then if you're looking at the third map, this is where you could have some surprises, but I feel like both teams could be equally happy with potentially an Anubis being thrown in, right? It's a map that they like picking themselves against some opposition, but because obviously the respectively other team likes it as well, it could be floated as a third, and that's exactly what we're gonna end up with. We have a nuke coming in from Zero Tenacity. Cybershock gets started on the CT side. Still should be a punishment pick for the Balkans. Then we go to a Mirage that Cybershock should have an upper hand on, and then we end on Anubis. Is that how you're looking at this series as well? Is this how you see it?
I mean, looking at the trends and looking how these teams have liked to play on these maps, you can only imagine, okay, Nuke looks like a really strong possibility for Zero Tenacity and vice versa for Mirage for Cybershock, right? So on that side of the spectrum, I'm pretty much thinking, okay, this is probably going to be a bit of a trade. I think the only caveat here is that Zero Tenacity has a little bit more success with Mirage than Cybershock has on Nuke, right? So if there's any 2-0 capabilities here, I feel they lie with Zero Tenacity, but as we see with the 1x bets as well, Cybershock overall across the series seems to have a little bit more of an advantage overall. I guess it's that third map that we're most looking forward to. I feel like that's where we will most likely go and where there could be a little bit more of an equal footing there. But yeah, is that the same wavelength you're following as well?
I feel like it should be, even though Cybershock did play a nuke against Rushby and they destroyed them. It was a 13-6, right? It's their only win out of their last 8 nuke maps, and all of the losses have been single digits, so it's really difficult to imagine that Cybershock are going to put up a fight there. I still believe that pure firepower-wise, Cybershock have exceptional talents. I think they have some heavy shooters. I like the dynamic, as I told you, with Glowin and Blixie. I think Nodoneki is a good lurk player. Phenomen is, I want to say maybe at times inconsistent, but when he's got a good day, he can really deliver. This team is really can play high tempo Counter-Strike. They can play really assertive, really dominant style of CS, let's say. So I feel like if the momentum goes their way from the get-go, they start winning pistol rounds, which they're usually quite good at. If they start winning pistol rounds and picking up the stack on the CT side, they might be able to give us something more interesting. But if Zero Tenacity are able to bring the same level that they did against Nine, then it's going to be a tough day for the Russian squad.
Sure. I'm looking at parallels for the series as well in regards to style of play and who tends to be doing the fragging out for both of the rosters, and it feels like both their IGLs are instrumental in that way, right? It's rare that you get to see both sides that you have high fragging IGLs. So for that reason, I feel like this is also a bit of a head-to-head between Nemanja and Glowing, right? So I look forward to see how that one plays off, but yeah, this is going to be interesting. Do you feel like that first map has got a lot of impact on how things go? I know, look, Nuke looks like a solid pick for Zero Tenacity and should go kind of their way considering their successes on it and their opponent's weaknesses on it. But if Cybershock get a strong grasp of it, Do you think there's a strong chance they can go for a quick upset for a 2-0?
I feel like they could, right? This is the type of a veto that I think is incredibly unpredictable, because from both those teams we've been seeing, I think from Cybershock has been a gradual improvement. From Zero Tenacity it's been more of a coin flip, right? On one day you're gonna see them take down 9 in a really close game. The other day you're gonna see them get absolutely dominated by a team that you probably put your money on them taking down. So Zero Tenacity, one of the more difficult teams to predict. Cybershock, on the other hand, as you pointed out, Glowin has been quite frankly doing what his nickname suggests in the server in the last couple of months, and that's what you expect out of a player stepping down maybe a bit from the 9 Pandas level. He is supposed to be bringing them to the higher level, and the fact that he is the in-game leader as well seems to have shaken things up in a good way for Cybershock.
I hope everybody's got a drink next to them and are having this day start.
A non-alcoholic one, guys. It's more.
Yeah, coffee, tea.
Yeah.
Beverage. Here we go, though. Cybershock start things off. Yeah, well, Glowing, the man of the hour, the man of the minute, the man we were just discussing, has already shown up with a couple kills of his own. Zero Tenacity. Sure, the last two players have been the Telegraph side of things. If Nemanja does go through Secret, he will be greeted up against 2 players. So there's not really much you can do if you're Zero Tenacity here. The Balkan squad is gonna have to relent and allow Cybershock to take over. Sure, they're gonna try and do what they can, do as much damage as possible, but Cybershock aren't really giving them anything. Glowing wants to pad up the stats. And there you have it. AVN, at least he gets one before he goes. Doesn't have much health on him. That HE will just do the job.
That was really funny in towards CT spawn, by the way. They were trying to get set up in a way that Blixie could look through the legs of his teammate, but they just couldn't do it, so they just, gave up at a certain point. But it's a triple kill from Glowin to start it off, and that's why we mentioned his name as well, considering he's going to be one of the guys to get the most involved with the outside fighting, especially on the CT side. You want to have him have a good game, and if he does, that will definitely help. I mean, it's him, Blixie, and Phenomen you're looking at probably individually for big performances on Cybershock.
All right, entering the second round. This should be a simple ordeal for Cybershock. I feel like Cybershock is the type of team that will often find in weird stats for other teams, right? I think we were having a series the other day, looking at one of the matchups and saying, oh well, this team is pretty good on the map, apart from Cybershock beating them every single time or stuff like that. I feel like they are the type of team that can create, consistent upsets, if you will.
Yeah, I think so. That was a conversation we had with 9, right? That's why this is such an interesting combo, because Zero Tenacity did end up taking 9 down. So apparently now we're looking at the showdown of the 9 bosses.
Yeah, this is why they're playing against each other, because they know how to play against 9. Well, buy round coming through from Zero Tenacity. AKs all across the board. Not attempting to go for the force buy the round before. Keeping things pretty damn simple. Now, the outside push is on its way. They haven't really gone for some early smokes. They're looking to see if they can go for a dry peek. There's no one around, sure. So, no trade potential, but a simple and easy cross to Secret.
Yeah, Phenomen is ready for it though, right? You're going for that type of play because there's a lot of SMGs on the other side of things. It's just a bonus investment, so you feel like you could get away when there's no AWP and not a lot of rifles on the other side, but this is something that Cybershock themselves are quite aware of. Good block in towards Secret, in towards the ramp as well. As of right now, you're just making Zero Tenacity realize that you know exactly what they're trying to do.
Yeah, you've got your hand on the pulse for sure if you're Cybershock right now. You know what's going on. The thing is, Zero Tenacity have been allowed to close in a bit, so if they find an entry, it could get dangerous. Nemanja and AVN are spicy, and they hear the commotion on to Glowing. He is able to find 2 of his own, and all of a sudden, this is very much doable for Cybershock, completely interrupting the attempt. You thought Zero Tenacity had a clear way of entering the B bomb site, but things get a little bit more complicated. Simka shutting down Nothingneki's life, and Glowing being low makes some easy pickings for AVN. And Lovica's being all by himself here makes you wonder, is a 1v3 within reason? Rush up against him. AK onto Simka has done already a lot of damage, but Lovica's finds the upper angle and connects with a headshot. still with 90 points of health doesn't make it simple. And you've got to wonder, this round should be dropping into Zero Tenacity's hands, and Lovicus, there's not many ways you can surprise your opponents, therefore has to hold back, has to take the AK to the next round. And albeit Glowing's efforts to shut down Zero Tenacity's push, it will still go to the hands of Zero Tenacity.
I think Lovicus dies. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to hold on to the AK. Yeah. AK out of the question. You didn't give them the bonus money for getting the kill, but you're not holding on to that rifle, that's for sure. Now, this was just the bonus buy, so Cybershock will get to invest now, and Glowing's got enough finances to drop over an Nope to Phenomen. Great effort coming out of Glowing, by the way. It all comes down to the fact that they're able to find the first 2 kills onto the setup from Cybershock down secret cleanly. And if you're Cybershock, you probably feel like those players should have been able to at least get 1. Still doesn't work out, but this is the true buy. This is the real test here. CT side buy round start here. 3 M4s, an open, and MP9.
Yeah, I feel this is as close as it gets when it comes to buys. Zero Tenacity winning the previous round and not letting it go to the wayside against Glowing. Let's give him a good chance to disrupt Cybershock's economy before it even blossoms. But slow, quiet, cautious. Starting to make commotion, starting to make noise towards her, and this is the breakaway. You've got Lovicus getting the first pick, but again, AVN is there to trade Nemanja through the smoke. That is brilliant. Twice it's been attributed some sort of an opener that gives Zero Tenacity the lead.
They slowed it down. That's gonna let him get closer. Oh, not ready for the angle from Sejofo though. It's a 2 versus 4. They're still considering going for this. You gotta wait for the smoke to fade.
Without a pick, this becomes very difficult if you're Cybershock. So many players from Zero Tenacity, and they're everywhere. Behind every rock, behind every corner, in every shadow. But Blixie is able to uncover one Naughty Necky's cross. Isn't successful as AVN is there and ready for it. Therefore, Cybershock aren't quite able to keep on. Zero Tenacity convert 2 in a row.
It's a bit of a shame for Glowing, because he had a... I mean, he's had a really good start so far, but the A-bomb side just gets run down. Lovicus was all alone. That was the big issue there. No one's really support him. Second player into Wars Mini just gets smoked off and killed through the smoke. That was Blixie. And in the end, you did try and put up some of a fight. Or somewhat of a fight, but it didn't quite work. So Zero Tenacity now get 3 rounds, probably, on the board. This is already starting to look like a good T-side. Nukes... Zero Tenacity's nuke has been actually really decent recently, and this is one of the surprising things. It's probably the map that fell into the place of what Anubis was for them, right? When you look at some of the numbers, they've won their last 5 in a row, and you're looking at 9 wins out of their last 10 games, and it's kind of like they're getting 3, 4, 5 wins in a row, then they drop 1, then they get another 4 or 5 wins in a row, then they drop 1. So consistency has been insane there, and there has been some good teams they've been able to take down.
And if we follow that trend, it has been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do they drop 1 today? Could do. But so far, so good for this round. Yeah, you start to wonder if history repeats itself, right? They've actually gone overdue for a loss. It's been 4 wins in a row and then a loss. But it's been 5 consecutive for the CIS roster. The Balkan roster.
All right, so now we called them Bulgarians.
I called them Bulgarians yesterday. Now I call them CIS.
team.
Yeah, I was focused on Cybershock for a second.
You know
I was
what?
like, no, we're talking about Zero Tenacity here. Yeah.
From here on out, you're Brazilians. They're a South American team now.
Maybe they're Japanese.
Maybe.
How about Australians?
Yeah. Okay. Let's go for that one, mate.
Yeah, nah, yeah.
Christ.
Yeah, I don't have a good Aussie accent.
Yep.
I don't have many good accents at all.
Me neither. I mean, I don't have a good Aussie accent. I have some others, but let's save it for now.
Yeah, save it for another time. Indeed. What does it do for them? Zero Tenacity not having Simca available to them to support the push. But looking at Cybershock as well, they are starting to run out of utility. Just a couple smokes that probably are going to fall around that 1 minute mark unless you want to hold on to them to the penultimate moment.
Issue here is the T's don't have any smokes either. The moment that Nemanja gets shut down from glowing and there's no other commotion in towards outside, you're going to be focused on A.
Brute Monster looking to see if he can find anyone from above. So Trofa does deliver with an opener, but Blixie doubles up. Lovicus denying Brute Monster the entry. As soon as a foot is stepped onto the site, it is ripped off the rest of the body. Hold from Cybershock, pretty damn good.
Yeah, it's a bit of a giveaway, right? When you get that kill onto Nemanja there, that was the way that they opened things up. Noda Neki gets the smoke broken for him in towards the ramp. Glowing a little bit fortunate, actually, to get the kill. But after the fact, as we said, Nemanja solo player outside, you shut him down, you know there is a high probability that there's no one else. When you see no reaction coming in. So Cybershock do answer back fairly quickly here. In the buy rounds. Let's see if Zero Tenacity want to pick up the pace a little bit. Early utility down the ramp, outside as well with the diagonal smoke. Z10 are really burning through their util quickly in this one. They already have only 2 smokes left.
Yeah, maybe trying to make Cybershock wonder if this is going to be a fast hit. Molly thrown as soon as legs are spotted. But the Molly doesn't seem to reach, neither does a smoke. Fenomen, he spotted out more movement, and he's calling for reinforcements. 4 players available to the A site defense. Zero Tenacity don't care, though, but they don't have any more flashes to assist with their exit. Cybershock, this is as clean as it could be. Everyone, every single one of the Cybershock players is around to help in this party. And it accounts for a very clean round from them as well. They don't lose a single player through the process.
I guess you're hoping that all the utility that you throw in early on in towards the ramp and in towards outside is just going to drag some rotations. Maybe some people going down the vent, maybe some extra help in towards the ramp, and then you can go for an A pop into a weaker A bomb site. But the timing on the Molotov from the top silo player was fantastic. We're not talking about a smoke. Good effort, by the way, coming out of Blixie there, firepower-wise, to get that double. But still, the Molotov did enough work, I feel like. The moment you start spotting the T-side utility, you knew it was going to be an A pop. You just rotate people over.
So quick on their feet here, Cybershock. Pretty good to read their opponents so far. So Zero Tenacity will probably be thinking, okay, well, we've got pistols here. We've got not much going for us, so we might as well stay in a ball of death, potentially. Hope that Cybershock overstep, give us something.
A ball of death.
Yeah, that's what they are going to turn into, essentially. Because there are a ton of bodies now on the A site entry.
They get a bomb plant.
And that's something. That is something.
Nice.
735508. Is that the digits?
Nope.
No?
Nope.
Am I missing a number?
Yep.
Damn.
I think so. I will let you know. What'd you say?
735508.
Okay. So
I've never paid attention to that.
the
Actually,
code
I've never really.
is 7355608.
Oh, I missed the 6 in the middle. Damn.
Yeah.
It's like an AI tokenizing and ignoring something in the middle. Props to anybody that understands that reference.
Yeah. No. I get it. I get it.
Yeah. But
You know what? We've got Counter-Strike players. It's
yeah, and but look, this is.
we don't need AI to show us how to ignore things that are significant.
True.
We can do it in the game.
Look,
Cybershock 5-3 lead. Back to the buy rounds for Z10.
Yeah, and you start to wonder, they lose this. Cybershock are creating quite a comfortable lead for themselves, some cushioning. Getting themselves some sofas, armchairs. Nice lounge vibe going on for them, and glowing, again, can always be accounted for. You could always count on that man. Zero Tenacity, though, the smoke fades, and it's not the right moment. Two players looking at the direction of their cross, therefore interrupted, and Simka tries to make something work through that commotion, through that chaos, but instead falls onto his face, rather. And Cybershock, not only do they get another really important round, but they survive with all 5 players. Their economy is flustering.
It's kind of like Zero Tenacity in this round expected Cybershock to make a lot of moves, and that's what they were waiting for. But then as soon as Cybershock did make the move with the flash and peek coming out of secret, they were just not ready. There was 2 people looking. They should have gotten that kill on Glowin, and then the smoke start fading away. Blixie gets a free kill onto a player that was not even looking. There was, I think, 3 kills in total in this round, where Zero Tenacity are not even looking at the person that is shooting at them, and then there was that one of Glowin just peeking into 2 guys that were not even blinded, and they couldn't get a kill on him. Gets away with murder there, Glowin. He's been having a phenomenal map of Counter-Strike, 14 and 4 for him, and obviously he is probably the man that you're expecting something like that from, coming in from the 9 Pandas team. Qualified for the Copenhagen Major last year, even though they sadly couldn't attend because of travel issues, but yeah, he was part of that 1.5 tier for a while.
A bit rough around the edges there for AVN, but across towards vents is permitted. Okay, across to the lower level. Is there anyone there to stop them initially? Naughty Necky's on the case, but he's going to call for help. A bomb plant, a very real possibility. At least there's that for Zero Tenacity.
You don't want to fight it here if you're not a Necky. You just want to hold on to your life. You know this is a favorable retake for you.
Come on, yeah. If you could have gotten away with one there, that wouldn't have been too bad of an ordeal. But little by little, Zero Tenacity players are getting caught off the trophy on the Tech 9.
No!
What just happened? 3 kills individually dealt with by Satrofo, and he only needs 1 bullet of that Tech 9, but he's even upgraded to an AK to deal with Phenomen. Oh my word. Phenomen has got the right idea, looks in the right direction, but Satrofo gets it done. I want to see what happened. How did he get that 3-piece?
Why does he get a triple with a Tech 9 like that? That retake was falling into place so nicely. The round player backs off. You wait a little bit. You deal with a Deagle. You shut down the first aid player. That is a 5 versus 3. Then a 5 versus 2. Look at that. How? Huh? How are you getting a triple like that? The Tech 9 is too overpowered, man. I swear.
It's so good, man. It's so good.
That's too much.
Yeah,
he just won the round alone.
It was a 3v5. They only had pistols.
It was a 2v5.
It was a 2v5?
It was a 2v5.
Yeah, that doesn't make it any better.
Quite the opposite.
A bit of a head scratcher for now, Cybershock. Sure, you're not troubled economically. You've got money till the rest of the half, but you had a real chance to make it into a 7-3.
You know
Zero Tenacity wouldn't have any more cash. Yeah,
I will wash their hands here and say this is one of the times when you just say, you know what, the game is BS.
It happens.
It's not our fault. Yeah.
Yeah. I wish I could use that excuse often. I, say ping. Oh, the game is trash. It's not me. It's the game. But no, it's actually my fault most of the time.
Yeah, shockingly, that's the same.
Shockingly,
that
you've seen me play. It's not shockingly, Ted.
Yeah, but it's ironic.
Pixel spotted. That's the AK shown. So an insta smoke for glowing. Instead of backing off, he actually posts up very close to the smoke. Could be a dangerous position. No, never mind. He's dropped back. Safety of stairs. A couple of heads pop up on his screen, but he's not able to put a bullet in them. He needs to be cautious here.
Oh.
Blixie gets caught on the rotate. Glowing as well. Hasn't got a chance to retreat. Get in better position in this. So all of a sudden, Zero Tenacity are in pole position. 1 player ahead. Simka on the rotate duties. This is actually huge. I don't think Lovicus is ready for this. Brute Monster is able to deliver on his end as well. Therefore, Phenomen left all to himself. It's a lonely world out here. The only friend he's got is the big green. And let me tell you, he's going to try and hog onto that for dear life. Because Zero Tenacity, there is nothing that can be done to stop them winning this round.
You know what? In a way, I want to say I respect the fact that Blixie has the audacity to drop down the vent, but again, you're forcing the issue a little bit there. Glowin is under a whole lot of pressure. You get Molly, you try and run through the flames. You're always going to be running a bit of a chance. And Phenomen might not even be able to hold on to his AVP. Missed shot. Got to make sure you save that. You don't really have... Well, I guess they do have a decent amount of money for the last round. So even if he does go down, they will be fine. And he will. To the fire sim kick. He even got the kill before that. Good news is they have enough to drop over and over.
True.
So it's fine.
Yeah, it's not that bad. He didn't know there wasn't a third player there. If he knew there wasn't a third player, he'd go for the wide peak. But of course, the flames just do the job.
Yeah.
Yep. His shoes are all burnt up. That rubber is now turned into mush.
I won't lie to you. I don't think Cybershock feel like they deserve only 6 rounds on this side. They have been playing a solid defense, especially with Glowin and Blixie's individual performance.
Zero Tenacity have just been so damn disruptive. I mean, the rounds that Cybershock were able to win were super clean, right? I don't think there was a conversation about who would be winning them. It's just those early picks that get converted to the inevitable success.
I mean, it's the pistol. It's the pistol triple kill that's changed that entire half. That could have been an 8-4, 9-3 half here in favor of Cybershock. That one round with a Tech 9, though.
It's a trophy for the Tech 9 Whisperer. Well, Blixie is alerted.
Tech 9 Screamer or something like that. It's not a most quiet gun ever.
No, I'm pretty sure it's the Whisper. At night, he hugs it, says, "You're a good Tech 9. You're going to give me a lot of eco frags." That type of thing, you know? Make sure that he and the Tech 9 are aligned. Goals.
Yeah, you know what? I'm no relationship guru. I'd advise do that with a person if you're hugging someone in the evening, not a pistol. You know?
Yeah, that's probably not a very healthy relationship.
I mean, I've never had it, so I couldn't say.
You can't have that bond with just inanimate objects.
That have it. Yeah, but they might be onto something. I've never had that, so we can't know.
Yeah, we can't judge. We cannot judge. Notineki flushed out to the molly. Blixie gets a good job done. This is more like the Cybershock we've known the CT side and are able to close things out successfully in this half 7-5. Bit of a buffer, 2 rounds of difference, but like you said earlier, if it wasn't for that triple kill Sotropho on the Tech 9, it could have been a completely different story.
Yeah, this is a good recovery. I think this is a bit of a handshake between the two teams. You're looking at the score, you're saying, well, Cybershock probably felt like they should have won the half. They did. It wasn't a bigger lead, which is probably going to be leaving a bit of a sour taste, but you still have that 7-5. You still get that pissed around win, and you might be on with an opportunity. As we said, Nuke has not really been that kind to Cybershock, and it's not like Blixie and Glowing every single time have that type of a game. So might as well try and make it into something, right? At least give Zero Tenacity a fight in that second half.
Get me a measuring tape. I want to see how close the Chofo is to his monitor. Maybe that's how you get triple kill on Tech 9s.
It's like he's trying to focus on seeing some...
It's like he's trying to kiss it. Sorry.
Maybe he's got that type of a relationship with his monitor.
What's up with inanimate objects?
He's looking. He's so close to the monitor. He needs to turn to his left to look at the minimap. Look at that.
Has to move his neck.
That is crazy. The amount of moves. Look at it.
That's actually funny. All right, this is a pistol round, though. This could do a lot for a team's momentum on the second half. Lovicus with first blood. Zero Tenacity trying to respond to this ramp push that Cybershock have been allowed, and there's only one really nearby. But the thing is, you've got one player trying to keep players busy, but AVN is having none of that, so... Oh, Lovicus has actually found something here.
Hello.
Is there a change of fate? Yeah, there's a change of mind. They're walking towards the A site. The thing is, Zero Tenacity haven't budged. They haven't gone for the fall. They haven't gone for the drop. Instead, Simka, though, receives the bullets to the face, and things are actually a little bit more uncomfortable for Zero Tenacity. Yeah, you've got one player nearby, but you can't really take the engagement by yourself. Both players group up, Smoke blocking their entry, but Cybershock, with that advantage, should be able to see this round to the end.
Yeah, there's no kit. Only the one flash from AVN, and this is probably going to be used for Brute Monster to be able to peek from heaven, but if they don't get some instant kills, this round is done.
Yeah, that's a beauty of a pickup Phenomen, and this is even more beautiful for Blixie. Dooley's not really spamming there, but instantly finding their mark on the face of their opponents. There we go, Cybershock with a pistol round, continue a bit of pace from the previous round, and now doing it on the T side.
Yeah, this could get really exciting now. I mean, Cybershock T side, that's why we're bringing in so much attention onto Blixie and Glowin. If they have a good game, and if Lovicus gets going, Lovicus was one of the people that was taking some space, I guess, towards the start of 2024 when he was still IGLing, and they still, that was before they signed guys like Levantino and Stinix to be the hardcore entries of the team. Now Cybershock have a lot more depth, aggressive rifles wise, meaning their T-sides will eventually become more and more potent with time. If you make Blixie and Glowing feel comfortable, and so far they have been, combining for 30 kills, 13 rounds in, it could be onto something, and they probably are onto a 9th round here.
I mean, look, Blixie and Blixie has basically had a, well, together with Glowing, they've had an entire season to kind of gel with the team now.
Yeah, I guess.
And by season, I mean season of the year, like where they had spring.
I mean, in Counter-Strike, it's like, it's still
pretty
the entire
much
season, pretty much.
Yeah, 5-6 months. So I guess this is a good point. I mean, look, Ted, we've always had that conversation about when does the performance of a team come in? Because, look, it's a wave. There are highs, there are lows. Your ceiling, you sometimes reach a ceiling, but you can't always replicate that because obviously you grind to a point. Sometimes you'll be at that your strongest. So I feel like the strength comes in for different teams at different times, but you can't help but feel that Cybershock could potentially be reaching that now that they've gelled so nicely with the team.
I guess so. Individually, this is the best Cybershock lineup there has been, and a lot of it has to do with Glowin arriving, Blixie coming in from the Aurora Youngblood Academy, obviously. Phenomen, Lovicus, and Nolan now have been together for a little bit longer, but you get a lot more experience and guidance out of Glowing, and firepower as well. This is the best part of it, though. He might be the IGL, but he's still bringing in a lot of firepower into the mix. Zero Tenacity, though, first proper investment is the one they need to win. No AWP involved. The utility's running out, and Cybershock are taking their time, but looking to redirect and go in towards that B-bomb side.
So Travis hiding out. He's been a big disruptor in the past so far for this match. And I think he just spotted out a Pixel. Nades dropping by him. Spray going his opponent's way, but Blixie is able to be accurate quicker. And therefore, the entry is allowed. Sure, Lovicus was on the lurk and spotted, but the fact that Cybershock have space control gives them the advantage in this situation.
Retaking on the B-bomb side, still really difficult. And mind you, there's no kit in the mix. They do have the utility, but it has to be a fairly quick approach.
That's what they're going to go for. Smoke already in control room. That blocks 2 players out for now. You can't help but feel they might be pushing that. That's a lot of nade damage that Avian is able to seal the deal with a spray down. Phenomen and Glowing are doing some heavy lifting, though. Sumka is able to drop through, but the bomb is widely in the open. Meaning that spray downs from everywhere could be an issue. The thing is, Phenomen can't really afford a spray down. He is low himself. A spray from his opponent should do the job on it. But without the kit, there is no time to defuse anymore. Going for the chase, this allowing Simke to save his gun. Sure, he'll die to the explosion, but this still allows Cybershock to create a streak.
Ah, this is so unfortunate for Zero Tenacity, man. They play it out so well. It was such a methodical retake. You smoke off the window room control, you moldy dark, you force that player out of position into the hands of the guy that was waiting Singo to get the kill. It all starts so well with the utility execution. That's what we were talking about. The utility was great, but then Phenomen just using the gap in the door absolutely perfectly to get that first kill. It was just such an uncomfortable position. You couldn't isolate the double door position, and Zero Tenacity now are going for a half bite. This has to be a 5-11 comeback. Cybershock might be continuing the trend with Zero Tenacity, not getting more than 5 consecutive wins on Nuke without getting a loss.
Yeah,
That's
for
crazy.
Zero Tenacity, it starts to get a little bit worrying as well. You don't really want to be relying on a Mirage, which Cybershock have been plowing on.
Man, that is crazy, by the way. It's absolutely insane. Zero Tenacity have won their last 5 games without their opponents reaching double digits. Sinners, Spirit Academy, Ruby, Unity twice.
Yeah.
They take down Passion UA before that, Ents, Alliance, so many other teams as well. And you're looking at Cybershock. 4-13 to Sashi, 9-13 to Iberiansoul. We already talked about that one win against Rush B, but outside of that, 8-13 9, 9-13 Sashi, 4-13 ASTRUM, 5-13 Nexus, 9-13 Nexus. Out of all the losses, they haven't even reached double digits. And
I'm struggling. Yeah.
7 maps. Out of the last 8, they've won 1. The last 7, they haven't reached double digits, and now they're destroying Zero Tenacity.
The thing is, we haven't seen many positives from Zero Tenacity this game, apart from, you know, a couple of upsetting situations to Chofa on the Tech 9. Other than that, it's been quite quiet. You know, not many early picks go their way.
If it wasn't for the Tech 9, they probably would have been on 3 rounds still.
Which is mind-boggling. Like, nothing is quite going right for them today.
No, it isn't. And then on the other side, you've got Glowin going 20-9 and Blixie going 16-7. I mean, there's a lot of things not aligning for Zero Tenacity, and then at the same time, it feels like the stars are just on the side of Cybershock on the other side of things, but there will be games like those. There will be maps like those.
Yeah, there'll be days like that, for sure. Waking on the right side of the bed versus waking up on the wrong side of the bed, and for now, Cybershock seem to have the softer cushioning. Oh, okay.
What is going on?
Well, Nemanja just walked past an opponent. And Blixie does have an opportunity to walk through main, but he's slow about it because he doesn't know what Blixie has done.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, Nemanja just gets away with it.
And they know Glowin's somewhere in towards heaven, by the way. Phenomenon has dropped to Joff in the meantime.
Oh, no.
Gets the kill on Nemanja.
This was Zero Tenacity's biggest chance to get a round win here, and it might just have been interrupted. Never mind, though. Glowing required a 4-piece as in whole and a 1v3 clutch to make this work. 25 seconds, and he's just converted it into 1v2. The sad thing is the bomb is pretty damn far away, so he's got to be fast executing.
He's ready. Woo! Quick on the trigger. It's just scary how locked in Glowin is, by the way, today. Even in that 1 versus 3 clutch, you could see that he had it all figured out. He was ready for the first player in towards outside, then he turns around and he's anticipating the peak from the Oper. Just unfortunate that he lost all of his teammates. This is the first step in the right direction for Zero Tenacity. Has to be the first of many.
So, is this where the streak begins for Zero Tenacity? It's got to be, right? If you don't win this one, then Cybershock have got one too many opportunities, few too many opportunities to close this out. Where Zero Tenacity aren't allowed to make mistakes, but now you can keep a buffer going for you. Brute Monster does get traded out eventually. It would have been nice if he got a second one, but Blixie has stepped up to the plate. Looking to see if he can lead the charge, indeed. He's escaped.
Did Avian see him?
He's threaded the needle. And now he might just find the high ground.
If Avian hasn't seen him cross towards the left-hand side, Glowin is winning the round all alone. It's all about that. It's all about one timing.
And it might just not even come down to that, because the rest of the Cybershock roster are winning the individual fights. Zero Tenacity players, 2 different positions, 2 different elevations. They're just hoping Cybershock crunch onto this A site and they can do some interrupting.
Oh my God.
Blixie gets away, and Simka isn't allowed to close off what Sachofo had started. You know where Sachofo is, so Cybershock will be wary of it. They don't really want to go for the chase. They don't need to. They know that. And Zero Tenacity's chances down the drain now that Cybershock put themselves 1 round away from collecting their opponent's map pick.
You're definitely not too happy right now if you're Zero Tenacity. It's been a while since you've been dominated that badly on this map. That was your guarantee going into the veto, and sure, you could make the point that probably Cybershock have had good preparation, right? Probably they've had enough time to get into the groove, because I think you are expecting Zero Tenacity to go for a nuke against you, so you could make that point, and still, it's been so dominant. It's been not even close. And Joffa will go down as well. So you get 1 less M4 for the next round, which means only 1 M4. For potentially the final round of it. Final tactical timeout as well for Zero Tenacity. Ficus coming in with what should be an attempted successful Taco speech. By the way, just to say something, because we mentioned Taco a couple days ago, Fallen did say that he gives a lot of love and respect for all the tacos of the world, because obviously now, right? Fallen is an anchor rifle in Furia now, and
sure,
he seems to appreciate the role a lot more. So yeah, Taco receiving some credit in 2025.
Yeah, salute.
What a phenomenal world we live in. I miss Taco.
So do I, man. Good days. Good days. Good times. A struggle to enforce a buy here for Zero Tenacity. It's not really a great day for them today. What a brilliant morning. Staring down the barrel of a Cyberstroke win on their own map pick isn't fun for the Balkan squad, but they're going to have to do with what they have, and it isn't impossible. A couple of FAMAS's, M4, MP9, and a Scout. You just hope that you're in the right positions at the right time for those guns to do the maximum amount of damage.
Pretty much already running out of utility on the CT side though. 60 seconds on the clock and you're left with 1 flash, 1 HE. You probably want to gather up and go for something aggressive. You need to find something. If you just let the T's play their game, chances are you won't really be in with too many opportunities to stop them. And as of right now, correct me if I'm wrong, Zero Tenacity have no one in towards the ramp.
No, they don't. And they don't really have anyone defending the B-bomb site either. So, you know, Cybershock crossing should be an easy endeavor. Lovicus left to himself, but he's done a lot of damage already. The cross from Cybershock is unstoppable as they enter this B-bomb site with no one around to prohibit them. Bomb will be going down. Zero Tenacity, a very unlikely 3v4 required. Simcat potentially find first contact. Does find a dink, but again with a FAMAS, it will not be enough. Brood Monster arriving. Sure, Nemanja is capable of some damage, but now he's given away his position. Now they know where he is. Doors opened. 1 kill found. If he did get the headshot onto Phenomen, maybe then we could start having the conversation of a clutch, but that doesn't happen. Cybershock, a very impressive nuke showing, albeit what we expected.
Yeah, 78% win rate over 27 maps is not enough for Zero Tenacity to go into their map pick and actually put up a good performance. Cybershock looking like the far better team on map number 1. Glowin going 24 and 11. Blixie having a phenomenal game. And from our perspective, by the way, Pavlos, if we were to completely ignore who was the team that picked into it and just judge by what we've seen in the server, it kind of feels like Cybershock picked into Nuke, right?
Completely. I mean, it felt like Zero Tenacity never got online, never felt comfortable, never felt like this was their own map pick. Like, nothing really showed us that Zero Tenacity had an upper hand here. I feel like the only rounds that they kind of got were, you know, due to either having the better buy or, you know, there was that upsetting Tech 9 round delivered as well from Sachofo. Other than that, it was Cybershock having a full control of the game. I think during the half, he was saying if it wasn't for that one-off round, it could have potentially been 2 rounds collected at a max on that T side for Zero Tenacity. So yeah, a rough one. And, you know, question mark, seeing if they can reset. They've got 10 to 15 minutes to jump into Mirage. So I hope they can come into that with a little bit more explosiveness, because we didn't get to see any of that.
Yeah, you will have to put a lot of emphasis as well on trying to counter Glowin, I guess, and Blixie going into that second map, because you know Glowin's going to be going for all the aggressive fights, right, coming out of Connector, especially on the CT side. Obviously, Zero Tenacity get to start CT side, and good news is every now and then when Nemanja has a good game towards Connector, AVN in towards short, Brute Monster with the AVP, they could put up a fight on Mirage. It all comes down to a couple of the individuals, but the main issue is that even individually, it didn't really feel like they were quite present on map number 1, bar that one Tech 9 round from Sejofo, which was quite sick, but in the end of the day, one round like that is not going to be enabled to win you a map.
Well, do me a favor, folks. Go outside, touch some grass, and come back in time for the next map of this series. Let's see if Mirage does Zero Tenacity any favors.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb drop popped up behind it at the edge of. Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Ariel. Still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go.
Welcome back, everybody. Compass Contenders coming your way. And obviously, this is a second map of the series for Zero Tenacity up against Cyberstroke. So far, on Nuke, things have gone pretty well for Cyberstroke, albeit expectations, albeit trends on that map for both of these teams. Bits of the topsy-turvy. Now Mirage is where Zero Tenacity can hope they can stick themselves solidly in this series and potentially have a chance to reverse sweep. Ted, it's been interesting so far. A couple of individuals from Cyberstroke really showed up, but for Zero Tenacity, it's been quite quiet.
Yeah, it really has been, right? Bardell one round from Sejofo with a Tech 9 where he was able to find a triple Q in secret and turned everything around in 2 versus 5. We haven't really seen too much coming out of Zero Tenacity individually, and those are not the expectations that we had going into today's match. I'm sure you could have the conversation that even in that game 9 we're not on their A performance, but Z10 individually were a lot more solid in the server. Brute Monster was there, Simkins, Sejofo were there a lot more, even AVN and Nemanja still had their really impactful moments. Going into this Mirage, those last 2 names are the 2 names that will probably have to lead the charge. AVN historically has always been a really good Mirage player. Nemanja has always felt maybe not at his best, but always been a difficult one to deal with, difficult customer to deal with into towards that connector area. At this point, if you're Zero Tenacity, you just need someone to step up and be the X factor is what I'm saying, to break through the mold. We're not looking for an all-around team improvement. I mean, if it happens, great, but it doesn't feel really like a possibility at this point. It has to start somewhere, and it feels like the road should be started off with the individuals.
Yeah, and I feel like it's the individuals that stepped up that gave them a really good chance up against 9 the other day as well. One of the reasons why they are currently in that 1-0 bracket here in the Swiss stage of YaLLa Compass Contenders. And look, we haven't really seen that from them today. It wasn't Nemanja, it wasn't Brute Monster. Yeah, it wasn't Simka. So now on Mirage, maybe they have a chance to do that. Maybe Brute Monster can start to settle in, get him to handle an AWP as quick as possible. And they are starting off on the CT side, so let's see if they can get things rolling economically with a pistol round win.
Sure.
Looking dominant. Can't they seal the deal? A 2-0 on the card.
You know what's the thing? Maybe Zero Tenacity have been on a dry fast, a water fast, ever since they played their first game.
Oh, okay.
It's getting the better of them.
Love your though. Is gonna be and had his elbow in front of his eye, still gets away with one. Reinforcements arrive, going, looking to interrupt, fighting a sideline, catching 2 off guard off the back of Phenomen's flash, and now things are pretty damn equal. Flash bomb does go down, therefore Cybershock do have themselves a bit of a lead and advantage, given that the pressure now is all onto Zero Tenacity. Cross from Catwalk from Nemanja. Best fruit. But Lovicus and Phenomen are just weaving in and out of battle and are getting good results off the back of it. Nemanja, 2 kills to his name. Needs 1 more. Receives a dink, but the Glock can't quite seal the deal. The kick collected for Nemanja, but he needs a kill. And if that doesn't go his way, that's the end of the round. Phenomen able to play Nemanja pretty damn impressively, hiding behind the wall when it's required, and Cybershock get away with a pissed around the win.
It's another big one from Glow and firepower-wise, by the way. It all starts off so nicely for Zero Tenacity on the initial defense. They blind themselves, actually, the tease there. AVN and Simk able to get the first 2 kills, and then Glowin is just charging down towards the back of the bomb side. They were just not ready for him. Nemani collecting Glowing from that short side. Felt like he gave him an advantage, but then Fenomen just started going absolutely nuclear with some of those gooshes on the Glock. Pissed around, converted now. Cybershock looking at 9 wins out of their last 10 Mirage maps in all competition. Fair to say, Zero Tenacity are not going to be in for an easy time, especially with Simki being alone.
Yeah, especially when you've got the players of Cybershock feeling as confident as they are. That's a brilliant flash. Simket did not have a chance to respond, and you're right. That puts the end to the round. Zero Tenacity going to group up together, make sure collectively they can take their guns, their Kevlar, and whatever remains of utility to the next round.
I guess this is the bonus. You get to save. You know what?
Sure.
I will ask you a question. We can run a survey
Please do.
in chat as
Yes.
well. What is your favorite gun to buy on a CT side for us by second round? Let's say you've got. Let's say we don't live in the world where, we don't live in the world where you can afford an M4. You can choose between MP9, Pistols, Scout, FAMAS, any other SMG if for whatever reason you want to go for it.
Depends on the map, right? Depends on the map and the position I'm playing, but I'm usually an MP9 guy.
Sure.
When I played well, and that's way back when, I think when I was 17, I'd go for Deagle.
So
Deagle
like 30
util.
years ago.
30. Fuck off. No, mate, that's 7 years ago, 8 years ago. 8 years ago, goddamn.
It's still a long time, you know. You're not
still a
helping
long
your case.
man.
Yeah.
It's just less than a decade. It's just less than a decade. Oh, that is scary. Times fly. But yeah, I'm an MP9 Andy.
All right, that's a good answer.
I mean, yeah. Depending on the map, it could have been a shotgun sometime as well.
Yeah, that's what I told you we were going with. Well, Zero Tenacity are replaying the previous round for us by, and so are Cybershock. Another B-pop, short smoke, kitchen window, flashes in, Sim Cadet, Nemanja deleted in a couple seconds, and it's the same result. Only that this time you get 2 kills because Zero Tenacity had 2 players on the bomb side, but this is Cybershock just abusing that B-bomb side for the first 3 rounds of the game, and so far, so good.
Nothing beats a good old Swag 7, though.
Nothing beats the good old Swag 7 on half-wall Inferno. That's the one.
Mm-hmm.
Rest in peace, Ships. We'll miss him. It's because you got benched, by the way, guys.
Yeah, no, he's still around. He's still okay. Still thriving.
He's fine.
Well, not... Yeah. Well, thriving is a debatable word.
Well, he is, but maybe not his career, but he is.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Wish him all
Fingers
the best.
crossed. Yeah, you never know what's going on behind the scenes, but you want to be hopeful for them. For everyone, you know. Life can hit you sideways,
I'm hopeful
unexpected,
for
in a million
everyone
ways.
bar Shroud, by the way, because he's betrayed us too many times.
Yeah, okay, I understand.
Yeah.
Zero Tenacity have got to buy now. Brute Monster on the AWP. It feels like this is such a must-win round. And not just must-win in let's have a close game, close round, could go like to a clutch. You need clean execution, you need picks. More so on the mental department. It's been a dry spell.
Oh, look at that. They're faking into an A execution, but Zero Tenacity are buying into it. Simka's still staying around and towards that B bomb side, but they're already down there. He doesn't realize. He's not fully now.
Missed the timing, and there's a player on Catwalk as well that doesn't realize there's no support for him. Oh, dear.
Hello. He can knife him.
Doesn't go for the knife, goes a simple route, and that is a bit of a backbreaker if you're Zero Tenacity. This was your chance to break through, but instead, you get interrupted. Glowing denies some of the rotations, and on the back foot, it's hard to imagine a comeback is possible.
Nope. You're safe. You've already made a call.
A bit of a face-to-face here, Nemanja versus Notineki, and Notineki had his crosshair the right position. Therefore, that's a simple end. Well, how about that?
That is looking one-sided. Honestly,
Anticlimactic.
that was a really good fake out of Cybershock, and the reason
Sure.
the fake works out so well is because the B players don't go out instantly. You see that happen a lot when you're trying to throw in some type of an off-of-spawn execution as a fake, and then the B players just start walking a little bit too early because they want to get the kill onto the guy rotating away from the B bomb side. Supposedly, that's not what they did. They waited for Simka to leave entirely. They let Zero Tenacity stick around for a little while, realize no one is going B, or think they know no one is going B, and then just cooking the sauce of that A play being factual,
Sure.
being real. Then they just walk out. Simka's walking back. He's missed the timing. Gets shut down for free, and the short player follows suit as well. Zero Tenacity have just not been that competitive, and now the way to put insult to injury, you go for a legitimate A take.
Yeah, this time Zero Tenacity don't fully buy into it, but the smokes haven't been expended just yet. Brute Monster high angle gathers, and Strofa wants to close in the distance. This is going to be a weird one. Strofa can't win that exchange. Cross comes through, and the AWP from Brute Monster doesn't connect either. That's a rough one. Now the smokes will start to fall through and blockade Zero Tenacity out from the site.
You're just forced out. You need to fight for CT control, but so do the T's.
That's a good flash. Strofa allows Simka to waltz in, and he gets one pick. But how much more can you get? Bomb is being planted. Cybershock have got the numbers here, and there is only one flash available for Naughty Neki.
Oh, he got a kill?
Yeah. Somehow. How did Lovikus get away with that? Still Zero Tenacity on the back foot, but a 2v3 not entirely impossible, especially with a pick, but glowing. In situations like this, he thrives. And he's been online all day, wants to keep it going. 3 players align their shot in a single direction. And that is just impossible for Zero Tenacity to break through.
Absolutely beautiful Counter-Strike from Cybershock, by the way. Everything is so efficient. Everything is working out so well. How could you counter that? Lovikus shouldn't have been able to get a kill into our CT spawn. Still does it. Glowin is just looking at the nodes. Mid-map through. He's 5-0 in the lead. 1 map up, and he's still looking at the nodes. This is how glued in, locked in Cybershock is right now.
They really are performing impressively. A level above Zero Tenacity at this time. Simka allows Glowing to just walk past. Oh dear. Never mind. Okay. Does end up finding him. For the first time, Zero Tenacity have a lead in numbers. Thing is, they wish they had the weapons to back it up. And they wish Lovikus wasn't there to interrupt that mid-play. Zero Tenacity have got 3 players on the bomb site, but Cybershock, the fact that they're rotating around might be able to avoid it. Suddenly you lose Naughty Neki though, and Cybershock lack the players. Half the amount than Zero Tenacity have available to them, but this Molly gives them some space to cross through connector.
Look at the player in towards the ramp.
And Lovikus isn't going to check it, is he? Could get startled from it. Phenomen, nice pickup. Oh no! The Swag 7 comes alive though. How much more can he get? Phenomen. Drawn the USP, but Satrofo at that distance makes the Mag 7 work.
All right, I guess this is how you pick up rounds. I mean, one of the first ones on Nuke was the one with the Tech 9 going absolutely crazy. Now it was the Swag 7. Now it was the pistols again. A bit of a B stack that they go into. Glowing gets shut down into towards middle to start it off, and then it becomes so much more uncomfortable for the CTs, or for the T's, sorry. Last second rotation. Not really taking that ramp position into consideration. So Zero Tenacity get their game going on the CT side. It's all about chaining up consecutive rounds though, and look at Glowin picking up the pace. He's so quick in towards middle.
He is. But then again, doesn't really have anyone around him. Can make any aggressive maneuvers into connector. Or even window. But they are putting pressure onto Zero Tenacity to keep an eye out. As the smoke settles in this, more Cybershock players bolster up this position. Bomb's left behind, so there's no indication they'll be going for anything aggressive. But a smart positioning there. Molly flushing Brute Monster out, followed up by the spray down, gets the job done. Avian spotted, a lot of damage done, but Blixie moves in right on time. That is beautifully coordinated. And Cybershock will use the opportunity to just waltz in.
Absolutely deleted. Fight after fight. You go into a 1v1. You show your eyes, you get smashed, you get boshed.
Lixie's been such an instrumental player for Cybershock when it comes to his entries today. Yeah. Both on Mirage, but on Nuke as well. On that T side, there are moments that have completely provided Cybershock a lot of pacing. And he does it again. Simka, 2 to his name already, but he's completely shown where he is with a drop. The audio cue handed over. So Zero Tenacity have to conform, a timeout required, discussions to be made. They're falling behind substantially. The game slipping through their fingers as if it was there to begin with.
I wouldn't even call it slipping through their fingers, right? I'd say they just never picked it up. It was right there on the ground. They never even tried to go down and pick it. Never lower themselves. And you know what, Pavlos? I'm going to give you some wisdom here.
Okay.
Power only presents itself to those that are willing to lower themselves to pick it up.
Power only presents itself to those who
are willing to lower themselves to pick it up.
Are willing to lower themselves to pick it up.
Yeah. It's like you're kneeling down to pick it up, you know?
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
That's
symbolizes
some cool
humbleness.
words. Yeah, good wise words.
Yeah, I didn't come up with it, but I can... Unless you know where it's from, then I came up with it. Nemanja, 2 for 1 in towards under. It's a good switch up, and Brute Monster has found that kill in towards the A-bomb side. And spotted the upper on the other side of things, gave it a bonus jump there, walking on thin ice, but Z10 could potentially, finally, get a buy round on the board.
Oh, they can absolutely look forward to that. On the other hand, though, I see Fenneman potentially walking into apartments, and never mind. Never mind. He's been heard as well. You can see Nemanja crossing through apps himself. Now only made it to the TV, and he's heard Fenneman cross into mid, so there's a potential backstab brewing. So an even bigger guarantee for Zero Tenacity. You've also got the ticket booth player looking in the right direction. Hang on a second. 50 seconds, and Cybershock have got an opportunity to close in, but Nemanja now appears from behind. That is the caveat they need to have looked at, but instead, Nemanja gets one, avoids to take another engagement. Glowing picks up the AWP, but the Flames will have him consumed. Zero Tenacity are able to put a round in.
Yeah, I mean, you get a second on the board. It's still going to be a long road back here for Zero Tenacity, but at least Nemanja is picking up the slack a little bit. He is the one-man army on this side of things. 9 kills right now. Everyone else combining for 12 in total, so Nemanja will need a couple more heroic rounds if he wants to relight that spark. And they failed on instant smoke here to tease, so at least you're been given a chance. Or not quite.
Oh, where did that go? Where did that kill come from?
Window.
Top mid.
Top middle. Yeah, failed instant smoke, as we said. No coverage.
And Nemanja can actually double down on this position as well. Nades have forced them into this corner. Naughty Neki, is this really a must for Simket? Still gets it done? For a moment, I thought that was a bit unnecessary, but still delivers. Well, because crossing in. And he's just bumped into his opponent. Doesn't quite realize it. Smoke fades, and Nemanja is able to keep things going. Cybershock have got 2 players that they can rely on for this.
Hold on.
But it is a hard ask. Nemanja having the ledge advantage doesn't allow his opponent to connect with a headshot. Fenneman gets a bomb plant, though. A 1v3, Nemanja being low, not impossible.
They don't have a smoke for the bomb. They do have the kids though, but as you pointed out, low HP on Nemanja and no Fenneman, sorry, is given enough time to walk away from the bomb site. Realize no one is coming in from T-spawn. It all depends on how he's going to be able to isolate those fights.
Yeah, I was hoping someone would be on T-spawn where he could have potentially taken one in isolation, but now they know where he is. Oh, gets away with one. Damn. These Cybershock players always make us think any round is possible. But Zero Tenacity off the back of the early success in Nemanja in Nest. That's one way to clean up a round.
I mean, twice in a row now, you've just picked up the rounds because Nemanja is able to find opening kills, right? Last time around, it was the double kill in towards under on the push. Now he gets that one on to Glowing in towards mid, but again, Blixie's so close to bringing this one back. It's all about not getting that kill on Nemanja there. 19 HP the difference. That would have definitely made it much more doable there for the T's on the hold. And they go for the first tactical timeout. As we said, we've got Brain joining in the server. Of course, he used to be the coach for the side of Aurora, which, interestingly enough, is now ASTRUM, which, interestingly enough, we will be watching in the second game of the day.
That is a funny situation with ASTRUM.
CAS Counter-Strike, man. You gotta love it.
Yeah, but Aurora go and pick up a Turkish roster while ASTRUM is picked up as well, as it's been benched. I don't know what the deal was there, but I don't know. It was interesting.
I mean, the deal is, you have the budget, you can buy a top 10 team, go for it.
Yeah, I see that.
Sounds like a simple deal. Punchline is, ever since they got him, they've actually started playing a little bit worse. So.
Yeah, that's also not making things better for Aurora. ASTRUM, on the other hand,
Started winning.
Indeed. Brute Monster, first pick goes his way. Cybershark, yeah, they're lacking the firepower. They did take a timeout. I feel like that's the first time they've really been pressured this series altogether. Yeah. The first time they've been required to take a moment, take a pause, have a think.
Yeah, and I wouldn't even necessarily classify it as them probably feeling pressured. I'd say on 6-3, let's say 6-4, because they do realize they were bringing in an eco into this round. You just want to make sure that you don't let Zero Tenacity make it more competitive than it should be as of right now. Because you had the best start ever with one map ahead, a lot of momentum going your way. You still want to make sure you at least win that first half so you can have the potential to run away with a comfortable lead at the start of the second, the same way that you did last time around, right? Pistol rounds have been really efficient for Cybershock and conversions as well, I guess you could say.
Well, it's 2 AWPs versus 1. Nemanja will be assisting on the big green duties.
Oh, triple palace walk. That's interesting.
And 1 in ramp as well to follow it up. If he gets a walk out on Tetris, he could act as a distraction, figure this one out. Smoke comes through, you realize the trophy is here, so the pre-fire is ready. But you've got to check under. AVN gets 2 to his name, and he does a lot of damage on the third, pulls out the pistol. But Blixie, again, is an open-up machine. Thing is, you've let the bomb go down. Zero Tenacity have got 2 players left, but they're on the rotate. Cybershock have got no info available.
Look at Jungle. Look at Glowing. He's already holding in. Brute Monster, there's no way you're thinking about walking in. There's no way. You're thinking about going in towards the murder hole.
This could be his murder hole if he's not careful. But the fact that Cybershock goes silent is eerie for Zero Tenacity. What's happened? They've had A-site control for a long time.
Oh. He's mollied them right back. Simka was just waiting. This is really well played. And Blixie, he's rotated all the way back. Ramp in towards Palace to make sure no one is coming in from that T-spawn. Now he knows where both those CTs are. And it's all about the 1v2, but he's still contemplating, still thinking about the timing of the Opera getting the bomb and going, or not getting the bomb, but going into her CT spawn. Now he's going to collect the C4. 20 seconds on the clock, and no one's giving him a fight as of right now. Simka's just playing this one safe, tucked in towards connector. Blixie soon enough might realize that he at least has got a bomb plan out of this. Or
he does, because a reload is forced out.
Gotta stick it now.
Flash coming through. Look how quickly Simka is closing in the gap. You need to find the headshot first, but Simka is quick to deliver, doesn't allow Blixie to breathe. Cybershock are probably hitting themselves for slowing down the pace so much.
I mean, I'd say this is just really well handled from Zero Tenacity, by the way. It felt like for a second Brute Monster was thinking about going in towards window, but then he just waits for Simka to get into a good position in towards the stairs. Molly's glowing out right into the hands of his waiting teammate. And yeah, I mean, Blixie might have overcomplicated things a little bit by not picking up the bomb and going for a bomb plan straight away. They just wanted to pause. They thought there was going to be a really quick flank, maybe in towards T-spawn. Blixie could have probably gotten his hands on the bomb a little bit earlier after he got that double refrag. Zero Tenacity now, 5 rounds on the board, potentially leveling things up.
Oh, look at Glowing. Step things up, though. He's completely paced forwards. He's not isolated from the rest of the team because there was smoke available for the molly, so they've just walked right through him. Glowing with the first kill, but Brute Monster is able to answer in kind. There are trades all across the map here, but Cybershock yet to fully find pressure onto site. Yet to fully find safety to get the bomb down.
Utility on the CT side as well. HE's Molotov, they just tapped the bomb. They're baiting out the Utah right now. Cybershock slowing things down again.
Oh, for a moment there, I thought Zero Tenacity went to exit the window. You saw Sachofa and Brute Monster lining up forwards, but they are waiting for Nemanja to put enough pressure. Flash out, so you're gonna have to keep your eyes out into Catwalk. Closing in the distance, Phenomen is actually the first to deliver there, and Glowing closes in the distance, but you need to be careful because Brute Monster is just around the corner, and he's just a lurking shark, looking to find the damage, looking for his prey. Glowing finally puts the beast to rest, but Brute Monster is able to seal the deal. The clutch that puts Zero Tenacity at equilibrium. The quadra for Brute Monster.
What happened there? It was just so discombobulated, so chaotic. Spirit Carnage from Cybershock. Lovicus didn't realize Glowing had walked away from Kitchen. He didn't think he could get killed. He was just standing on top of the car. We're gonna see it on the replay. Cybershock, they just gave the round back for absolute damn free after that kill from Phenomen. We didn't even see it, but Lovicus is standing on top of the truck there, giving Brute Monster an opportunity. He gets the first one, switches to the M4, a quick 1-2 ready for the swing from bench. Zero Tenacity is not ready to give up.
No, absolutely not. And I'm actually excited about this. We were looking forward to the situation where Zero Tenacity wake up. You know, we knew that first map was a bit of a fluke. It's not what we're used to seeing them do. It's just not normal. But now they've woken up alive and giving us a good show. Mirage could go either way at this point, and Zero Tenacity want to make sure it goes there so they can contest for the series when Blixie in trouble. But somehow, miraculously, takes one down before he drops. Still, though, Zero Tenacity have got the numbers here, and site control, and bomb to go down, with Cybershock scrambling to make up the space.
And they've called it off already. You're not even giving this one a go. You want to hold on to the defuse kit. You have a couple players on armors. You could play for some exits in towards the B apartments. But all in all, this is Zero Tenacity now. One in the lead. That is weird. That was a 5-1 lead for Cybershock. That game felt so over from the very start. It looked done. And now Zero Tenacity have made it a competitive affair.
Well, how about that for a pistol round? Zero Tenacity have not only made it a competitive affair, but have just found themselves at the edge. They're swimming. Their head's not just above water, their whole body is walking.
I mean, that's
water.
not how swimming works. Yeah,
No.
walking is fine.
Yeah, not exactly, is it?
Got pneumonia.
Jesus. Not with that hairdo, though. You gotta have long hair.
I mean, Shoxy didn't. You don't need the long hair in Counter-Strike.
You're right.
Yeah, you know,
You
we've
need
got
swagger.
we've got
or big
Che.
biceps.
Yeah, we have Che Jesus, we had Shoxy Jesus, not a single one of them with a long hair, actually.
True.
But now we can have Nemanja Jesus.
I don't think long hair is popular amongst Counter-Strike players. I don't think there are too many.
I wouldn't say
guess-
so necessarily.
No. I guess there was an influx of it post-COVID because then, you know, people didn't really bother with haircuts.
Sure.
Weren't appearing in public, so longer hair became a thing, but it's definitely not the case anymore.
I mean, I am trying
Caps
to
and
think, by
hats
the
have
way.
been a thing, I feel, for CS.
Yeah.
Not as much anymore. Not as much, admittedly. I feel like it's becoming less of a thing. The baseball caps and everything.
I'm not sure if there is a pro player on a high level who's got longer hair than Alexi V, for example. I don't think so.
Sure.
Yeah. Twists, maybe. Close. Yeah, no long hair, for sure. I mean, Jame, in a way.
Ah, yeah, I see that. Okay, Byron coming through.
Elise.
Can Cybershock... just keeps it going. The list just goes on and on. Feels like Zero Tenacity win this round, and they've unlocked themselves Anubis. It's definitely on the horizon right now. It's definitely in sight, but still a long way to go to reach it. You can imagine there must have been frustration after that first nuke, Matt. That's not really what you want, but props to them for being able to reset.
It actually doesn't do as much damage, but it takes down a lot of people.
Indeed it does. Lovicus a little bit slower to the trigger. The molly hindering his view. And Glowing does get a lot of damage across. The Tropho is actually the first one to find a frag for Zero Tenacity this round, and now being pressured from multiple directions doesn't make the job easy. 4 survivors for Cybershock. That's a dominating CT round.
Yeah, it's perfect. You let the T's walk out of middle, then you go and play a little bit of ping pong with that aggression. First, the short player takes contact, then the connector one through the smoke, then they both just disappear, and Phenomen goes for another one from the window. It felt really well coordinated from Cybershock. And this is what you want right now. You want to make Zero Tenacity feel helpless in some of those rounds. Because this is already a really competitive game. You can't afford to lose too many of them. Phenomen challenging middle against the output on M4. I like the audacity. Does get tagged down though.
Indeed. Won't really have as much confidence to take engagements by himself. Bit of pressure in mid that Cybershock aren't really entertaining for now.
How has Brute Monster only died 5 times?
I'm not sure, mate. Has he been saving a lot?
Apparently.
Or, you know, the rounds he won, he survived.
Yeah. He's having a proper Jane performance right now. So Jovo putting up a little bit of pace in towards lap. Mania's just running through the smoke. That is crazy. That's insane.
His own aggression started him.
Hello.
Blixie. A lot of damage done! And he's able to pre-fire the opponent that was spraying towards him through the smoke. He even keeps it going against the Mania. Come on. And Brute Monster finds himself in a very lonely place. Doesn't even think about apartments. Knows he probably will be respected in that direction, but scoping in, he needs to be careful about handing over those audio cues. Notineki is smart to be curious about this one. But a bomb plant potential for Brute Monster isn't too bad of an ordeal. Phenomen and Blixie, not optimal amount of health for either of them, and holding this position is actually so smart. But you've got to find cover because Market is very much a possibility. Phenomen showing himself, missing the shot. Now you've revealed where you are, so Blixie can slowly closing the distance. And that's exactly what he does, Brute Monster. What a flick! And now he can turn his attention to a pistol, knowing that Phenomen is low. One shot needed.
Oh my god.
And he won't be able to find it! Phenomen instead pops a couple of USB shots into his opponent and instead comes out ahead.
I can't believe it. I don't think he can believe it even. Didn't even have a kit in this one, Phenomen. 17 HP and he clutches up. A couple bursts just don't connect. Look at that from Blixie, by the way. In towards the B apartments. Takes down the first one, jumps over the sofa, making himself hard to hit. Even follows up with a third. And then look at some of the shots from Brute Monster. No, the Neki doesn't need that aggressive angle. This flick is insane.
That's
from Brute Monster. And then the fact that Phenomen doesn't go down but is able to finish it off on the USB is absolutely crazy. What a round from Cybershock to pick up.
If you're Brute Monster, you can't help but be a little bit annoyed after that. You got so close to a clutch.
I mean, you do everything perfectly. You play it to perfection.
And we had the chat about, you know, individuals needing to step up. And Brute Monster recently, in the past match against 9, has been that. I'd love to be that again, but Cybershock somehow, miraculously, stay ahead. Fine margins, but those margins exist.
Yep, in a way. Careful against the piss. Goes out of that.
Oh no.
No, the Neki needs help and he is dead. How many more?
That's a good molly, at least. Should do the job. Doesn't even come down to it because of the HG. Bomb isn't even close to this A site.
Why do I see a world where Simka just 1Ds the Operant towards jungle and they get a bomb plant?
I think he just shot the Deagle just now, so they know where he is, so I no longer think that's a possibility.
He can still do it. I believe in Simka supremacy. Come on, Simka.
Okay.
Do it.
Okay.
Sell the fake. Let's go!
Oh, not again! Okay. Well, they've got A site control. They know no one's still around, so you are going to keep the B site player there. Blixie just appears from the shadows.
Man, that's
a bit of a Obi-Wan Kenobi hello there moment.
That is crazy.
I love that you called it as well.
It's one of the things
Simka.
I'm not sure if I'm proud of or not, but I've watched a lot of Zero Tenacity Counter-Strike over the years.
Yeah, it's the type of thing.
I've just seen this happen before. It's E10, man. Never change. We love you just how you are.
Sounded like you were singing a Bruno Mars song there for a second. Smoke to give room for Zero Tenacity to waltz up very close to this connector play. Though the short contention does favor Zero Tenacity. Blixie holding a long distance there, able to find one, but in the process does get shut down. Venomant, can he be the gatekeeper? Oh no! Preemptive on the trigger! Simka ending up on top with barely any health in him. And that just hands a freebie to Zero Tenacity now.
Well, that one miss of the AWP, I mean, that seals the deal. Simka with a big triple kill round, and Nodeneki suddenly, from being happy about the previous round and the ones before that, you gotta hold on to the M4. This is everything you've got left. Lovicus has got a little bit of money saved in the bank account, but that's about it. Zero Tenacity answer back with such a quick, such a fast-paced round. And at this point, I really am wondering if I could say that I would catch a grenade for Simka, because he's been playing some great Counter-Strike. He's had a couple really good rounds.
Yeah, but not Nodeneki today just feels like he doesn't want to do anything.
He just wants to lay in his bed.
Yeah, leave a message at the tone.
Only because today he doesn't feel like doing anything.
Nothing at all. Woo-oo. Woo-oo. Sorry.
Shout out to anyone that knows that banger song. It's a great one.
It is. It was my favorite song back then when it came out. I really love that song.
An old timer.
Of course, I was too young to actually realize the references, some of them.
Yeah, I mean that is the case with a lot of music when you're not native English, right? You listen to it when you're young, and then you listen to it again in 10 years.
The song Whistle, remember when that came out?
Yeah, and you realize what it's all about.
Did you know what that meant then?
Yeah, football referees whistle probably. Cybershock Zero Tenacity 9-9. We are leveled up. No money for the CT side though. There is a hero M4 in the hands of Nodeneki. Looking forward to seeing how he gets a little bit more creative with it. Stairs peak.
Oh,
one player spotted. M4 position given away though.
Yep. But then again, you're wondering, is this a 4 situation? Because players like Lovicus have a bit of extra cash in pocket. So Zero Tenacity still have to be respectful. They know it's a wonky buy if it is a buy, but they still have to be careful. And let's see how they handle this curiosity. I'd like to move towards this A side. It's probably the wisest of the decisions because Cybershock are taking a gamble to put a lot of efforts towards the B side defense. No one to be accounted for on A. But Zero Tenacity have taken so much time, it might be a different scenario as we get closer to the execute.
It is a good approach. You spot the M4 in towards that stairs position early on. You just group up, go for an A execution with the utility. You know there is a big chance that, especially if Nodeneki goes for an aggressive play early on and he doesn't get a kill, he will try and be as mobile as possible. So you just double down. You go to the same bomb site. And you probably get a clean round unless they just pierce you through the smokes.
Yeah, they haven't found any success thus far. Avian is looking to close in the distance. Off the back of the flash, walks in. Does get traded, a potential AK upgrade. Is that enough? M4 now handed over to Glowing. A lot of HGs, but no cigar. Still, slow down the pace a little bit. You know you've got 2 rifles, so you're probably walking backwards with those. The pistols might stick around, though. Might want to see if they can keep a couple Zero Tenacity players busy. And that's exactly what happens. Yeah, they're just happy with the AK gift. I feel like AVN was like, here, have an AK, just let us have this round. That was a bit of a... That would be an interesting situation if it was that, but no. Instead, Zero Tenacity. We just wanted to be disruptive. Disruptive, rather. And double digits to be found.
This is looking like a good map for Z10 already. I mean, especially as we had that conversation about how close team have been, or rather how close teams have not been able to come to Cybershock on this map. This is already looking like a pretty decent result out of Zero Tenacity, and with the potential of them taking it all the way and going and taking us to a third and final one. Of course, a friendly reminder to anyone that is just joining in right now. This is the first game of the day here at the YaLLa Compass 2025 Contenders 1. Round 2, 1-0 main Swiss game between Cybershock and Zero Tenacity, and the Russian squad does have one map lead, rather. So if they are 2-0, if they lose though, we're going to an Anubis.
And Zero Tenacity on the back foot already. Good AWP play from Phenomen. Cross from short, though, seems to be successful for Nemanja, and he's breaching the gap. But the MP9 of Blixie, still a dangerous factor. Glowing, at least he's got the drop available for him. Sachofo spotted on the cross. Molly to deny the plant, so can the rotations come in on time? I think they do. You've even got a player bolstering your play here on Catwalk. Market spotted there from Brute Monster. And now 1v2, you molly off Catwalk to make sure the 2 players don't approach that quickly. So a bomb plant opportunity. Brute Monster, you've been in a clutch before, but haven't quite been able to convert it. Is this your chance?
That's a big molly. They need to go through it. That's going to tank him down so much. He spotted the first one. Doesn't realize they're both coming in from the same direction. One time's the first one and follows up with another. It is the monster, and the second time is the charm.
And this time does it with an AK. Doesn't need to have his trustworthy big green. All he has to have is the Kalashnikov. And look, that first molly reading into short position, realizing that no one's appeared, so it's got to be a market collective play. Weaving in and out of the fight, that was spectacular from Brute Monster. And when you are asked for individuals to step up, he will be the answer.
All right, might be going to an Anubis after all. 2 rounds until then. M4 scout, M4 boosted in towards middle. Nemanja has to be careful. Of course, he's going to pre-aim it though. Glowing spotted. This is so much information, and the B play is already happening as well.
Yeah, there's nothing that can be done to stop this. Gamble stuck for Cybershock. They realize it's not going to be the A hit after all. Nemanja looking to see if he can delay any of the cross. But Phenomen Scout, quick to found it smart. The thing is, this round is over. You can see the 2 rifles taking a defensive stance, not wanting to be anywhere close to a fight. To guarantee those are taken over. But this will be Zero Tenacity with 3 opportunities to close out the game, close out this map, and bring things to a decider. Anubis. There's some damage dealt. Evans Notineki is actually closing the distance with the AK. Box Zero Tenacity in. Boom. Both players die. Every single Zero Tenacity player loses their life through the process. Money isn't an issue, but at least that's a mini win for Cybershock.
I mean, it's not an issue for now. This could help you in the long game here for Cybershock, and the long game is fight for overtime. Look at the finances on Z10 after they fully buy into this one. This is a resettable T-side economy. If you start winning rounds now, there is a big chance that at least for one of the rounds until the end of regulation, if you are able to force overtime, that is, Z10 might be low on cash. Especially if they keep on double smoking Insta.
Yeah, the thing is, Zero Tenacity have found some pace in them now. Winning a lot of these individual fights, these entries have been pretty damn decisive and be catching Cybershock off balance. This time, though, won't be the case. Glowing with first blood. Simkia looking to cross through. very explosive. Lovicus didn't stand the chance, and neither did Notineki. Glowing, though, needs to put up the big carry pants, and I think he's just buckled his belt. 2 remaining for Zero Tenacity. Damage done. And completely hindering the confidence Brute Monster is shut down on, though, in his efforts to keep his team head above water. The Trofo knows he's punished. The footsteps from one end, Phenomen closing the distance, and Cybershock hold on.
Now it's interesting, because now you look at the Zero Tenacity money, and it's not existing. So, I don't think you force. I think you full eco here. That's the call they're trying to make, because Joffo and Brute Monster don't really have a lot of cash either for the next round. You're going to be working with 1900, meaning Jofo's going to be on 3600. Best case scenario, I guess it could be more if you're able to somehow get a bomb plan out of a full eco, but Zero Tenacity's in a tough spot right now. I feel like a full-on safe is the call here. You want to have at least one purchase, even if that means having 1 or 2 of your players on Galeos or Mac 10s. You still want to have another go at it with the rifles. This could easily get into overtime here.
Oh, I'm off all this head. This is actually getting very exciting. I was scared after that first map. Zero Tenacity with nowhere to be found, but now both teams firing in all cylinders. That's what we want when we open up the day with some Counter-Strike. Notineki. First blood goes to him. This should be a simple ordeal. You've telegraphed 2 of the players. The bomb is on towards the other side of the map, but you can see Cybershock not really falling for a full rotate away. You want to make sure you deny any sort of bomb plant possibility.
Yeah, I mean, you know the only way that they have a functional investment going into the next one is if you let them get a bomb plant. There's no way they've saved up enough to have enough cash in the bank, so... Yeah, Simka will go down any moment now. Cybershock have made this one doable. The one worrying thing about all of this is that even in the previous round, it feels like unless Blixie or Glow and go absolutely crazy with an impactful multi-kill when it gets a little bit tricky.
Sure.
The rest are not stepping it up as much. I know numbers-wise, Lovicus and Phenomen have been playing a good map of Counter-Strike, but impact-wise, it still has been mainly Blixie and Glowing, and they need just one more. Let's not forget, that was a Cybershock 6-1 lead on the T side. From a 6-1, on their map pick, on the T side, they are in that position. They need to try and fight for overtime right now. This Mirage is not over yet, but you've definitely given too many chances to Zero Tenacity. Still, one last chance for redemption, though.
Yeah, and you don't want to risk an Anubis. That's another conversation to have, right? That's where things get a little bit more tough. Handing over a map that's supposed to be very comfortable for you, but at least you start things off well in this round. Glowing, getting away with the first pick. He's been super instrumental with those so far. You can see the pressure, though, from Zero Tenacity, not slowing down, looking to see if they can break through in apartments, but Phenomen steps up. A double kill to his name, and this round's over. Normal relegation is over. 12-12 will be the score. And there's not much Brute Monster can do about it. Reads the upper position, but Phenomen is faster to shoot. Finds the head, and overtime is now required.
Let me double back on that. Phenomen can be impactful as well. What a triple kill out of him. And again, it all starts with a glowing opening kill in towards middle. Drawing the parallel with Nemanja. Both of them love taking that mid space early on. Phenomen just breaks the smoke for himself. Gets the kill. Flash from Blixie to set him up. And Phenomen just starts the round from ladder. They were ready for the B split. One step ahead. Our Cybershock to force overtime here. Bonus rounds needed. Zero Tenacity have not done enough. And now they're trying to simplify things. Defaults have not been working out. So you just go for a straight up A play. 3 Ts running through Palace.
Oh, they're going super aggressive into this one. Notineki hasn't yet been spotted. Glowing is able to do a lot of damage on the far distance. Phenomen now is able to chime in. This is clean work. Zero Tenacity's switch up of momentum doesn't quite pay off. Can't catch a break in the round. It's Cybershock that lead in OT.
And this is such a tough one for Zero Tenacity, by the way. You go into overtime, you're like, well, you know what? Pressure's off. We can try and hit them with something a little bit quicker, something a little bit hard to get back to winning ways. We go out the A-bomb side. Opera Phenomen again is posted perfectly. He shuts down the first player going out of Palace. From that point on, it's so much easier for the rifles to get in and get the kills. Even the player underneath Palace, the moment he gets mollied off, he's not trying to run out. He knows that they're all going to have their eyes fixated on him. Just waits for everyone else from his team to peek and punish those guys hunting.
Oh, Phenomen wins the 1v1. A very important one. Nemanja, though.
Oh my god.
Looking to see if it can be the difference, but Phenomen has stepped up.
He's not missing.
Blixie and Glowing have been the stars, but Phenomen in the past few rounds has really been the difference maker.
He's just not missing. This is crazy. This is back-to-back-to-back rounds Phenomen's had massive impact. 3 rounds in a row. The first one was the final one of regulation with a triple kill. Then he shuts down the Palace player in the last, and now he just gets a double on middle.
Yep. And finding fire at your feet isn't a positive. Trying to lure players towards this B site, but no one's buying it. At least the bomb plant is allowed. But you want rounds in overtime. Cash, not as much of an issue. Although it does help.
Bomb's default, right? He didn't plan reverse.
So. No, he didn't. So it'll be hard for him to hold from this angle. But he's got a molly.
He's got a molly, but yeah, 20 HP. The moment that he tries to throw the molly, they will know. And they can just stick it through the molly.
Yeah, that's exactly what they do. 14-12, 1 round remaining on this side of the half. 1 more round on Cyberstroke on the CT side. You don't want to be at risk of a match point if you're Zero Tenacity.
I mean, this is already out of control. I think if you're Zero Tenacity, you probably know you had your chance at 12-9. Should have closed then. And now it's tough. Now it's difficult.
Oh my word.
Another one, man. It doesn't mean a thing. If there is a smoke, if there is flashes, if you set rockets after Phenomen, he's always winning and he's always there. Omnipresent, omnipotent. He knows everything. He is everywhere. They're winning everything. What is going on?
Yeah, they are God. They are them. The plural of he is him. Ridiculous. This CT side has been nothing but dominant for Cyberstroke on the OT. Prior to that, it was difficult. You know, it took them time to build up an economy. The AWP wasn't really finding its mark, but Phenomen has gotten into a groove. 15 to a 12. Now they're going to switch sides. Only 1 round is required. Cyberstroke. Well, it's actually Zero Tenacity. Their backs are up against the wall. Make 1 mistake, you are out. Not from the tournament, from the series, though.
Yeah. Good news is this is a 1-0 game, right? So even if you do lose, it's no panic stations just yet. You still have a serious buffer. But that has been a really good game for Cyberstroke. Looking sharp, looking good. Oper. Providing a lot of support to the really well playing rifle core of the team so far. Now Nemanja is back on the CT side. And again, no one is looking window.
Yeah, Phenomen finally put to rest. He was in a bit of a rampage earlier on. But maybe the rest should do the heavy lifting for this time. Well, because Notineki have just equalized a standing. Sure, bomb is far away, so there's not going to be an instant plant. But Cyberstroke gets time to nestle themselves in deep. Brute Monster denies that opportunity. But do you check this left-hand side? I think you do. Off angle for Notineki, though. And he keeps things going. HE drops to his back, so half an HP. Glowing reads Brute Monster's position, as his teammate has done a lot of lurking. And Simka, even though they know where he is, he's capable of getting 1. But the duel for the game. Glowing backs off, triple box position. Chooses to take the wide swing, and it is enough! Albeit the round starting in Zero Tenacity's favor, Cyberstroke are the ones to seal the deal. Signed, sealed, delivered. A 2-0 goes their way, and they go undefeated so far in the main Swiss of YaLLa Campus Contenders.
What a recovery. 7 rounds in a row from being down 9-12 on Mirage. They had a 6-1 lead as well. This is such a momentum shifter of a map that Mirage was, right? From a 6-1 lead with 1 map up, it felt like Cyberstroke were just going to run away with it. Zero Tenacity bring it back on the back of some great play coming out of Nemanja, coming out of Brute Monster, coming out of Simka. It was a good map of Counter-Strike for the side of Zero Tenacity until it wasn't. You end up losing 1 key buy round, then you have no money because of all the exit frags that Cyberstroke were able to find in that round that they were themselves saving and let you go up to 12. And yeah, I mean, this is how one type of round like that can just turn a game over, right? You have just the pistols, you get the kills, you ruin the T-side economy, and then Venom starts going crazy and picking up multi-kills left, right, and center. Glowen has a couple good rounds, and Cybershock just bring it back.
Indeed. Look, I'm pleased we got to see a little bit of firepower boost there from Zero Tenacity towards the end. You know, after if it ended the same way that Nuke did, I would have been disappointed from this series. But it was a little bit more entertaining towards the end. Cybershock, though, the fact that they had the resilience to keep things going, you know, face the comeback head on and realize, okay, it's not over. Sure, we need to bring things to overtime, and sure, we need to win it there. But once they got onto overtime, the belief was fully theirs. They came alive. You know, every single piece of their play seemed to work out superbly. Folks, that is just the first series of today. Much more action to follow. It will take some time because this was a 2-0. I think we'll need another hour or so to get right back into the next game. But you guys got time to go do your other things. Until then, we'll take also a break. We'll have a lunch break and we'll be back as soon as we can.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb drops, popped up behind it at the edge of. Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Aerial still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go!
Hey, we are back. Timer is gone, gone to zero. We've rolled the ads, and now we're right back, ready to get going for the second match in series of the day. I'm looking forward to this one, Ted. I feel like coming into this one, we know there are a lot of matches that can get interesting. A lot of wins kind of selected, and that we're on that 1-0 bracket. But this one's a little bit interesting as well. We've got a bit of a CIS showdown. ASTRUM versus Passion UA. Things are starting to racking up nicely.
Yeah, they really are. I feel like if we were to try and underline one game as the game of the day, that would probably be the one. Passion UA coming in with a new lineup with obviously Waro and Demian in TC in the coaching slot. I mean, it's a new lineup in general. It's not a new lineup for me and you. We've been covering,
sure,
I feel like every single game of Passion UA in the last couple of weeks. Taking on a really exciting team of ASTRUM that obviously is the same iteration of Aurora. That was the last Aurora lineup before they picked up the Eternal Fire team. But they have been hitting some good form, and I guess that counts for both those teams. Passion UA, actually, Pavlos, is coming into this game on the back of a best of 3 that went all the way against Sashi that they played in another tournament that ended like 10 minutes ago. So they should be warmed up.
They should be, right? And I feel like Sashi is everywhere in regards with both of these teams. Like, there are a lot of matches played between them. And yeah, the last match Passion UA had to play as well in YaLLa Compass itself was against Sashi as well. So the fact that they are able to replicate success there back-to-back is a bit of a confidence booster. But I must say, the first match that they played, the first series was a really close one. Sure, some round results were a little bit more one-sided. But, I mean, looking at the matches they just played, they got a 13-1 on Inferno, Passion rated against Sashi. So, yeah, a confident start to the day. It's safe to say they woke up on the right side of the bed, but they now need to see if they can continue on that streak. Now, if you look at Passion UA performance-wise in the past month, I think there's a positive aura around them. Sure. The honeymoon phase that they had bringing in Demi and Waro at the start was impressive. They're not there still. They're not at that unbeaten streak. But I feel like this is a really interesting project that has the potential to reach some really strong heights. Yeah, I'm excited about this roster overall.
I mean, in general, you can say that they have been getting wins. I mean,
for sure,
it's not like they haven't, right? You're looking at a pretty good, I guess, gathering of form now, especially with that Sashi win. I think that contributes to 6 wins out of their last 8 best of 3s, and I don't really feel like they had that big of a honeymoon period necessarily at the beginning. I feel like with Sashi, or not with Sashi, sorry, that conversation just blew me away. With Passion UA, I think you just give them a little bit of time and things are going to start going better and better, because they have been playing a lot of officials. They haven't really had a lot of time to practice ever since adding Waro Damien to the mix. On the other side of the server, though, we're looking at one of the teams that I am actually really excited for watching, because I haven't really watched those guys play since left Aurora as an organization, but I feel like for whatever reason things have been going a lot better for them ever since they did part ways, or they were dropped from their previous org. Now we're looking at a really well playing Griggs. We're looking at Patsy performing well. Norway obviously being the in-game leader is not supposed to be the big star, but himself and Kenzie still occasionally have those big performances. And then Klax again has been playing well. Even if you look at the ratings, by the way, even if you want to focus on the pure numbers, Pavlos, those ratings on our screen right now are a little bit misleading, because this is the last 3 months. ever since they got picked up by ASTRUM, which is around a month ago, those guys have been playing much better Counter-Strike, both team-wise and individually.
And it's funny that, right, being dropped by an organization because, quite frankly, they've got an opportunity to bolster up with some talent that are already in the top 10 of the scene, but then thankfully having another organization that they can walk into, it's not like they are completely unsigned, is a positive. But now it feels like they've got something to prove, right? They know that they have to bring some solid performances out here, and they have been, which is really, really cool to see. Sure, you've got a nice combination of more experienced players, major attendees with the likes of Patsy. He'd love to get into a major again, and the last times he did that, not only did he get into the playoffs both times, but he was a top 8 finish in Rio and the top 4 in Antwerp. So it hasn't done it since 2022. We'd love to make that happen, but ASTRUM seems like the type of roster, seems like the type of team that is a competition really for the next MRQ.
I feel so. Yeah. I think the potential is definitely there. Obviously, there's a lot of questions around this lineup, in particular with Grix, right? Because he's one of the opers that even there was rumors was approached by Furia, and he turned them down, and they went over and picked up Molotov, right? So there is a lot of commotion going on around Grix and a lot of around some of maybe the other players on this team, because they are all individually cracked, right? We can't hide that. And I mean, sure, it's been a little bit of time since we've seen the best out of Kenzie and Norway, maybe individually on the Forza days, but now they're getting back to their senses, and in general this team has been playing good Counter-Strike, so we never know what's gonna follow. But as of right now, ASTRUM is a really exciting team to watch. We're gonna jump right into the veto here, Pavlos, and this is where I think for me things get really interesting, because ASTRUM permaban does too. Now Passionue did throw a massive curveball with leaving Inferno open and removing Nuke last time around, and they earlier today destroyed Sashi 13-1 on Inferno. So if it was down to me, if it was up to me rather, I'd really want to see them let Inferno in so ASTRUM could pick it.
Yeah, I mean, both teams also have a good stance on Mirage as well, so that's a very common pick that you might even see being decided. Okay. No, instead, it's Passionate to pick it. So Train up first is an interesting one. It has been a map that they've seen a lot of recent success on. You know, there's been a nice little streak of form, 3 map consecutive on that regard, and a nice 13-7 against Fireflux recently. Inferno is banned out eventually, so Passionate deciding against it, removing a strength of their opponent, and Anubis as the decider. Okay.
I guess maybe if you're ASTRUM, you feel a lot more secure in your Train. Without a doubt, they're best. Sure. I just think maybe... Actually, it does make sense, right? The Inferno of Passionue has been surprisingly good lately, and apparently they've been putting a lot of work into it. And if you're ASTRUM, you want to go for something you're comfortable with. I mean, this is not really a proof to it, but even if you want to make that reference, a couple days ago on one of his personal streams on Twitch, Grix was showing a lot of utility to his viewers on Train. This is a map that he spends time on, even on stream, right? This is one of the more comfortable ones. I still feel like in this veto in particular, Passionue are probably going to be feeling quite comfortable, but I think this is a point that you can make for both teams, right? ASTRUM get to play Mirage with all those individuals, definitely going to be a competitor there. And then the Train of Passionue has not been bad. I mean, sure, you have that most recent loss against Fnatic, but that was an overtime game. Then you're looking at another win against Fnatic before that. There has been some really solid CT sides being involved with Passionue on this map, and I'm not really sure what the main reason behind that is, but I feel like proactiveness has been really working out for them on the CT side. Topa initiating a lot of aggressive plays, going for a lot of pop, brown hose, crunches. Passionue do have an opportunity going into this one to steer it away in a 2-0 fashion, but again, ASTRUM, if they show up individually, might do the same.
Yeah, and they're really dangerous on the T side of Train as well, which I think is also a problem, right? Not being able to allow your opponent to solidify kind of a streak, gain that utility and economical advantage early on, which I feel like that's something Passionue need to perform. Like looking back and you know, how they win matches and on Train especially, is that CT side success. So I think that's going to be the real challenge for Passionue generally coming into this one. I imagine they're going to start off on that CT side as well. So if they don't get things rolling from the get-go well, I fear for them already for that first map. I can't really consider them as the biggest of contenders, but if they do, I think that's where the success story actually lies for them.
I mean, Train is one of the most played maps for ASTRUM, so you're banking on their playbook being pretty deep, right? So I completely agree with you. I feel like if you're Passion UA, you know you could be competitive individually on this map. You probably have had a little bit of time to practice. You've had nowhere near the amount of time to practice this map as ASTRUM have, though, right? And this is another point that we made earlier on in this pre-game show here. Passion UA, ever since adding Waro, Demi, and TC, have played over 40 maps of Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
On average, they're playing more than one map a day, right? They better so you're in that you need to either make things work really well for you from the beginning, or if the game stretches out and goes a little bit deeper and you give ASTRUM the opportunity, then you could be in a difficult situation.
Sure, yeah, I would double that for sure. I mean, for Passion UA, it's also interesting to see that the fact that they're such a good team when it comes to spreading the load in regards to performance. It's never like an individual story. Sure, you have got like, you know, Kvem can have his days, Demia can also do some popping off, and Waro has his moments, but I feel like it's very much a team effort all across the board. And look, the fact that they are playing so many officials like you said, it's a matter of gelling together. And I think it's working, right? They are managing to get all those reps in as a 5-man, get that, you know, get well conditioned with playing one another. And sure, when a big event comes underway, when they are looking to fight at the main stage of some sort of event, they can take a couple of steps back, prepare some, you know, things behind the scenes, have a strat book that you don't have to reveal every day. But I feel like it's early doors. Your priority is to gel the team together, and for now, it looks pretty damn good.
Yeah, it really does. I think we had that conversation earlier as well. I think this iteration of Passion UA is one of the most exciting ones probably that we've had so far in the history of the organization. And
sure,
yeah, if you are Zinchenko and you are by any chance watching this, the coaches are right now. But folks, unfortunately, we did get a word that we're gonna have to throw. The players are not ready to join in the server, so we will give them a little bit of extra time to do so and resolve any technical difficulties that they might have. We could be right back just any second.
The match is ready, folks. It's ASTRUM versus Passion UA, and we start things off on Train. This series is just beginning. Both teams have a victory in their pockets already. To YaLLa Contenders, but let's see if they can carry on in the winning ways that they are already in on the main Swiss stage. My name is Pavlos, and with Ted, we're breaking down the action.
Yep. Definitely are. We're already into the swing of things, and Kenzie has opened things up onto Kvem. In towards the B-bomb side we go, though, and Patsy is taking down Demia there. Passion UA not really getting too much of an opportunity to actually chill out a little bit, and they are starting things off on the CT side of this Train. ASTRUM have already secured a pistol round victory. So how do you feel? You know what we're gonna do here, Pavlos. How do you feel about the two team logos? Which one do you like more? ASTRUM? Do you like the star or you like the flames?
I like Passion UA's a lot. I feel like even colored, but also uncolored. That there's a good vibe to it. I like, obviously Passion UA want to represent Ukraine, and they've got those colors. In ASTRUM, I feel sure when you look at the black and white version, it's not too bad. It's a star. It's ASTRUM. That's fair, but I'm not too big of a fan of the blue color. That deep blue color, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, sure. You don't like the deep ends of the sea?
Yeah, but that's not exactly the color, though, is it? It's not that dark. I feel like it's got some, I don't know. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get you.
There's that one viewer out there that understands me.
Right. If that one viewer is someone connected to you, it doesn't really count, A family member, friend.
Well, I don't know, maybe. I'd like to think there's a friend
Would a
out
normal
there
person watch Counter-Strike in the middle of a work
in the middle of the day?
Yeah.
Define a normal.
Yeah, you know what? All of you guys in chat are normal. No, you're not. You're cooler than normal. That's
No,
why
you're special.
Watching. No, you're not. You're cool.
Okay.
I know what he means by special.
Cool and special.
Right.
Special in a cool way.
You're cool in a special way. That actually sounds worse.
That sounds so much worse. Well, Passion UA, they forced into this one. A couple of rifles, MP9. Let's see if the Famouses can do work here. They put a lot of the defenses towards this A site, leave only B attended by one. But it feels like the right call. This is where the bomb is located. This is where ASTRUM potentially will be hitting.
Yeah, they're really taking their time right now. This is going to be an A bomb site split. Question here is, do you want to throw a little bit of caution into the wind and towards B? I don't think you do. You're just waiting out for the early utility, and the CTs need to get a little bit proactive. That's why Topo was thinking about going through the smoke, and he did clear out the left-hand side. If Topo was able to get that kill, the flash is great. This is really well executed.
Can't quite double it up, though, and there is not much time remaining for ASTRUM to make a call, so they're going to have to completely stick to the A plan. Demia close by. I mean, Passion UA, all three players are grouped up and close by, actually. Damage is dealt, but can't quite find the finishing blows. Norway instead pops off, rips two heads off their shoulders, and are able to get ASTRUM in that 2-0 score.
Yeah, this is a really clean way to deal with the situation here from ASTRUM, by the way. Passion UA did have the right idea. I mean, it's a low buy, they take their time, and you just go for a flash play on a really good timing. You drop the rifle. Unfortunately for Topic, he couldn't find the follow-up onto the Mac 10 player. If you're able to drop the SMG in that position, you get the rifle when it's a completely different round, but they deal with him. They deal with Kvem as well. Good refrags. Norway getting a really impactful multi-kill.
It's nice to see ASTRUM can start off at this pace. We know Passion UA are warm. They just won a match. A best of 3 just played. Having a 10-minute break between. You can definitely tell they're going to be at that position. But ASTRUM, on the other hand, this is their first map of the day. When it comes to officials, I don't know if they played scrims earlier.
What?
Yeah, it's just Warrow things, bro. Warrow things. On the Deagle is always a danger.
Let's see. They are going B, by the way. Warrow is one step ahead. He's ready. He's already an upper. With the AK-47 as well.
That's a good molly. It blocks Kvem from being able to be present in this moment. Oh, that is a freebie. And what do you do if you ASTRUM, you try and unlock Warrow's position? Surely you know where Kvem is now. But Kvem goes all the way back because he knows there's an upgrade available. A 1v2 is within the realm of possibility.
I don't want to believe that without armor, utility, and a kit, he can clutch this one up. I mean, at this point, it's probably worth just going for it for the sake of pure damage. But even holding on to the AK, I wouldn't hate too much if he doesn't get presented with a free kill.
Let's see what Kvem can do with a sausage at the tip of his barrel.
I can't believe you did it.
Oh, we won't be able to do too much.
With a sausage on the tip of your barrel? Makes sense.
At least it's not a barrel at the tip of your sausage. I don't know. Okay, 3-0.
I think this is too unhinged for midday, man. It's
No,
not 2 a.m.
it's not. Indeed it isn't. Indeed it isn't.
You know what? This is the unhinged YaLLa Compass, guys. We're having fun.
I mean, look, it's the Swiss stage.
Hope you're having fun as well.
Both teams have got themselves a win in the bag. Losing one isn't the end of the world. Losing two isn't the end of the world
think it's
either.
an abstract question what too unhinged is as well.
Oh, it is. It is
depends.
definitely
Yeah, you can still have fun.
spectrum.
Yeah. That it is.
No, there's
A
always a
3-0
good
lead
level
on
of
T
unhinged.
side though. This is not really a spectrum. This is a really good start to a T side train.
Sure.
Quite obvious who's in the lead right now. Passion UA trying to be a little bit more active in towards the main position. Kvem will clear out all those angles, but ASTRUM looking to accelerate into the B bomb side play. They do know that Top is up close and personal and went towards Pop now because of the spam. And Passion have actually rotated another player in towards the B bomb side because of that proactiveness in towards Ivy and main.
You could also see ASTRUM considering if they wanted to go for a little bit of a push and pull and pop dog. And I think they might actually go for that, but whether that's a pull back or a full commit, it's a different question. They do clear it, but Topa no longer around. The B hit imminent. And with the 3 players that Passion UA have got ready, this is not going to be simple. Positives, only one incendiary on the hands of on Passion UA, and Jacasmo isn't there.
You've been blocked in towards lower. You need to go through the smoke. Or send everyone upper.
Or wait a few seconds and have only 10 seconds to spare to get the bomb down and get the frags necessary to give you side control. And it feels they are going to go for the latter. Flash out. Demia looks away from it. Good for one, but ASTRUM will walk ahead either way. Pressure from above, but YaLLa's got his sights on it. Doesn't quite work out. Patsy is able to find some damage, and the bomb will go down. The molly falls to the wayside. Klax can't quite find the spray time through the chaos, and Passion UA will be able, by brute force, to get themselves a win.
Really well contained. It gets a little bit uncomfortable there for a second. I feel like YaLLa himself was just doubting whether there would be a peek out of upper, right? Because you wouldn't be wrong to assume if they're sending the brunt of the damage or the people through lower with the bomb, then the upper player is just going to stay there and jiggle a couple times and then hide and play for the post plan. Maybe that's why YaLLa just wanted to ignore him and keep his eyes on lower. Still, it was a pretty good hold. They were proactive enough in towards Ivy and towards A main to read into the fact that ASTRUM would end up on B. And then you open up the distance after getting the first couple kills. You don't over-aggress too much. You contain them really well. You let them onto the bomb side, but don't let them get that deep control. And this is the one thing that never changed from old version of Train. Getting onto the bomb side on B is most of the time not enough. You need deep control.
Yeah, one of the reasons why being on this T side is hard. But still, guns available for ASTRUM. Losing that one round does not completely disrupt their flow. But now they are walking into the A side. Pop Dog being watched by YaLLa. But timing might favor the T's. He's looked away just on time. Norway can get the cross without being spotted. 2 players' attention now towards main. Kenzie has been completely deterred, but the rest of ASTRUM can walk in freely. Damage dealt, but not enough. Kvem can walk in even further. Kenzie trying to drop in. Interrupted completely. ASTRUM do have some sort of an answer, but you need a pick to stabilize, and Klax has found it. Spray, it's chaotic, but Grick stays on top. And Jacasmo left in a clutch scenario, 45 seconds on the clock, with ASTRUM trying to close the distance, but Jacasmo has got to be sneaky. And he might just be able to find himself into the back line. And how superb would that be? Because a pickup onto Clark should mean the guarantee onto Grix, but he's playing the trigger discipline. And he's now seen where both are! Oh, but bites off more than he can chew! And ASTRUM get ahead!
What a turnaround from Griggs that is! What a reaction from the young gun. He was so low on HP as well. Jacasmo played this one to perfection, by the way. From the back of the bomb side, getting spotted from the top of red. He walks on the right-hand side, just about catching the timing on the fade of the smoke. They had no clue, and he played it so well to make sure he gets both of them. And then Griggs just turns around. Jacasmo had the lineup. He played it well, but ASTRUM still go out on top. But look at the money. Both teams struggling.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be a pivotal round, but an explosive one from ASTRUM nevertheless. The flash is not going to deter them, not going to slow them down at all. Jacasmo doing damage with the MP9, but Kenzie is finally able to follow it up. Topa flooding through the smoke, unable to stop the ordeal from unraveling out of control, but Demia is keeping things malleable. Competitive.
You don't know, he's low on HP.
Indeed, Norway's low. But he's not the one being contested so far. That's a good molly and a swing. Demia looking to find the high ground. On the Thomas train he goes! And he already gets one. Hang on a bit. The thing is, he doesn't have a kit, so if he sticks, he's going to have to stay there. And I feel like Norway knows something's up. Damn, man, if Demia would have stuck, that could have been a round one, because Norway did not check. Maybe he would have had a chance on the 10-second timer, but still, Demia the last survivor, but it's still ASTRUM to get ahead with a pick.
Yeah, this is starting to look a little bit painful there for Passion UA here on the CT side. ASTRUM is really running away with way too much. That was a force buy. It's just intelligently played by Norway. Low on HP. He realizes the moment he peaks, he's probably a dead man. So what he can gamble on is the fact that Passion UA don't have a lot of money, which is not really a gamble. You knew that to begin with. You're betting on the fact that they didn't purchase into a defuse kit and it's not going to be on that final player. You count to 7-8 seconds and then you go for the peak. Make sure that there is no time if you go down. Passion, though, quite justifiable to go for the investment here. You have been doing the damage to the T-side economy, and you know it. You got all 5 kills again. The previous round, you got 4. ASTRUM is not winning those rounds cleanly. The issue is, right now, for Passion, that you are trying to fight an uphill battle. Even if you end up winning this one and you reset them, it's quite difficult from here on out to get back into this one and make it a good CT side. And if you lose here, it's dreadful.
But Passion may still have the right foot forwards. Klax has been able to break away. How did he get into the back line? If he got the pick on Topa, that would be destructive for Passion UA. But it is kept under wraps, at least for now. Bomb left behind. Oh, but look at Demia going all the way around. He's actually pushed through Ivy. And if ASTRUM aren't quick enough, they're going to have him on his back.
Not sure if you realize. At this point, you've just left the entire map open. And Warrow's on the other side of the smoke. Patsy, this is going to be a game of timings. That's a big kill.
Unless you're in the corner. Smoke fades. But it's Warrow with a quicker reaction time. Norway now left. Hard one. And Demi's got his number. He went all the way around the world and back again.
Okay, now this is the start of the half. Now the T's are out of money. Patsy's on 1400, Norway's on 1750, so you probably go for a force buy again here on the ASTRUM side. This is Passion UA's ticket back. As we said, it's always difficult to come back from a 1-5 start on the T side of Train, or against the T side on Train, and still be happy with the result. But hey, if you're able to level things up, get 6-7 rounds maybe. I know it sounds like wishful thinking at this point, but it is definitely not undoable with the state of the money of ASTRUM right now. There is a door. It's all about walking through it.
Yeah, and I think ASTRUM have been able to walk through a few doors already. Different entrances found. The thing is, Passion UA still have control of the main. Jacasmo is on site and is being a menace. Kvem doing a lot of damage, but ASTRUM can only account for one in the process. Therefore, they're falling little by little further behind. Great opportunity for Passion UA to close in. Waru drops in from Pop Dog. Grick, sure, he's got a reply, but the plethora of players around, a bit too overwhelming. And that's enough to put Passion UA at arm's length.
Yeah, we're starting to see a little bit of confidence being brought in from Kvem and Jacasmo, by the way. We had that conversation a couple of days ago, whether Jacasmo's role on the team is going to stay primarily supportive or he's going to receive a little bit of freedom as time goes on. We still don't know the answer, but we definitely do know that Jacasmo is capable of bringing in a lot of firepower to the mix. It's not a coincidence he is still here. He's the only man left on the team.
Sure.
From that original iteration of Passion UA, that first iteration of Passion UA.
And it's crazy
For
to think.
Jambo and Fear receiving a bit of an upgrade, maybe you could say, going to Fnatic.
Yeah, it's hard to decline an offer from a legendary org like that. Still though, Topa's doing clean work in this one, up against Pistols. Oh, that HG. Spicy and juicy, all in one.
Let him ace.
It's a juicy fruit with peppercorns on it. Spicy and juicy?
Sorry?
The nade?
A juicy fruit with pepper on it. Oh no,
Yeah.
corn, you said.
Peppercorn.
Fruit with corn. Peppercorn. That's... I feel like I'm gonna receive something from you any moment now.
Do you know what peppercorn is?
I'm not sure.
Pepper, you know how there's like big pepper pieces and you need to crush them?
Yeah.
Peppercorn is the bigger pepper.
Oh
The
right.
pepper pieces.
I didn't know there was a different word for it. Yeah. I mean in Bulgarian there isn't. It's just pepper. You know? we just call it large pepper.
Large pepper. Yeah, it's just thick.
Yeah.
Thick pepper. Astrum thinking like they want to go for a bit of a spread out approach. See if they
I
can
like this mid round. Look at that.
pull
Look at Flash.
attention.
A little bit off with the timing, but this is again Topo just initiating that type of an aggressive play. They should be careful about the time, but he's dropped in and he's gonna get flashed in again, is he? Do they have another one? Not quite, but the nade is on point.
And we've now approached the 50-second mark. And although it feels like a split A hit, there is furthermore movement going towards B. Yeah, there's still a chance to change your mind. I feel like Astrum are very much going to do just that. Just poke and prod a little bit towards A, but it bears no fruit. Instead, they lose players. Topa spotted out early. Norway gets a double kill, and suddenly the gates are burst right open. Look at the deep play from Norway as well. Demi is able to read it, so it keeps things doable. But the fact that both Passion UA players are low, you have to call this off. Astrum brute force their way into that B-bomb site.
Does Norway think that he's still an entry on this team, by the way? He probably doesn't realize that he's the in-game leader right now, and he's not supposed to just go into a bomb site and open it up like that. Those two kills on the B-bomb side were phenomenal from Norway. I know he dies later on, and he did get refragged, but the fact that you're able to... Where was the second guy? Was he Z? One player is Z, one player is close left on upper ramp, and you just hit him with a short strafe. You kill the Z guy, and then you clear out Topa as well. That was a tough one. That is a really tough one for Passion UA. You felt like you had the right setup to deal with it. Things were getting desperate. Astrum try and go for a bit of a fake in towards that A bomb side. Pop player gets dealt with. Main player can't find a thing. It just starts looking like another round for Passion UA, and then Norway just gets a double out of nowhere.
Okay, things are getting spicy. Things are getting real cool. Big greens on both sides. We already hear them being shot, but nothing to be found off the back of it. No early damage done from the nades either, just 7 onto Topa, but this might be a little bit of a microaggression shown as well. Pop Dog approached by 2. Astrum also considering to put pressure on it. But the flash causes Jacasma to drop back a little bit. You've got to be wary, especially when you've only got one defender here. Topa has gone for a bit of a deeper exploration, and Astrum are aware of it.
They should accelerate into the B-bomb side right now. This flash play from Topa is a clear signal. There's at least 3 or 4 people in towards the A-bomb side. You have a gap to work with, and they're trying to capitalize.
Jacasma's working off of no cover, but there's only one player pressuring from main. Kvem goes for the peek, so he realizes a lot are coming forth. Jacasma is ready for the first engagement, but Astrum have done so much.
Oh no.
And with that failed molly, Demi is still able to find one, interestingly enough. And you still have the bomb and you haven't crossed onto site. Patsy's got himself all the way around, which is very sneaky. Missed shot, and Warrior's not going to expect this. Or is he?
I mean, he's thinking about it, but still that position is really difficult to clear out for Patsy, and the bomb will go down. Waro needs to win that fight. If he goes down, that becomes such a difficult round to win, but Patsy's got him blindsided. And that
Demi's
leaves
not
him in a
stopping.
1v2 clutch.
He's going forwards. But he knows the bomb is in an awkward spot. And Kenzie seizes a chance to exit the shadows, surprise Demia, and put him to bed.
What we've seen so far from Kenzie and Nori has been really spectacular, by the way. I want to say it's a team effort from ASTRUM because it doesn't feel like they're single-handedly winning them the rounds, but they have been really sharp with some of those entry kills. This duo has so much history between each other. I mean, probably for a lot of people, when they look at this matchup, they would think that Waro 2K and Demi are the two players that have played together for the longest with all their time spent on Monty, right? It's actually Nori and Kenzie. They've played over 1,000 maps as a duo on HLTV. Spending time on the Forza, on Aurora, on Ethereal before that. Now on ASTRUM, obviously. Played their first game together in 2020. On a team with Overdrive, by the way. In a CAS minor qualifier.
Wow. They go way back. And that's what allows them to excel on the front lines together. Kenzie again shines with first blood. Passion Yue looking to force the issue. It's the last round of the half, so you don't blame them, especially with the full expenditure.
They are really good at not being caught off guard, I feel like. How many times have we seen Passion go for those mid-rounds flash plays, primarily for Topa, and only the first time did it actually work for him to get a kill, and he did get immediately refragged as well.
The thing is, you're already starting to get concerned about Passion Yue in train, given the fact that most of the success, when they get secured situations on train, is when they have strong CT sides, and that's definitely not the case here. Only 4 collected in total for the Ukrainian squad, as ASTRUM take over with double the amount of rounds.
Yeah, it was a bit of a slow start, maybe from the side of Passion Yue, then a bit of a recovery, but all in all, ASTRUM have been able to keep them down for the most part. And it's been a team effort. Clax topping the charts right now with 11 kills, but Griggs, Kenzie right behind him with 9 apiece, Nori on 8, Patsy on 6 kills. Now switching to the CT side, as we said, ASTRUM's train has been quite strong recently. It's not like that this has been a worse for map for Passion Yue, but ASTRUM is one of those teams, we had that conversation plenty of times so far in the group stage and in the close qualifier as well, that is actually embracing Train being a new map and is willing to risk it and play it a little bit more, go through the lackadaisical first couple weeks of it, and now I feel like they've mastered it to some extent where they can actually have a level of consistency.
It's hard to not feel that this round hasn't got gravitas around it.
Also, for the first time in a while, I just thought out of nowhere, how much better is watching this than Vertigo?
Oh, so much better. Oh my god.
I just like it.
I hate Vertigo.
Same.
We're with the opener. Great start for Passion Yue here, but ASTRUM aren't really giving them too much. Their only flash is already used, but they might not even need it. Clax and Kenzie both double down. The thing is, Jakazma and Demia are right on the chase. High ground for Patsy, but he's got to be careful. Passion Yue are the ones under pressure. They are the ones that need to get the bomb down. Smoke clears, but both ASTRUM players with cover. But Clax is super dangerous on the USP. It is ridiculous.
Oh, he's a serial killer, man. He's a hitman, this guy. He's the silent killer. 14-7 now. What a follow-up that was. The first headshot was so nasty from Clax. That is insane. Just when you think that Passion on the back of that Pit 250 opening from War are going to be able to scale down, Jakazmo and Demic get a double on Kenzie and Norway, and then you're thinking, sure, they're winning around. Look at that shot. Clax was just so clean with it.
Unfazed.
So bloody clean.
And Passion Yue not going to be forcing up here. ASTRUM, though, as good as a start as they can hope for, they've definitely entered the highway with the end destination being Train collected. The Ukrainians are going to want to be a roadblock, are going to want to be speed bumps, but Whether they can be major ones to disrupt ASTRUM's flow, that is a different question. Relying on Deagles for this one, but again, this feels like something very much out of reach.
This map in general starts looking like it's pretty out of reach here. ASTRUM getting onto double digits, building up a really solid foundation into this game. Passion UA have had some cool ideas every now and then, but nothing getting too much success. Grix might farm a whole lot of cash just to double.
Takes a while for Patsy to deliver with the first pick, so it gives the opportunity for his life to get traded. But yeah, Passion UA can account for 2. That round, ASTRUM find themselves on double digits. Sure, this is where Passion UA can start putting a stance, show us what they've got on the T side. The buy is on their way.
Yeah, this is where you need to show us a little bit of tempo. Now, it will be interesting what they want to hit him with, right? You don't really have a lot of utility, nor do you have a lot of... It's just 2 flashes you're working with, actually. Decent amount of smokes, but only 2 flashbangs. Do you want to go for an early opening pick, or do you want to slow things down and let some of your individuals work around with the map?
That's an early kill due to nades. And even more HE damage found. That's not too bad. ASTRUM are... I was about to say it was Grix to get a kill, but never mind. Jacasmo got 2, and one of them was his teammate. At least Warrior was able to even things up with a pick of his own, but now you wonder where Passion may want to go for. You got a TNCT trading places on B.
They can't go B. That's the issue. I mean, Topa's here. He's going to scream, it's clear. You can regroup. You can come over. Their only chances for those 2 guys to wait in front of Ivy and just give Topa a little bit of time. Let him get up close and personal from behind and try and find something. I wonder, does Norway realize this timing was a possibility? Do they start looking towards their... I think Patsy's running?
Yeah, you don't know
Patsy
Topa's
has
round.
no clue.
Absolutely no idea.
He does. He just missed the timing. He knows he could be out B. He just doesn't know he could be that deep.
Yeah, Topa is going to get away with a free B. Never mind. I think he might just let this one go.
You want to confirm the kill. You want to
do. And he does. 28 seconds. And Passion UA are using their opponent's spawn to traverse into this B bomb site.
That's such a weird round. Both Kenzie and Norway are going to be coming in from that ramp area. Brown hose exposed for the CTs, but Passion UA just have the other side of the bomb side.
And for in front of Norway if he needs it.
Oh my god.
Switches up to it once he gets the first pick. 2v2, as close as it humanly could be. Is that a pixel that he spot with someone in the far distance? Now he has, for sure. A head appears and now gets ripped to shreds. Only Topa left. But can he find the combination to seal the deal? Yes, he can! A punch and a kick! And Passion UA in the fight still.
It's a beautiful 1-2 follow-up from the in-game leader. This is what you want out of your captain. Topa stepping it up when they need him the most. ASTRUM lost the round, then won it again. Topa was the one that kept Passion UA in it. Fantastic utility to start it off with from the CT side. Wara with a good refrag there, but it's all on Topa catching that timing in towards the B bomb side. Able to find the first one, then loses his teammates, but that off angle. The moment that he misses the first shot, you're thinking it's all over, but he's still able to isolate the fights.
That's exactly what they need if you're Passion UA. And you need a few more rounds like that. Maybe more dominating ones on that, actually. It got a little bit too close to comfort. You can't really replicate success too many a times like it. Patsy, you get the idea of why you wanted to be the disruptor there. Doesn't quite go his way.
It's still alright. He does the damage, especially with the M4 getting a kill. And they are still challenging Kenzie. I'm not sure if they want to do that.
Clax blocked off.
Oh my god. It's just how close that looked.
Yeah.
Oh, forgot it. It's in the middle of the window.
The only rifle. Well, it's not the only rifle, is it?
It's the only one on the bomb side. The other one was on B. Now it isn't. Now they've got both of them.
You can tell Kvem is under pressure.
Topa's out B.
He'll get a bomb plant, but No, he won't. He's not the one with the bomb. I thought he did. He was for a second.
Nope. They will realize it though. Not sure if Grix can hear the steps of the player running. Now he's heard him jump, that's for sure. So you could start rotating, and this time around they should be aware of Topa taking the space. Shadow spotted, they know.
Yeah, you've got to be aware of the situation. Topa, how many can you find here? A crucial position to be in. Spray down, gets two, gets the third as well. Single-handedly might be nailing this one home. Grix, a 1v2 asked for now, because your team couldn't quite collect the pieces. You take revenge against Topa. But can you stick the landing running out of bullets? That is a rough one. He's got a flash and drawing out the deagle. The hand cannon necessary in a situation like this. Closing up the gap with the elevation, but it just isn't enough. Chikasmo is able to make it work, and Passionway keep the clutches going.
Oh, I wonder if we can get more scrappy clutches at this point, by the way. This is a competition. That's insane. How is Topa able to keep them in this game? I wonder, really. How is he doing it? Because ASTRUM are winning the rounds up until Topa joins the server. Look at that triple kill. The spacing was a little bit off. It didn't feel like they knew whether they wanted to multi-pick him or just send the Deagle first and then the Emperors go and walk their way, but they made a little bit of noise. Topa really is having a carry performance right now. He's probably the only person on this team that shouldn't have a carry performance.
It's mad, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
completely absurd.
He's not supposed to be the one, but he is.
At least there's someone doing it. Yeah, there should be a clean ordeal. ASTRUM have been softened up substantially with the nades. It's become a bit gory at the back of the A site. Blood and guts everywhere. And less than 30 points of health between the final two players make it one. But Topa makes sure that no one survives by the end of that one. We've got a game on our hands. At the end of the first half, it started to get a bit concerning. Passionway weren't quite in it, but now with a couple clutches consecutive, now a clean round against an eco, you definitely know there is something here.
There definitely might be. I mean, it's all about how close those rounds have been, right? It's good for Passionway. I feel like at least you get a couple rounds to make it look more competitive. Still, ASTRUM should be able to close it out fairly comfortably. Those rounds have been going down to the wire too much. Surely at some point Passionway just stop having Topa get 3 kills on B every time.
Ooh. Nice little opener. Fem actually doubles up. That's not too bad. Patsy. Oh, this is sneaky. He's got a smoke to create a bit of a buff for himself, but the moment he turns around, Waro is there to stop him. And there aren't many chances left for ASTRUM here. The job's already been done. Fem with the 4-piece this round. He's gone berserk.
Yeah, I mean, this is now this is starting to look a bit interesting because this is a clean round, and that was a full buy v full buy. They go out the A bomb side, they overwhelm the first couple players, they get a 2-for-1, and then they just pause. Right? You pointed out, Patsy was looking for a cheeky angle around the smoke. They didn't give him an opportunity to do anything with it. Just waited for the smoke to fade away. Fem is starting to get fired up, and if those rounds that Topa was able to win act like a bit of a buffer for everyone else to join in the party, then this could really become a competitive map of Counter-Strike. It kind of even feels like it already is.
Sure. Again and again, ASTRUM are not allowed to build up an economy. And Passionway chipping away at the lead. No, they're in a real important position in the game. Nice spray transfer at that distance.
Yeah, Waro is a good player. He's quite cracked mechanically.
Yeah, he had the vision impairment advantage. Or his opponent had that disadvantage in that particular fight.
Time to go back.
He's keeping so many players busy, man. He's so afraid of Waro. You've put 3 onto the defensive B, but again, Passionway, they've found themselves the emptier site. Sure, they know an AK could have been collected from their opponents, and that's something you need to worry about. But you also want to make sure this round sees its end.
Kenzie will go down eventually. And Klax and Norway holding on to an armorless scout with a Deagle and an AK with armor. For Norway, this is a big one. Passion UA getting the difference down to just 1 round. This is interesting now, because if you're ASTRUM, you should be afraid of Passion potentially going for something explosive and quick.
Sure.
And then again, you could be lured into just deploying your early utility and letting Passion UA go on a second, third timing. It's a good timeout for the side of ASTRUM here. Obviously, we do have a bit of an experienced battle in terms of the coaches as well. TC on the one hand, we've been speaking a lot about recently, but Zoma on the other side had those 3 months in Virtus Pro last year that were not as successful and surprisingly did get removed after such a short period of time. Of course, was the coach of 9 Pandas. Obviously, Glowing was there. We said there was a lot of storylines with CAS teams, but now Zoma's here. And it's his time to have a little bit of impact. On the other side, Passion UA have basically picked up every single round on their T-side bar, the pistol in the second, which is usually not how it goes. Usually is quite the other way around.
Yeah, that is a fair statement. On the other hand, ASTRUM, you can't help but feel this is a situation where they need to step up, but it's been quite quiet for them for a while. You've given a lot of space for Passion UA to stay competitive in the game. Lose this and you might actually be giving away the lead soon. Look how much Passion UA have stacked up towards B. 2 defending for now.
Thinking about a third.
1 flash is thrown, no follow-up. Baits out Incendiary towards main. Kvem considering if he wants to pop out of the smoke. And he might just do just that. Flash thrown, so the opportunity is here for Passion UA to start aggressing. Patsy needs to be wary, presses the S key in time to move out of fight and get an optimal position onto Kvem. Still though, it's not enough to keep Nori alive. And Topa closing in the distance isn't letting ASTRUM settle in.
Look at
isn't
that.
allowing them to get close. Klax. He knows he has to hold on to his position here. Passion UA not only have got the number superiority, but they might just have the HP as well. You're right, Demia has approached from the back line. And even though Kenzie will be avoiding him, it's guaranteed Passion UA another victorious round.
This is honestly incredibly impressive coming out of Passion UA. I wonder if this is just prep for the CT side of ASTRUM, if this is on the fly. Good continuation, of course, coming out of top, or a mixture of everything, but they are cracking the code right now. Demi with an expert flank coming out of Z to shut down one of the players and then just stay alive, be a nuisance, even holds on to the big green here to drop over. The CTs do have enough cash to go for a reinvestment with the saved up M4, and that reinvestment will consist of Griggs being on a big green as well. Passion UA have leveled things up though. The B-bomb side just does not hold on at all. Now we're level.
Yep, that we are. It's even all across the board. ASTRUM have been able to buy up. They had a loss bonus on a couple players on 2K and 1 respectively. Let's see if they can finally breach through. The Passion UA has been a bit of a success story for the past while, but aren't really giving ASTRUM anything.
Yeah, I mean, even the audacity for Topa to try and go for that spam in towards...
Oh, come on.
Speaking of spam, Klax does get Demia down, and in the meantime, Griggs did get that opening with the AVP onto Kvem. So you get a 5v3. This is the best opportunity you've had to pick up around on that CT side in a long time.
ASTRUM just needed a little bit of fortune. Just needed a bit of luck to go their way. Spray across smokes. End up with picks. Finally feels like a round they can win.
What do you do if you're Passion? I mean, money's alright. You can reinvest into the next one, so you're probably thinking about financial damage. And the one thing that you have going on for you is the fact that the CTs have run out of Uto about that 1 molly in Norway that has just been used into towards lower. So they're still going A. Need a lot of 1v1s though to get back.
No, they do.
Go get him.
Casmo allowed the entry. Patsy and Clax, though, chime in together. They create a sandwich of bullets to squish Passion away in the middle. How about that? ASTRUM closing out a half. What was it? 8-4. Then getting 2 rounds of pistol, the follow-up getting to 10. Passion away closing in the distance. And before the Ukrainian side has a chance to gain the lead, ASTRUM interrupts the pace.
It's been a tremendous back and forth. And again, Clax is able to go huge for the double kill. He's had a lot of impact so far. Let's not forget, he was the one to get a triple in the pistol round as well. So technically, in two-thirds of the rounds here on the CT side, Clax has been able to get a multi-kill to get them over the line. Good work coming out of Griggs as well to open things up on the big green. Not like we've seen him or Waro have a lot of show-stopping moments so far on the AVP. And I called it an AVP and, you know, as a tribute to the 2 CAS teams in the server, because that's how they call it.
I think you should call it the AVP.
AVP.
If you've played Counter-Strike in Europe, it is synonymous with the gun.
Yeah, I guess so. And if you're American, it's nice to have you, cowboy.
Yeah. Tipping the cowboy hat.
Yeah.
I was so sure that was coming. Why do I know you so well? Okay. Well, safe to say, an important round. Passion UA don't really want to hand this one over because then ASTRUM are threatening the map collection. Demi is able to bump into Clax here and knocks him down before Clax has a chance to breathe.
Demi's got the right-hand side of the map for himself, and they're already going in towards the B-bomb side. You need to hold on. You need a big multi-kill coming out of Patsy, and he's delivering.
Normie's helped out as well, massively so. Passion UA have been blocked the exit. Sure, they're allowed the bomb plant, but you don't really have space control. Once you put your face up, once you surface, Patsy is there to just knock you right back down again. Normie's around, prohibiting yet another corner. Little by little, ASTRUM are closing in. It's complete suffocation for Passion UA. Sure, another smoke is dropping. Yeah, you've got Demi on the back line. But how much damage can you realistically find? I don't think you can. Just a kill. The defuse is there. ASTRUM is on 12. Map point is theirs.
That is insane. What a crazy hold that is from Patsy Norway. That's everything that you needed there, Passion UA. You felt like you had the right idea. Demi shuts down the Ivy player. He's getting in towards CT spawn. Then you just needed to overwhelm that B-bomb side in a 4v2 and you would have had the round. It could have meant the game as well. But you just couldn't deal with Norway and Patsy. Combining for 3 kills, staying alive for long enough. At least you get a bomb plant. At least you have a little bit of money. And the first tactical timeout, the first instance of TC joining the conversation is when Passion need 2 rounds in a row just to force overtime.
Oh, this one's going to be really cool. This round is so important. And it's ASTRUM to actually take the time out here. It's ASTRUM to take a moment to breathe, make sure that the game plan is solid. Because all you need is that one round. You've got 2 chances to deliver, but better to do it now. Better to do it before Passion starts knocking at the door as well. Topa looking at the game plans. Let's see what the call is from both ASTRUM and Passion UA. Remember, in timeouts, both teams get a say with their coaches. Both teams have a chance to discuss. Doesn't matter who timeout is. Look how fast Passion UA have actually exited. Fem might have gotten away. I don't know if you've spotted him. Jacasmo's been dealt with. Sure, that's the first pick, but again, Fem's position, very dangerous.
Yeah, flashes go in. Kenzie able to shut down Demi on the first instance. A 5 versus 3. YaLLa fights back with one through the smoke.
There's a smoke. It's allowed one to cross even further. Surely you've heard it, but there's a lot of commotion, so maybe you haven't. YaLLa on the back line. Kenzie isn't looking. No one's checking. That's a free piece. Now you turn your attention. Deep position taken up by him, but Grix is there to stop him. That got close. That got chaotic. ASTRUM nearly fumbled it, but they secure it by the final mark. 13-10 is the score, or 13-11. Either way, it's ASTRUM to collect train.
Yeah, 13-10 is the one, folks. Cool. ASTRUM nearly let it slip there, Pavlos, and I completely agree. Topa was one of the main reasons that this game didn't end a little bit earlier. We got to give him a lot of credit. He did pull off insanely impactful rounds, but in the end of the day, it felt a little bit deserved, especially after that hold from Patsy and Norway towards the B-bomb side a couple rounds ago, and now the A hold withstanding. ASTRUM did start it off well enough for them to be able to close. Still incredibly impressed by the comeback from Passion UA, man, I gotta say. ASTRUM had a 10-4 lead, getting 8 rounds on the T side, getting the pistol in the conversion in the second half. Purely from a mental point of view, it feels like you could be a massive difference maker that Passion were able to get something on the board before this train gets closed. YaLLa was able to get a couple good rounds, and Demi as well. Topa, we're not even discussing that. He had all the impact in the world. So we are seeing some good signs out of Passion UA.
For sure, yeah, it wasn't, you know, as dry as it was in the first half. It felt like, okay, they may be recovering from the previous series. We knew they'd be coming into this fairly warm, so there was a bit of a comeback potential. They knew how strong they could be on that second half. A T-side sort of burst of rounds. It came off of because of a couple of clutches. If those clutches wouldn't come to fruition, it would have been a much bigger difference for ASTRUM here. But it's shown resilience, it's shown competitiveness, and going on to a second map, Passion UA's pick, anything could happen. Passion UA still have a solid chance in this series. We'll be finding out how that second map goes in just a bit, folks. Don't you miss it.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb drops, popped up behind it at the edge of. Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Ariel. Still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go!
Hello folks, welcome back here to YaLLa Compass Contenders. It is time for the second map of the second series of the day. It's a CIS showdown between Passionate and ASTRUM, and quite frankly, that first map on train was spectacular. It was a little bit all over the place, but for all the good reasons, and it was ASTRUM to, by the end, get the win, but it wasn't an easy one, it wasn't a simple one. Passionate were really on their heels there.
Yeah, they were. I think it was a pretty scrappy map, and it could have gone both ways, right? Topa
Sure.
had a couple big moments towards the end there, and all in all, I mean, it did get scrappy towards the end. I feel like the team that should have won to begin with did convert it, because I guess you get 8 rounds on the T side of Trenton, then you get the pistol in the conversion, you have a 10 for a lead on CT side, you are supposed to close it, right? ASTRUM had a bit of a hiccup, but they were able to take it over the line in the end, and now we're going into a map that I think might be even scrappier, and I honestly feel like it could be even more entertaining than Train, because Mirage is literally a 50-50 between those two teams, right? I'd argue to say that Passionate has been playing against the better opposition on it and have gotten some really good results on it. But again, we don't really know if Passionate are going to be a little bit tired after that game against Sashi.
Sure.
If what happened earlier will affect them, because well, not yesterday, but earlier, a couple hours ago, they did lose their Mirage against Sashi, right?
Sure.
So you already are moving on a 0-1 record on the map, and it's all about now showing if you have the mental resilience to come back and play yet another 3-mapper, force this one to go all the way and play 6 maps in a matter of what, 5 hours?
Yeah, that's the difficult part. This is already going to be their 5th map in a row, and it's already starting to, you know, add up. Sure, you know, they're trained to do this. They've been doing it for a good while. Like, if you are going to be a team here in the tier 2 space, competing in all the tournaments that you can to potentially fight for those MR key points, you've got to be playing for a lot of matches. So they are used to playing a lot of officials in a day. Whether they're used to playing in back-to-back like this, that's a different matter, right? You need some rest as well to reset. But yeah, no rest for the wicked. Passionate have got to make this work in a reverse sweep fashion if they want to get themselves a second win in the main Swiss stage, something that, you know, would be really important. We know how dangerous it can get when you start getting those losses and you know, in there. There's always going to be that one team in that 1 loss and 2 loss that could be starting to knock out teams. That is very dangerous, you know, whether that was forfeits from the start or, you know, getting some 1 in an off chance loss and start knocking teams out. That could very be a real possibility. So you don't want that to be the case, especially if you're Passionate and you're a team that is expected to make playoffs. Quite frankly, you're one of the top dogs here, I feel like, in the in the main Swiss altogether. So yeah, that is a really interesting scenario where they're going to have to play up against ASTRUM now on a Mirage. Sure, it's their own map pick, but you can't feel like ASTRUM is a stranger to this.
No, it's a lot of it is going to go down to the individuals again, and I hate that we're copying that entire narrative about whether one Oper or the other Oper is going to play better. But
yeah,
Moro, the last time we saw him play against Sashi was phenomenal. Obviously, that wasn't earlier today. That was the other game that they played against Sashi, which was here in the YaLLa Compass a couple of days ago. They have been having a custom derby, I guess. Passionate and Sashi just arranging to play all the best of 3s that they could between each other. Bottom line is Warrior 2K was great. Topa's calling on the T side was phenomenal. Demir had a really good map. Kfem was unstoppable. YaLLa was a little bit quieter on map number 1. We could say the same for Griggs though. And I feel like that fight between the two of them, especially when we're talking about probably pure talent-wise, two of the most talented players in the server in general today, it will be really important for respectively both their teams for the Oppers to have a good time.
Starting things off on the T side as ASTRUM have elected to begin as defenders in this situation as a counter terrorist. Will be starting things fairly slow, passing away, a couple of players in under. Looking to see how far they can go. Potential boost coming in as well. Grix are waiting for it. There's no one nearby in Catwalk either, or on Connector. Grix is sort of isolated in this fight. He's keen to action. He might not even get the chance to do that. Or take lightning fast reactions. In shot, like imminently hit. 2 players defending.
And now you don't even know there was a player boosted in towards the window. Doesn't change too much. YaLLa's got another one. The bomb is still going A though.
Yeah, I mean, YaLLa's done so much to distract the 2 players on the B site. There's no way they were going to rotate while he was knocking on the door. A short Patsy gets 1 pick. Kenzie goes unspotted. This could get out of hand. And I feel that's exactly what's happened. Kenzie is able to find 1. And all ASTRUM players are grouping in together. Klax is taking the initiative, walking in first. Can he find the isolated player? Jacasmo showing himself next to triple. Fem from a far distance is successful with his shots. Demia shows his ground, but now he's left all to himself. They do indeed. And it's not quite planted for Demia either. This is a rough one. It's stuck with ASTRUM with 2 players left, with 2 kills apiece, end up with a defusal and the round win.
Man, that's a bit frustrating. If you're YaLLa 2K, you feel like you couldn't do more than this, by the way. You get the opening kill onto Griggs, you delete him, you set up the player for the boost in towards window so you can cut off rotations, then you go over the B bomb side, you get another kill. It all starts with the fact that maybe they get a little bit too aggressive, but it was just one player trying to chase down that CT that was backing off in towards spawn. You get baited in for the ticket fight, and then YaLLa goes down. It all starts going out the window. Passion do go for the force buy, of course, and they will have a lot of rifles to work with, but utility is not of plenty.
No. It might look like a little bit more of a contact play for them. Initially, it looked like they wanted to punch in on apartments, but instead, a very similar situation as round number 1, apart from the player in top mid. Instead, it is 2 trying to make their way towards this A site, bomb in hand. A potential 2-way entry. ASTRUM have started to run out of utility themselves. You probably want to be holding on to the flashes for a potential retake if needed.
YaLLa probably wants to take that fight up towards short, and you're still trying to make them take their eyes away from that A bomb side, but Griggs is not moving.
Spots out someone appearing on his screen. YaLLa, he's been so dangerous. Yeah, 2 kills the previous round. Finds the first blood here, but it's not without him being traded. Smoke to give Grix some space. Well, the bomb is going down, and there's nothing much that can be done about it. Oh, Klax. Yeah, he's spotted. Jacasma holding the right angle there, the right corner, and this is already the end of the round. Passion Ray, that's a fairly clean follow-up to the pistol.
Yeah, it is. It is really a really good way to answer back, right? And YaLLa again is able to find an opening in towards that short position. You let him surge, he gets the kill onto Patsy. You're still walking into a stacked bomb site on paper, but you're able to deal with him pretty nicely. Clean, good awareness as well to show recognition of the fact that you had no vision in towards Palace and you had no presence in towards the extremities early on, so there could have been an aggressive player in towards that position as the only tease came out of ramp. Passion answer back instantly. Which
and not only do they... Here. Sure, yeah, not only do they answer back, but they find themselves a couple of rifles as upgrades, right? New shiny equipment, looking at it, staring at it. Found themselves new toys.
Big boy toys. What was your favorite toy as a kid?
Oh, hard to say. Depends on the age.
Well,
I love Hot Wheels 10. A lot. When I was 10.
Yeah.
Hot Wheels, probably. Damn.
Whew. He's got some Hot Wheels on the scout. Actually, Klax has got him on the Deagle. The Blaze is the definition of Hot Wheels on the Desert Deagle.
What about you? Had any favorite toys as a kid?
I did have a lot of them.
Hey, that's nice.
I guess like normal figures. I love dinosaurs. I actually did love dinosaurs.
Oh, nice. Did you have those plastic army figurines as well?
Yeah.
Nice. Standard poses as well.
And there was oh my god, they're winning the first buy. They have won the first buy. Pablos, what is going on? What is Kvem winning fights with a clock?
I don't know, man. I thought for a second we could just relax that round, but maybe. Oh no! Oh my god, that was the best chance Klax would have ever gotten to put his team on top. But I think Passion Away might have just averted the crisis. Relax, guys. Breathe. Nothing to see here. Nothing's gone wrong. Patsy's on ramp. But Kvem finds the headshot. God damn, Kvem and Topa both save the day.
I think I need some help with the blood pressure after this round, by the way. That is...
Yep.
Griggs gets an opening. Norway swings with a 5-7 with Kenzie. I can't believe Kvem gets a double kill like this. Running out of ammo, Glock in hand, no head armor. That is the real one. That is the deal. That's tough. We don't need another replay to know it was bad. We can... I'm not even saying. I will pretend I don't know who did it.
Well, this is going to be as clean round as any. ASTRUM nowhere near to the action. Yeah, Passion UA are able to create two mountains of smoke. But other than that, other than the sculptures, this round is finding itself to a quick end. Passion UA starting to create some pacing. And it's crazy to think about this whole situation, because ASTRUM did win the pistol.
Yep.
But nothing since.
As we said, ASTRUM have been a really good pistol round team. They did it on the CT side of Train as well. Won the pistol and the anti-eco, and then ended up losing a lot of rounds in a row before closing. Pistol rounds have not been an issue. Everything after has been. Klax does drop Topa. Good news is that AK was not really in a position where the CTs could lay their hands on it. So you don't give them any freebies. ASTRUM back to buy territory. No OP yet in the hands of Griggs. Has really been getting too many chances. And a tactical timeout here for TC. Feel like Passion UA realize how much of an important round that is. You break the economy of ASTRUM here. You get up to a 5-1 lead potentially on the T side. And this is something that people used to do quite a lot back in the day, by the way. It's a bit of an old school approach, I guess, when you're winning and gathering up rounds, especially early on in the half, to go for a couple tactical timeouts when you know it's a money flip round for the other side.
I said it last time I was casting Topa. I'm a fan of that pink headset. And the pink chair and the pink mouse.
You're a fan of the pink.
It's something about that neon pink that just looked good.
Ever tried Sims 4?
I'm not sure. Yeah, I have. I played Sims 4.
For whatever reason, I'm not shocked. It is a banger. Oh,
it's a great
back to
game.
the swing of things. Yeah, double walk under. They will try and boost the player up. Waro's not looking, neither are they. That is crazy. The fact that he's able to do damage and nearly gets away with a kill there, but Kvem will double up. What is going on? Why is he still alive?
Whoa! And Jakazma completely pushed up the pressure when it came to Catwalk, but Norway was there to stop him. Klax denies them the opportunity to cross into sight, and all of a sudden, Passion UA are faced with a decision. Do you go to B? Do you go to A? You don't really have much ground control to begin with, and you're on a numbers deficit.
I think you were pushed away from the A-bomb side. You know Norway was able to get that kill and stay alive. Well, actually, it was Clack's story. Norway's already in towards that car position, and he's got the support of Grix. It's all about not getting the kill onto him cleanly, though. If Norway falls down, he's the only high HP player. That would be an issue.
So far, not yet figured out. There goes the herd, and it's a clean first execution. Topa, his chance if he's able to kill off Norway. But again, rotation has arrived. Grix nearby. Spot out the barrel of the weapon, going for the drop. Spray down secured, but you don't expect Grix to be that close, that quick. ASTRUM able to put their mark on the CT side, finally with guns in hand.
Whew, okay, those rounds are really scrappy. We're starting to see some dynamic Counter-Strike, and it's nice to see that we didn't leave all of that on train. So much commotion happens in towards middle. The fact that War was nearly able to get into a good position, it was really well timed, by the way, with the execution on the A-bomb side. That's why they were all turning around. That's why no one was looking for a second. There was the smokes coming in towards A in the meantime for Passion. Smoke stairs, smoke jungle, flashes, presence from Palace. You were trying to just fake it out and let War get into a good angle. Nearly worked out. Nearly Kfem making it work out.
Well, that's some intuition. Smart to spray onto Kenzie there and finding him through the smoke.
It's top level intuition.
Topa level intuition.
Yeah, it doesn't have the same ring to it, does it?
No, it doesn't. I thought you wanted something there. Kfem,
Top A level.
stop trying. ASTRUM, on the other hand, won't stop trying. And even though they leave a couple of players with barely any health left on them, it's been enough. Passion Way have completely walked over their opposition here. ASTRUM struggling to find replies, answers. So, albeit getting a round win a moment ago, it's like nothing has changed.
Responses from Topa so far as an in-game leader have been really good whenever his team has been on the front foot. I think he's really good at coming up with a solution once he loses one round. He knows what should follow from the other side and has been able to counter really nicely. He was the one to open things up in towards middle. Of course, that was the only kill that he did get towards the end, but it doesn't really mean a thing. You get a kill, you give the right call, your teammates execute onto the bomb side perfectly, and you make sure there's no survivors on the other side. A 5-2 lead should be in place here. For the side of Passion UA. Starting to get that momentum up. It was, I guess, again, as we said, the saving grace against Sashi was that map of Mirage. It was a pretty similar veto back then, only that the first map was not trained, but it was Inferno from Sashi, but Mirage and Anubis were, again, the second and third, and Passion did look a lot more convincing on him. T side, again, looking nice. You know, it's an anti-eco you're going into. Clean execute out that A-bomb side, make sure no rock gets left unturned, and you should get a pretty clean one.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if ASTRUM just bunch up together and trying to find, you know, something collectively. But that would be only if Passion UA just walk into the CT spawn trap. So far, no one spotted. Spread out, there's a stack. Spray down doesn't go Kfem's way, so potential for a second collection. Nah, it's the shooting gallery now. Closing in with a Glock. A couple of frags found. A third will not go ASTRUM's way. Instead, that's all that they will be getting. And again, I see a lot of pink on the score sheet. 5-2. Yeah. ASTRUM yet to be able to chain anything together.
They really are drying them out right now. It kind of feels like it's not the most exciting couple rounds, the last ones, but they've been really efficient for the side of Passion UA, and there has been some good fights for them. Let's see how they switch things up again. This time actually going right out A. They're switching up the pace completely.
Some molly damage has come through. Fem unable to find Clax initially, so ASTRUM has been able to push them back for now. Thing is, Warrior's a good backup. Look how quickly ASTRUM have rotated though. 3 players already next to Ticket Booth, looking to break through. Entering Patsy, only good for the one. Norway does get stopped in its tracks, but Passionway yet to move on to site. They've left the bomb behind, therefore need to be cautious. At least ASTRUM have got a couple players that are low, therefore respect Passionway for a little bit.
Look at Jungle Waro. He's gotten so much real estate right now. Do you want to walk in? You definitely know you've let that one go. Rotation's going to bait him in.
Wow.
It's the perfect bait, and he bites. Kenzie there with the kill. Damiel, 1 versus 3 clutch now. You've got information on 2 of those. Where is the third one? Patsy has not moved away from Ticket Booth. He's been there for the last 30 seconds, and now he's jumping. Damiel's got all the information.
But even with information, this is a hard task. Well, successful on the first. Smoking off connectors, so Grix will have to close in the distance if he wants to be relevant.
Kenzie's low.
Demi has heard Grix as well close in. Kenzie has to drop, but Grix seizes the chance to waltz out of the smoke and find his mark. It got close, it got dicey, but secured by Grix in the end.
To be fair, I actually really like the switch of pace coming in from Passionway. I feel like, especially with the way that they've been trying to play some slower type of Counter-Strike, more defaults, or not even defaults, but just throw in a little bit of caution, get players into cheeky positions, then group up and execute. It's a nice switch to actually go for something directly off of spawn. We've seen a couple B plays like that, but this is the first time that they actually just run out the A ramp and try and catch ASTRUM off guard. It is a good read on the fact that ASTRUM would try and strengthen up middle a little bit more, strengthen up the B-bomb side as well. You catch the solo A player. Still really good work out of the CTs to keep it together. As you pointed out, quick rotations into our CT spawn never allowed Passion to get comfortable on the bomb side.
That's more like it, if you're ASTRUM. Starting to have a say on the CT side. Starting to be part of this conversation. The argument would be more appropriate.
It's still a tough one. You still did end up losing 4 players in the previous round, so you have Norway and Clax downgraded to NP9s. Utilities not of plenty, and you have only 1 defuse kit in the mix. They're not out of the doldrums just yet. It's all about the ROI on this round. Return of investment, that is, of course, but you win here, you reset the T-side economy, you could level things up, but if you lose, it's still on the cards to potentially even have a 3-9 deficit on halftime.
Kenzie is actually very influential in this position. Could shut down the connector play, but instead, no, is the first one to drop. That's a great exit for Passionway. And the pre-fire to Clax's angle exacerbates Passionway's chances in this round. ASTRUM have got no one nearby now.
Yeah, Patsy's rotating in just to make sure that the Oper can run away. They don't even want to go for this. They're not interested at all. And it's so interesting to see, by the way, how Passionway are finding creative ways to work around mid, though. Even though the city should know they've got the space. Sopa gets another one. Grix on the Opal, put him to sleep. Passion, do you really want to hunt? Answer, probably no from here on out.
Yeah, you've already been damaged a little bit. You can take 3 rifles in the next round would be fantastic. But they also know how much it would disrupt ASTRUM in the process. Demia is going for it. Wara 2K is able to find Grix in the end. You're right, they have. So the only thing saved for ASTRUM is the AK on Patsy.
Yeah, it's a pretty risky one, but if it works, and it did work, we're talking about the hunt here, it is worth it. They don't have an OP. Patsy's got an AK. It's going to be the only rifle. You're playing against an Eco now. I guess if you're ASTRUM right now, I'm not even sure if you're having conversations about forcing up. You shouldn't be. It should be a tactical timeout about something entirely different. Even though you know the money on Passionway is miserably low, but I guess find a way to do damage. If there is a creative play that Patsy's got for himself with the AK and an HE, that would be the time to bring it forward. This is the type of round in which you want to get as much as possible without investing a single penny. Which, obviously, elephant in the room. If it was a possibility, everyone would want to do that.
Sure.
Yeah. It's kind of like being a millionaire without working a single day in your life. But do you know what they say, Pavlos? Me and you are not working either. Because you don't really work if
When
you're doing
you're
something
having
you
fun.
love.
We were around the same wavelength. I felt I could try and close out your sentence there, but
Yeah, no, it's not really work as long as you're doing something you love. That's what I'm saying.
yeah. We're good at finishing each other's
Sentences.
sandwiches.
Yeah. I thought you were gonna say sandos, like handmade ones.
How do you finish sandals? Making them?
Yeah, handmade sandos.
Handmade sandals. Yeah, we've been great at finishing each other's sandals, man.
Sandcastles. Solar panels. This is getting out of hand.
Celeries.
Sure. Well, long story short, they couldn't set a Patsy to have too much impact into this one. He just had a 1v1 fight against them and he didn't end up winning it. So it's all just transformed into let's try and hold on to that AK for the next buy round, and Passion will get 7 rounds bare minimum on that T side. ASTRUM not really being able to set up their foot forward. Grix will try and bait Fem in, but he's too smart for this.
I mean, look, Passionate have already been able to guarantee they'll have a lead by the end of this half. They've been pretty damn strong on the buy rounds. It doesn't feel like ASTRUM have found too many answers. This is still a troubling situation if you're ASTRUM. Sure, you're a map ahead, but leaving it to Anubis, that's where things get a little bit spicy, a little bit difficult. Jacasmo rushing through the smoke. Time and time again, Passionate get away with mid control.
They didn't see him. They have no idea. If they're quick enough and explosive enough on the B play, Jacasmo might catch the timing. This is such an audacious play. He knows he's got the timing. It's all about getting a kill. This is big. Jacasmo does get refragged. Now you need to go B.
They know that Patsy now is in catwalk, but you've got to know that there is someone hiding out on site. Norway finding himself cover. Sure, there's flashes throwing out, but ASTRUM are quick to react to this. Thing is, if you're passing away, you haven't exited apartments just yet, and as you try to close in the distance, the bullets start flying in your direction. It's not quite working out. Topa, maybe to be the saving grace, but he's got to be the spearhead as well. And in the grave, it's hard to do that. We're 2K in trouble, but he might be the trouble as well.
Doesn't
a
have
minute
the
to
bomb on his
work
back.
off
That's
of.
the issue.
So he will have to close up the gap. We'll have to get close.
Ooh.
And now ASTRUM have got the information they like. And they're really not giving Warrior 2K a chance.
I mean, as of right now, they are. They've allowed him to cross towards the back of the bomb side. He can isolate a 1v1 against Kenzie.
He isn't quite able to do that though. So Kenzie is able to make that spray work. ASTRUM starting to nail rounds in. Can they finally get a consecutive streak going though for them? Every single round has been in isolation.
Yeah, Passion, you have been doing a great job at it, man. We've highlighted Topa time and time again for those really dynamic calls. And it's a bit of a shame for Jacasmo. He did do a really good job with the timing play, but
Sure.
quick rotations, ASTRUM. Read into the round perfectly. Jump. Failing. Oh my god! There's no way, man.
You fail the jump and then end up with a kill and shake it off saying, yeah, that's what I meant to do.
Turning dysfunction into function.
Turning unfortunate events into opportunities.
Yeah.
Fem is 8 points of health away from his grave. And ASTRUM have placed 2 players now into ticket booth. This is starting to get very dangerous if you're passing away. Sure, flashes have been thrown, looking to see if you can find the opportune angle up against the smoke. You've swapped positions with Kenzie. He's just walked right past you. And you have no clue if you're Jacasmo, but you're lightning quick. Sure, there is one up mid. Is that Topa? Shutting down rotations. He's heard it, so he's just going to hold down his ground. disallowing Patsy to join his friends. Passion UA, I think they've got this one locked in. Topa lines up with his teammate to make sure no one can cross in front. 8-4 is the score. The Ukrainian team is the one to have double the amount of rounds than their opposition by the end of the half.
I think they want to play back-to-back 3-mappers right now, Passion UA. That's what it looks like. They have been playing a lot of those lately. 2 of them against Sashi in the last couple of days. Actually, outside of them, it's been 2-0s or 2-1s, but apparently when it's a straight-up 50-50 game, that's how it goes. You needed a little bit of time to get going on map number 1, and now if you're ASTRUM, you're probably quite thankful that you were able to close on that map 1. Train could have gone out of control, and now you would have been in a pretty different position. But maybe the T side is where they unlock their full potential. Who knows? Maybe this is where Patsy shows us what he was like before Liquid. I still believe that Patsy's somewhere in there. I don't want to believe that Liquid ruined them forever.
Yeah, I saw the AK stickers he had on, the Team Spirit Major stickers as well on there, and I was like thinking, man.
Those were the days.
You'd like to have him back.
Someone
I mean,
just get
back at a
Patsy
major.
on a team again together.
Yeah.
Patsy was the only one that could suffer through the through the high fives of Dexter.
Sure, yeah. Hey, but with every poor high five, there is a worthy sacrifice. And that is vibes.
Momentum.
Indeed. And ASTRUM winning this one would give them a lot of momentum. Passion UA have been quite slow with executing, but they do have a kit available on Jacasmo that they're trying to see if they can sneak under the radar to get that to work, but I'm afraid it's not possible. ASTRUM are very accurate with their pistol shots today and look to bring back-to-back-to-back pistol round wins.
Yep, another one. That's 4 out of 4. ASTRUM have won every single pistol round. So how do you go from here, ASTRUM? Passion UA did come back on train from a 4-10 deficit to level things up. Can you do something similar? The deficit is not that bad. You're in a better position than what your opponents were in on map 1. Let's see. I mean, on paper, in reality, this is a team that should be able to unlock their full potential on the T side. Norway and Kenzie used to be a lot more aggressive of rifles before. Obviously, now they have a really dedicated entry of Patsy, but Klax has been embracing being a bit more active on the lurks as well. They should be a team that is really good on the T side, and most of the time they are.
That's a leg. That's a knee and a toe. Yeah. Indeed. I didn't say thigh, though, man. I didn't say thigh. Didn't say calf either.
Yeah, but you know what? An ankle used to be really provocative back in the day.
It used to. It really did. It's just oh, skin. Wow.
You're talking about the Galil, right?
No, I'm talking about ankles.
You were supposed to laugh at this. Yeah.
Yeah, great Galil skin.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Wow.
Look at it. Shiny.
Mm-hmm.
It low-key looks like
Stickers.
a unicorn threw up on it.
Sure.
I mean, look at it. If we can switch back on it. Was it Norway's?
Either way.
I'm still looking at it.
Look, Ted. ASTRUM has been able to successfully chain 2 rounds together.
Nice.
That's something that they couldn't do on the first half.
Yeah, it's already much better. Now you're up against the guns, though, and this is where the true test lies most of the time. Now, upside, no 0 for War 2K yet, so you might be able to run something a little bit faster, more creative. They're going for a B split.
It does seem like it's the case, but there's not much in mid for now. It's just Patsy.
Yeah, not a lot of pace to it. You're trying to take the eyes away from the B-bomb side, potentially. Set them up for a fight, but Kvem will drop Kenzie through the top mid-smoke.
Nice spray pattern. Wish I could do that in CS2. A lot has been done to ASTRUM already. You need a pick and you need it quick. And now the molly prohibits you to cross quickly towards Van, so Topa's got time to adjust. Grix, sure, gets something out of it, but the fact that Demia is quick to react and help his teammates out doesn't allow ASTRUM to take a peek into B at all.
I think at this point, it is obvious that Passion UA have prepared pretty well for this game, right? You can clearly see that the players are identifying once they see certain utility and something doesn't go on. Obviously, it's a little bit fortunate that you get the kill through the smoke, but you quite quickly identified it was going to be a B play. You rotated people back, and Demia just as solid as ever. ASTRUM failed the first test, now going into another one, and this one is going to be a little bit more pacey.
Let's see. Head first. And indeed, it is a lot quicker. Tempo-wise, we're on the backside. Trying to make things work by himself, but now he's been left to rot in a grave. And ASTRUM have the numbers advantage as well. It's bomb plant potential.
What?
The flash is pretty good, but Topa gets away with 2. How does that even happen? Sure, the bomb goes down, but this round is flipped on its head. Never mind, Femiz. Demia requiring to get a 1 versus 2 clutch, a lineup potential there. Grix ends up taking out his teammate, but that's not before Klax gets the kill.
That's the most awkward round of Counter-Strike I've seen in such a long time, and this is a couple strong words in a game like this one, by the way. The A execution works all right. Passion UA rotate people back. No one is covering the default plan. Was that because the CTs flashed? I think it was even before the flash. Patsy turning around, lining people up, but able to get just one. We're going to see it on the replay. This is the one. No one is looking. The flash wasn't even there. The flash blinds Topa. That was Kvem's flash. And Topa still gets a double. And then Klax gets the kill, but Grix still kills him regardless. You have to love Counter-Strike, man. Online CS is my favorite beast.
It's something different, isn't it?
I'm in love with it.
I'm sure poetry could be written about this game.
I don't think poetry deserves online Counter-Strike.
No, it doesn't do it justice, does it?
No.
Maybe a Vital yearly compilation will.
Yeah, we can ask AI to write a poem for online CS.
I want to see if I'm going to clip that, send that to Vital, and hopefully he puts it into his next yearly Counter-Strike compilation.
Roses are red, violets are blue. If Jacasmo gets a 1 deke,
you can too.
I will love him too. Oh my god. No, you can't. No, you can't, but he did it.
Maybe he'll get 2? No. Sorry. If we made it rhyme, if he gets a 1 deke, he'll get 2. Maybe then he would have gotten 1. Maybe that's how the Counter-Strike gods work. Fault.
They're still winning a half by though. By the way, Warrow's got a nope. The A-bomb side has been lost, but there is some rifles to get picked up. This is a competitive round.
And it is indeed. But the fact that Klax has got the air superiority doesn't really give his opponents a chance. So the 2 rifle holders, gonna take the rifles to the next round.
Also, that was a hero ult from Warrow 2K as well, right? He didn't bring it over from the previous round. He just invested into it. So you want to make sure you don't lose that big green, because that would mean that in the next one, you're working with a bit of a handicap again. ASTRUM, 1 round difference now, starting to work well on that T side. Yet to drop another one. Momentum is going up. Passion will have to work if they want a 3rd. Nice. Another one. He actually did get 2 in the round. Yeah. We just wanted the 3rd for the piece.
Indeed. Sure. Well, ASTRUM, safe to say, they're starting to feel a little bit more comfort now as the aggressors, as the tempo creators. They've shown us a few different colors so far.
For a
But it
man
doesn't-
A stack.
Yeah. Apartments is filled with T players. That nade does a little bit. I think a total of 60 something damage. ASTRUM don't consider the B site anymore. They've double backed on the decision.
Top was the lucky man, by the way. If he did get shut down by the Oper there on the jump spot, that would have been round over there and then. But Passion now realize they have no reason to actually move around. Topa has just seen a couple people. He's done an 8 exchange. He's jumped again, which is a bit of a chance in its own, but he's not seeing anything. They can just hold on. They can stay.
And ASTRUM might just be walking into a trap. 4 players defending. Them considering if he's going to pounce on the smoke's depletion. Grix shooting the AWP, but it's Woru's big green that does most of the damage. Nobody checks his right-hand side. Therefore, Quem gets away with a couple. And all of a sudden, Klax finds himself in complete isolation. A lonely world, but at least he's making friends. Although those friends, I'm not sure if they like him back. He's been shooting bullets at their faces. Still, though, Passion UA, the 4-player stack towards the A site pays off.
Yeah, and this is honestly, again, it's just incredible resilience, incredible calmness inside of the round from the side of Passion UA. Topa does get tested, and a lot of people in his position would say, well, I was double naded, I got flashed, they pushed me away from the angle, I need rotations. He didn't call for help. He just waited to see if it was going to be a play indeed from ASTRUM, and it wasn't. So he, I mean, just kept jumping. So no reason to ask for anyone to rotate back in, and look at what that round has done to the economy of the T side. This could be their ticket into a third round here for Passion UA. ASTRUM working with a couple SMGs, a couple pistols. Klax the only one on a rifle. What needs to go wrong for you not to convert against a round like this? Or against a buy like this?
I mean, we've seen various opportunities where the Eagles can do a lot of damage, especially with Patsy's Mach 10 closing up the distance. Klax able to create spacing out from Palace. ASTRUM all of a sudden have got A-site control, and Patsy isn't slowing down. Maybe he should have. But Klax is there again. 2 kills to his name. Spots out a playing connector. Sees a player in CT. ASTRUM have got the information they want. Smoke out. A deeper angle taken. Topa wins the trade. Grix is in trouble. Barely standing. Barely breathing. And Demia is able to rip the final bit of oxygen that Grix has got in his lungs.
That was a really tricky one there for a second. Felt like Passion had it figured out. But then a couple kills go their way. Klax doing God's work out of Palace with that rifle, by the way. AK-47 just wasn't enough for another one. Opening things up in towards that A bomb site. At least you give them a bomb plant. At least you have the money for a half buy. Maybe even for a hero Galil in the hands of someone. Grix has got some money. Question here is, how much do you want to invest? How much do you want to put into this round? Believing that you've got a set piece good enough to surprise Passion. Answer. A couple deagles. 4 flashes. A handful of smokes. They could craft something pretty creative with something like that here, ASTRUM. Passion UA need to bring in their A game into a round like this. This should be a free 12-8.
Should be, for sure. And it's put you in a really nice position to try and stabilize in the best of 3. Anubis is so close. Passion UA, they just reach out, it's theirs. But I think ASTRUM have actually made the right decision to hit the A site because there's only one defender.
Yeah. I guess Passion have been really aggro in towards middle at the start of most rounds, but Clem is still lingering around jungle, right? He's still going to be able to help Jacasmo if need be.
Great shot from Jacasmo. Does he realize that there's a flood out coming from ASTRUM? I think he does. And I don't think he feels distracted at all. Completely under control, unfazed.
So solid. Jacasmo's been expertful towards that A bomb side. He's been great.
It's been a team effort yet again. Passion UA, when they do great, it's everyone chiming in. Sure, there are moments like Topa shining a lot, but Chikasmo, that round is the biggest influential factor. ASTRUM now, barely any utility available. This is going to have to be just a rifle round, a couple of smokes here and there. But nothing more, nothing less. At least they get away with first blood. Make that 2 kills to nothing. Make that 3 kills to nothing. ASTRUM just make the decision they just want to push forwards and make space their own. Topa keeps things competitive, and as long as Demi is around, ASTRUM needs to be careful. That nade could kill off Klax, but he's able to create enough distance. Thing is, they do stick together, and Dokkan don't take any isolated chances.
They've made the cross, but Demi's still so close. He can get the first one. Kenzie's planting. Klax, first contact, low on HP. Nate is going to come in. Demia will try and beat the guess. The first one, Klax through the smoke to deny. Oh my god, a 2 versus 5 nearly to close it out for Passion UA.
How did it get that close? Topa getting the double out of Catwalk. It came out of nowhere. Sure, ASTRUM came in with some pace. They got themselves some pretty interesting early kills, but that gave them some confidence to press W. And, you know, obviously the dry peaks will allow Topa to get away with a couple more to keep things dangerous.
Yep, they just decided, hey, you know what, let's try and surprise them. Throw a bit of a Hail Mary play. No flashes, no smokes, we just go for the fights. And it ends up working out. Sometimes this is the beauty of Counter-Strike, is the simplicity of things. They didn't use any utility at the start of this one, and they nearly gave it back.
It's not over till it's over. Not over till we see a 13th round on the board. Oh, Kenzie's just walked past. Oh, maybe he wanted to hold onto the trigger a little bit longer. Patsy wants to join in. And there was a gap through the smoke. He's able to take advantage of. ASTRUM again with numbers. But it's still chaotic. Look at them, he's sticking around. Wants to go in for more. It's ridiculous. But Patsy's got everything under control. Norby, you don't need to go aggressive, but he somehow makes it work. Finally.
Don't give him chances.
Put to rest. But you don't want to tempt Woro here.
You really don't want to. Another issue, by the way. This comeback is happening right now. Passion have no money.
Woro has a smoke and a kit.
I think he's too far away.
Yeah. He
Also,
stopped moving.
On 12-9, you're not walking away if you're Klax. And I think Woro's been spotted. Griggs will try and hunt him down. Nate right on top, 34 HP. One missed shot, and you've got no big green into the next round, and there's going to be 2 players trying to hunt you down. They even molly you, and the bomb will take care of business. Griggs was able to pick up the AVP and didn't die to the flames. Mission successful.
Nice. Safe to say, though, ASTRUM are starting to get annoying for Passion UA.
They really are.
Started poking at them.
12-11. If I mean, unless ASTRUM decide they want to make their best Astralis impression, this is going to be a 12-11 game. And then we're going to have to play... Who's that Pokemon? Is it ASTRUM? Is it Astralis? You never know.
No, you really don't. ASTRUM turning into annoying little brother. Just can't shake him off. Klax with a cleano entry. Sure, Passion UA have got themselves a bit of a stack here, and sure, ASTRUM are walking straight into it. But the firepower difference is astronomical. Upgrade, second pick, not too shabby. But that's all Passion UA are getting that round.
All right, we've gone to distance, folks. 24 out of 24 rounds here. Regulation on Mirage. Final opportunity for Passion to close, or Astralis will really take us to the stars and into an overtime. And I really apologize for this reference.
That's fine.
Yeah, I'll stop now.
It was your first time of the day.
Where do you go? What do you want to throw at them? Another tactical timeout, another opportunity for TC to come in. As we said already multiple times, it could be a little bit complicated for TC to get used to probably understanding exactly what is going on. Obviously, first time coaching a team that's not English speaking.
Sure.
After spending 3 years on Complexity, going to 4 majors, of course, previously on ASTRUM at Cloud9. Been a coach for 9 years now, so you do have a really experienced coach. 9 years ago, he started his career on Bravado, and he's come a really long way. Can he help them here?
And it's 8 years for Zoma as well. ASTRUM's coach, and he's had some nice experiences as well. Of course, not as lucrative.
Oh,
Oh, that need to do it.
Dead man.
Ooh, holding
There's
on
no
to
way.
dear life.
Oh my god.
How does he get away with that?
He's a thief. He should have been dead 10 out of 10 times.
Yep.
He's still
Just like-
wounded, but alive.
Yeah, it's a cat that used 5 out of the 9 lives. Still going.
You've been pushed away from middle though, so we feel like you need to make a move in towards A, and Jacasmo's walking in, but Klax is ready and waiting.
Jacasmo, though, has got the wider angle, but still Klax is able to find the headshot first. And the fact that Demi, as low, doesn't help to the endeavor. ASTRUM are in pole position here, and there is no doubt about it. Thing is, Passionway needs something, and they need it quick. The fact that Demi is pushing all the way outside of Palace is important. He might be able to interrupt the bomb crossing. He can definitely hear the commotion, but how much damage can you do? It's being checked, but not for long. Demi gets a freebie. He knows where the bomb is. The rest of the Passionway can rotate over.
Warriors found another one in the meantime, looking Famine towards the stairs.
Oh my word!
Able to get one, make it a double. And Passion UA will take us to a third after all. It was a damn valiant effort coming out of ASTRUM. But unless Norway clutches up in a 1 versus 4, and he's already found the first one, this one is going to an Anubis.
He needs something monstrous. He gets
Hold
the first one. He's got a smoke to work with. It does fade, so he needs to be cautious. He still has the bomb 12 seconds. He doesn't know where the players are. Goes for the plant. He knows one's in Palace now. Goes for the another attempt. Knows it's a fake. No one's peeking him. No time to plant. That's the round. All Topa has to do is hide in the corner. 13-11. Fancy that. Goes down to the wire. It really could have been an overtime. That round started so well for ASTRUM. But
That's how you feel about both maps.
yeah, of course. That's that Patsy push. No. Who pushed through Palace there towards the end?
Damn
Damia. Well, down to Damia, that one.
Yeah, dropping the bomb, throwing a bit of a spanner into the works. Felt like ASTRUM didn't even initially want to go towards the A-bomb side, but it's because of success that they found that they wanted to redirect it and allow Demi to activate Passion UA with a really good recovery. And it's been a 50-50 game. It's been the definition of a 50-50 game here at the YaLLa Compass Contenders 1. And it's that type of a matchup that deserves a third and final one, Pavlos. Anubis will be a banger.
Indeed. I feels like both teams are now kind of warmed up, ready to take whatever it's being thrown at them. Sure, both of the teams trade their opponent map picks, but that seals the deal, essentially. That's really close. 13-10, 13-11, both matches being very, very close, and it feels like there isn't anyone underperforming necessarily. I don't feel like there's just like that huge absence from the game. Just like I don't feel like there's someone massively carrying either.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen that star-like performance out of anyone. If there was one person to highlight, it would be Topa, I feel like, across the series, right? Map 1, he was the maybe the only reason that Passion UA were able to bring it that close. Here, he was, again, instrumental, not only calling-wise, but firepower-wise. He's been exceeding expectations, I feel like, throughout the last couple of days. And then again, there has been maybe a little bit more to be wanted out of some particular individuals, but I feel like when as long as the team is playing well, you can't really point any fingers. But all in all, we've seen a lot of good things, a lot of scrappy things from both teams leading up to a third and final map. I feel like this game is pretty much open to go either way.
Indeed. Anubis up next, and that will decide which of these two teams will go 2-0 in the main Swiss bracket. We'll be finding out right after this.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. OneXBet.
On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb drops, popped up behind it at the edge of. Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Aerial. Still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go!
Two spicy maps back-to-back, close results. 13-turn, 13-11 were the scores between the two CIS teams, and now only Anubis stands between one of them in getting that 2-0 score in the main Swiss stage. Welcome everybody back to Compass Contenders Stage 1. My name is Pavlos, and with Ted, we've been breaking down the action so far, and we will do the same again in this final map of the series. I'm excited, man. Both games have been close. The shouts, like this is going to be a banger.
Yeah, it definitely does. I think we've seen some good things from both sides, right? Topa's calling so far and his individual performance in general has been really impressive and standing out for the side of Fashion UA. And then on the other side of ASTRUM, I think it has been a little bit, especially on Mirage, it was a little bit more difficult to identify exactly what we like as much for them. But they were trying to be proactive. They were trying to be, you know, creative with some of the things that they were bringing up. I still feel like we are far from seeing both those teams unveil their full potential though, and this is the one thing that excites me a lot about this third map, because I honestly feel like the Anubis that we saw from Passion UA against Sashi was spectacular, and I am looking forward to seeing if they start on the T side again, and if that happens, how will ASTRUM actually deal with that aggression from Topa in towards Connector, with those switches between taking the space in towards middle, selling fakes in towards both bomb sides just to get one player into a good position to cut off rotations or kill people from behind it. We saw a lot of creativity being brought into that Anubis from Passion UA, and I really want to see how ASTRUM will go into the game and deal with all of that.
Yeah, before you mentioned the word creativity, that's the word I was going to use, right? Passion UA, the fact that they were able to be so fluid and honestly bring a lot of spanners out for the mix that ASTRUM couldn't quite replicate on their own buy rounds. It felt like a lot of those rounds were falling flat for them. Sure, yeah, they had some basic plans and ideas. It doesn't have to be flamboyant, but you know, it's though when the maps get crazy, when things are very, very close, inevitably it's things that catch you off guard that give you round successions, right? So that's what Passion UA were really good at doing. Now on Anubis, it's one of those maps that you can still do that, right? It's one of those maps that you will have teams pushing through the CT side on extremities, through mid. There are going to be a lot of push and pull. So I feel like it's going to, if Passion UA, you know, feel as confident as they were earlier as well, that could favor them well.
Yeah, it definitely could. I think the start from Passion UA was maybe a little bit slower because of, you know, obviously the fact that they've been playing a really long day of Counter-Strike. For those of you that are just joining in, Passion UA had another best of 3 before the start of this one, obviously in another tournament, but they did play 3 maps against Sashi to begin the day. And now they're on their 6th map. Well, they are entering their 6th map here on Anubis. So I guess at this point it could be a little bit difficult to be fully focused at all times. And then in the same time, you could feel like you're in the zone, right? Some of you might be reaching flow state at this point. What I will be looking forward to is seeing maybe a couple better performances out of Woro2k individually, because I think he played a massive role in the win that they had against Sashi in the first round here at the YaLLa Compass. So far, we've seen some good glimpses out of Woro, but nothing to stick, right? We haven't seen consecutive great rounds out of him, which I think would help massively, and I think he still is a difference maker of a player. Fem has been pretty solid, but he obviously needs a little bit of help if he doesn't drop 30 bomb. And then on the other side, I don't want to have it, but we got to have the Griggs conversation as well, because he is a spectacular player, but he hasn't really been able to shine as much.
No, he hasn't, and that's kind of the disappointing factor so far. Sure, you want to see it happen, and sure, it's early doors, but look, this is the time to shine, if any, right? This is your first sort of project. You know, obviously with Aurora being considered in the conversation, I'm combining it into one, the one with that they currently are in ASTRUM. It's kind of his first project post being in an academy team, right? An academy teams plural, because he was both in the Namiga Academy and Aurora Youngblood. So, this is a chance to show that, okay, I can level up and step up to the plate quickly and can adapt to this level of play. Look, with so much talent out there, Belarusian AWP talent as well. I feel like there's quite a lot out there currently in the Tier 2 space that is making waves. There is a lot of competition, and if you want to make sure that you have a prosperous career, you've got to stand out. But it's time to get going, folks. Anubis is what we've been waiting for. It is the final map of this series. This map determines whether ASTRUM or Passion UA go 2-0 in the main Swiss of campus contenders.
Yeah, it's the final map. It's a BL1 from here on out. Passion UA CT side. Oh, actually, no, Passion do get to start on the T side, so we will get our wishes from the very get-go. Let's see how ASTRUM will be able to counter all of that creativity that we just spoke about. Of course, we're gonna have to wait for a little bit, but the best around as of right now, pretty straightforward. Split down to B-bomb, sighting Fem has already found an opening.
It's ASTRUM that's been the best on the pistol so far, and Norway, the fact that he's able to double down on a couple of kills has made things a lot more doable. Passion UA had a great start, but of course, Norway's interruption has definitely put things within the realm of reason here for ASTRUM. Closing in the distance. Fem doubles down with the Julies, and now it's down to Clax. A tough situation to be in, two very different positions, but he found Fem. How did he do that? Only one left, but it doesn't take long for Clax to shut him down. That is a ridiculous round by Clax and Norway.
What more can Kvem do, by the way? I want to ask that question pretty seriously. Kvem has been such a hard carry for that Passion UA team in so many of those rounds. He gets a 4-piece. It was such an uncomfortable get shut down. They start running around looking for a comfortable position to plant the bomb. Kvem single-handedly defending his teammate, just running around and killing people left, right, and center. Clax, that was one of the cleanest shots onto Kvem, the first one. And the second time, I think he had 1 or 2 bullets left in the ESP chamber as well. He just showed the gun barrel, showed the silencer, and then went for the Ferrari peek, I guess. Got the headshot.
Really impressive, and it keeps ASTRUM's streak on these pistol rounds, right? They've been so good at securing them. Is it 5 out of 6 or 6 out of 6 for ASTRUM this series?
5 out of 5.
5 out of 5, sorry. I already went to 6 in my head. So, yeah, none of the above. It's 5 out of 5. But I will say this. They haven't been that great on the follow-ups. Passion UA has been forcing more often than not, and when they have, they've been disruptive.
There they have. Norway does go down. And from the very get-go, it is difficult to identify which team actually did win the pistol round, right? Especially when you look at the CT side without any utility left. 1 kid in the hands of Clax, 1 flash. No, actually 2 flashes to work with. But Passion, again, are slowing things down. That was one of the best things that they were doing a couple days ago against Sashi. They were really good at making Sashi just lose track of where they wanted to finish on that T side. And again, it feels like they're doing a similar thing to ASTRUM. Regrouping, reclearing middle doesn't feel like a bad call, but do you read into that being a B? Rap might do it now. Warren was holding in towards A main. That should be a giveaway, but it should be the signal for Passion to accelerate as well.
Indeed. So they pull the trigger on the attack. And the bomb plant is permitted. But ASTRUM close in the distance together. Only 1 player playing in isolation. That's Clax, the saving grace of the previous round. We'll have to do the solo. But he'll be coming in quite late. It's taken a while for him to go all the way around the world, and the spray down isn't quite sealing the deal for Grix. He's running out of bullets. He's got to respect the efforts from the T's, and now Clax has been spotted. Distance closed in on. Clax finding the headshot. Unsurprisingly, he's been super clean, but they're running out of time. There is a kit available, a smoke thrown towards the bomb's location, spray down. But the fact that Demi is able to weave in and out of that battle, it means that Passion UA come out on top, 2 survivors standing.
Not wasting any time, are they? You lose the pistol round, but again, you convert. And that has been one of the issues for ASTRUM, by the way, Pablos. They've been winning a lot of pistol rounds, but they have been struggling with converting. Passion UA have been doing a good job of just making ASTRUM realize the pistol rounds don't really mean anything if you can't get a couple on the back of them. Especially on the CT side, it might be considered better to lose the pistol round and just eco and get the guns out than win the pistol and then lose a couple. Kind of messing up with your money. messing up with the momentum you're giving away on the other side of things. And Passion UA trying to keep it going. Now, after that, post-factum, after that Sashi 13-5, they had an 11-13 loss against Fabbed, which was a pretty tough one. I say tough. It was a really competitive game, but they were in a really good position, and they let it slip. And regardless of it, the last couple of weeks have looked pretty decent for Passion UA here on Anubis. Getting 5 wins out of their last 7. And T-sides have looked ferocious.
Yeah, the buy rounds have also been something special from Passion UA.
I mean, win rate wise, when you look at the win percentage, it doesn't seem like anything spectacular from them, but it's just the tempo setting, all of the things that we discussed, me and you, are really impressive. Waro.
Me and you and me.
I didn't catch that.
That's okay. We're exactly where we're supposed to. Sorry.
Okay, yeah.
So I have to get it out of my system. Is it a one per map thing,
Oh,
a one per series?
No, I get it. I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah. YaLLa Compass social media guys love it. They
do.
posted the Bruno Mars one.
Oh, they have.
Yeah.
I know. They tagged us on it. That's okay. It's what we do here. Entertainers. Not high to sing though. I think that should be written in my contract. Otherwise, I don't obey to it.
Yeah, that is probably going to be part of my feedback.
Yeah, for
Put a clause in the contract.
No music clause.
Make you sing for at least 2 rounds per game.
Oh, make me sing.
Yeah.
Instead of no singing. Okay, then you enjoy it. I'm glad. Or is it because you can make fun of me? That's also probably what.
No, it's because I know I'm not alone in it. It's because I know Twitch chat is here as well.
Looking out for Twitch chat.
And,
what a good guy.
Nothing bonds you with anyone like going through a traumatic experience together.
Yeah. Well, you're welcome for the traumatic experience.
Appreciate it.
Bit of a weaker buy for ASTRUM here. Their fate hanging by an MP9 and M4. And that M4 has already found itself cluttering into the ground. And Grix can't feel too comfortable to take the peek and potentially retrieve it. Booster Reno. I like this. Not too bad of a plan, but no one's visible.
It's not the greatest angle ever.
Oh.
Smoke is a little bit too close. Jump actually does dink him. So, damage done. Fam could be a dead man walking. Jumping USP does not get the kill. The MP9 will, though, and low HP on Grix and Clax. Still could do something. Instant headshot. This is getting tricky. Bomb still dropped. Topaz realized that they are getting ecoed.
Correction, it has gotten tricky. It is currently a scary situation.
And they've just left. This is the most awful thing you could do to him right now, by the way, because Topo has to clear every single angle by proxy.
Man.
You can't just assume they've left. I mean, soon enough, he probably realizes, but they could be literally anywhere around the map.
He's just checking every single corner. I mean, he's doing his due diligence, but he's running out of time. This is so slow. So methodical. Yeah, okay, that's one kill. That's the bomb as well, and you might just want to sprint towards this B-bomb site.
Time.
He does. Grix will be closing in the distance, but he won't be there on time to deny the bomb plant. Topat, you just can't swing to your left. For a moment there, I thought, oh, okay, he's spotted. He's on his screen. I don't think Grix has seen them, though, which gives Topa a massive advantage here. He's toying with his food! And he's able to have the final bite. Somehow ASTRUM don't lose against pistols there. But why did it have to go into a 1v1?
I don't know. Why did it have to go to a 1v2 from Topo with a drop bomb? Honestly, it's just the fact that they were both low on HP and they had no armor. It's just the fact that he connects on a couple body shots and gets the kills. He still plays it to perfection, but if you're Passion UA, you definitely don't want those rounds to be going that close. That's for sure. I mean, look at your money. You're 3-1 up on the T side. You've won 3 in a row, and your money sure as hell doesn't look like it.
You may slow things down just a little bit. It's not like Jacasmo, well, Demia is shying away from doing some noise here and there. Been quite loud, spraying that AK. It's been an issue. There's been noise complaints. But the plan seems to be a drop in connector. Sure, the bomb is not nearby. They want to make sure that mid is being broken through. But again, ASTRUM have got 2 players to deal with this. Oh, you spot out the LWP player. It gets a little bit scary. You can't overstay your welcome. But Grix gets one, runs away, and I think he's done enough to quash this initial attempt. Passion may turn their attention towards this A site. Norway there to stop it. B site rather. Demia, spray down. It's only good for the one, and you're running out of players. Kenzie, he's done so much on this hold, avoiding the left-hand side fight. Warren finally is able to rip into shreds, so it does keep things close, but the 2 remaining T-side players are low. Patsy, he's on the chase, looking to deny the plant, and ASTRUM keep close with their opponents.
It's the team ace coming out of ASTRUM. A great hold coming out of Kenzie and Norway towards the B-bomb side, though, we have to say. Grix shutting down the bomb in towards middle. You pick that one up, and honestly, they get away with one. And you can see what the idea was there from the side of Passion UA, right? You push the CTs back from A main at the start of the round with a little bit of utility, a smoke, a molly combo. Then you go back connector, you show presence there. You make it look like you're trying to fake B and then go for a mid and A main split. But then it's just to drop down. That's why you wanted to show the bomb there. And it did work. ASTRUM did have 3 of their players in towards the A bomb side. You just couldn't get the kills.
And an opener for ASTRUM just makes the endeavor slightly easier coming into this one. You already got the advantage. And look, you don't want to allow Passion UA to do what you did to them a few rounds ago on the pistol. Sure, it didn't get converted in your way, but it did get very dangerously close. Grix expecting there could be a potential boost. Patsy, wow. The fact that he can read that there's someone nearby just sprays. And simple collections for Patsy from there on out. Only one casualty for ASTRUM.
That was wow. Yeah. Sound impressed by it.
Oh, what's the actor that does that? Wow. What's his name? I always forget his name.
I am not the one to ask about actor names. I'm good with faces, not with names.
Owen Wilson. Owen Wilson. Wow. I feel like if a movie goes by without saying, wow, that's not an Owen Wilson movie. Just like Conor McConaughey having an all right moment.
I know, yeah. I definitely know Wilson's face, but I don't know. I can't make the connection between the two. So I will take your word on it. I probably have seen it. Just can't.
You've definitely seen it. You've definitely seen it.
Now I'm looking at the players trying to decide who looks like an actor the most. It's probably Patsy, to be fair. Twilight.
Sure.
Robert Pattinson.
I say Clax. He's probably like a hacker in some movie.
It actually is Robert Pattinson. That's the idea.
Huh.
There you go. We figured it out. Patsy doesn't get that response, and this is actually quite a big loss, but ASTRUM again are not over-rotating. They still have 2 players in towards B lobby. There you go. Patsy gets that kill onto Demi. Aggression still coming in. Now you've realized there's one too many players in towards that position, and Norway is alone, screaming for help. Grix has rotated in, and there's no smoke for CT as of right now, so you're just walking ducks into the crosshair of Grix and Norway. 2 kills go in favor of the CT side. You have to figure out a way for the bomb to cross it. I think they've given up. War's going to try and take all that space. They're trying to run back A.
Yeah, and ASTRUM, they've already dedicated 2 players to the B site. Sure, they've kept things close, but the fact that Passion UA get the bomb plant does keep things difficult for ASTRUM. And there are some pieces of utility that Grix can use for the entry. This is still up in the air.
It really is. You don't want to over-rotate as well. You're starting to realize what's going on, ASTRUM. You got to be careful about middle, though. As far as you know, Warro could be just holding on for those rotations from that part of the map. So Patsy's not really rushing in. Topa should be able to cross. Oh my god. This is becoming so messy. Patsy gets the kill. Warro with the refrag, though, when it's a 1v1. Grix is just walking through the smoke. He's not giving him any time, not giving him any hope, not giving him any space, and not even giving him the bonus cash injection.
Well, that's one way to see a round to its end. That was a stupidly good performance from Grix there, holding down the fort on the B site initially, and then having to rotate over again to the other side of the map for the clutch. Passionway had the numbers at the start. They had the push going for them, but I think they took too many dry peaks and allowed too many situations which ASTRUM could get freebies.
I think it's about the initiative that Patsy takes as well a lot in towards A main, right?
Sure.
He realizes he's lost Klax. He's got two teammates in towards the B bomb side trying to go for an aggressive maneuver. He needs to make something happen. And this is the good Patsy, right? The Patsy that we like. The Patsy that has the confidence to go for aggressive plays and make them work. It was a good move. And as you pointed out, Grix being that extra insurance, making Passionway think about whether they should have crossed or not. And I think one of their players did actually have a smoke and die with it to the O, which, if it was factual, was a bit of a blunder.
Well, this is a quite pacey round for Passionway. They don't know what brakes are, just the gas pedal. Never mind, they found the handbrake. Norway.
Oh.
He could do a lot here to stop it all from crumbling out of control, and he's got Patsy nearby to help out.
I think they realized Topa could have sneaked in. Yeah, Grix is holding. They're aware.
So clean. So smart. Ooh, receives a ding to the face. You've got to be cautious. You've got to be careful. You don't want to lose the AWP. Down to 1 point of health. Well, it should have been Grix's kill, man. Instead, Klax has to steal it away. This is some real momentum gathering now for ASTRUM, though. That's quite a lot of rounds consecutive, in which Passionway haven't been able to answer, and every two they're forced into an eco, and they find themselves faced in a very similar situation again.
What is the go here? What's the idea? Bomb starting in towards that B bomb side. Looking like a straight up split, by the way, and a pretty quick one. Two players coming out of connector, three coming out of B main, trying to keep things simple. It's all about how good the utility and the hold will be once again from Kenzie and Norway.
That's some solid nade damage. Demi already down to 51. Topa less than, well, closer to a quarter. Norway. Indeed they have, but still ASTRUM comes out on top. Passionway not quite able to make it onto the site just yet. Sure, they've got smokes giving them some space, but again, Klaxis just closes in on them and finds them a side angle. Kenzie going around the smoke as well, but it doesn't even come down to that because Grix was even closer. Passionway's buy attempt shut down again.
Yeah, it's not the cleanest execution ever from Passion. This is the second time you've tried to hit the B bomb side when Norway and Kenzie have been all alone and you haven't been able to deal with them, right? Usually the B bomb side on Anubis is one of the most difficult ones to hold on to in the entirety of the map pool. And I mean, it's not a good sign when your first player running in towards jail to try and take first contact gets blinded by your own flashes, right? That means that something is not necessarily great. It is a pretty small thing, and it could be because of various different reasons, but the one thing I do know about it is they're not going to be happy with it. And that tactical timeout is the living proof. TC, what do you say right now? Do you even get involved into that conversation? Was that just Topa? This is for us to guess. 3 rounds on the T side. That was not ideal. And now they're down to the pistols.
No.
They didn't even get the bomb plan. At least you get the maximal loss bonus so you can do something creative if you can. Monster it up and figure it out here with the Uto.
Sure.
But ASTRUM
And we
could
have
be
seen
on
the
their way
Tech
to a really
Nines.
successful defense.
That is a fair assessment. Good nade damage early. Molly as well to deter any pace created from Passionway. And it's kind of made them stuck between a wall of fire. They eventually pull the trigger to move a little bit closer. Grix looks away from the flash. It's good timing. He gets damage onto 2 players, but a kill onto 1. Jacasmo helps with the damaged one. And that's how ASTRUM will end up on top in the round. Sure, Jacasmo found himself an upgrade post the Tech 9 pickup. But other than that, it's smooth sailing from ASTRUM.
Klax is having a masterclass of a performance, by the way, and I think it's about time we say something about him. He's 13-4. He's producing multi-kill after multi-kill. I know we praised Patsy for the one time that he was really proactive and towards A main and answered back after Klax lost his life. That was probably the only time Klax was tested and did lose his life straight away. He's been really good on retakes, really good on holds in towards A whenever they've tried to test him. And there hasn't been too many dedicated A executions, sure, but he still has been doing a really good job whenever they've tried poking around.
Ooh.
Nice nade.
These nades, man. They've been impressive. There's a step in the right direction for Passionue. But they've yet to be gifted a pick. Again, Klax finding an advantage hasn't made Passionue's life easy.
Nope, he's just spamming through the smoke as well, and they're going to go for the push here. They have 3 people leaning towards that right-hand side. It's time to just uncall the util that you have in towards B right now. Try and delay for as long as possible for the CTs on the other side of the map to make a move.
Well, they've sent mollies towards B connector, but that's not where Passionue are going to end up. Jacasmo already boosted up to the high level, so we can follow up Waro 2K's efforts to push into mid.
They are going A.
Kvem is the spearhead, but how sharp can it be? Smoke to one side, blocking one of the entrances. There is space for that player to move into, and he's found some damage. Klax cheeses a chance, and you've disjointed the two sides of that team. Suddenly, Passionue aren't acting as a unit, which allows ASTRUM to isolate pickups, but Waro seizes the day, seizes the opportunity, and it's still a 2v2.
Look at a quick flank in towards A main, though. Are you ready for both players?
Well, both teams have got both of their players here. This could be a very quick conversion for ASTRUM, and that's exactly what it is. Kenzie and Norway seize the chance and end up coming out on top. Passionue cannot catch a break on their buys.
Those reactions are so good, by the way. ASTRUM are making some really cohesive and really intelligent decisions here under pressure on the CT side, even when they don't have too much information. Patsy rotates back. He wants to be closer towards that B-bomb side if Norway and Kenzie needed, but he doesn't leave fully. He's not leaving middle. He's not leaving his teammates to take care of both middle and A on their own. He's standing there with a Molotov, and his Molotov is the reason that they have so much time for the rotation. They have that first kill as well. It just draws the line between the T's, isolates one of them, and Kenzie and Norway just making that quick decision to go for that push in towards canals, catching Passionue completely off guard.
Yeah. At least the loss bonus accumulates to a decent sum for the T side, but again, ASTRUM seem to have had all the answers.
Look at him go.
They've got so much space.
Look at how deep Klax is.
But somehow ASTRUM still get themselves on top in these fights, even in mid. Patsy holds down the fort. Bomb dropped. Klax knows. Grix is there. Klax isn't even needed. Jacasmo on a very lonely island. And he'll keep company to the Fishers. 9-3 is the score. ASTRUM have leveled up their buy round phase when it comes to their play. And coming into Anubis definitely seem like the favorite team now.
It feels like the law of if a team has played a best of 3 right before this one, the longer this one takes, the better the chances of their opponents are, is quite applicable here. There is a big difference. ASTRUM are just dominating in a way that neither one of those teams were dominating previously. I mean, maybe you could say ASTRUM on train, sure. And Passionue did come back into that one, did make it a lot closer here though. We're going to switch those up in just a couple seconds. It is ASTRUM in the lead, 9-3, moving into their T side. Waro going for a bit of a peek. This pistol round is a must-win, and an opening kill from Jacasmo is a good start.
Aye.
Oh. Aye.
Okay. Well. At least it's that.
You know what? That is just setting up the stage for Kenzie and Norway. Over 1,000 maps together on HLTV in their career time. They have the bomb. They have minute 15 and a 2 versus 5 that is now a 2 versus 4. Is there anything that those guys can't do? Probably winning this round is one of them. Probably one of the things. But hey, if they win it, it would be sick, wouldn't it?
Would be. Would be quite something. By the way, team names reversed on top. Is Passionaway finally being the team with a chance to win a pistol, break their opponent's streak, and it looks like that's exactly what's going to happen. Yep. Well, Kenzie's surrounded. And there's nothing you can do about it. Passionaway finally win a pistol round.
All right. That was the right time. It's the first pistol round so far for Passionaway in the series. And another argument that I guess we could have, it's quite difficult to win a game of Counter-Strike without winning a single pistol round, but they have been good in the conversion. So it's all about now getting a good, clean start on the CT side of things. Some nice shooting out of Fem. Was the one to get a double. And the force buy will come through. Regardless of the lack of a bomb plant, Passion might be caught off guard by this.
Yeah, possibly.
Now they've heard a Tech 9 fire, and they've seen the smoke, so they know.
Yay, team names have changed back to the correct spots. And Demia gets away with the first blood. I think it was on the CT side that Passionaway last impressed us the most on Anubis. How very well the little pieces together can function. And it looks like it's looking solid again. And the force buy from ASTRUM not getting too much out of it.
Look at Norway. Look at him on the minimap. I mean, it could be difficult for them to cross back in towards the A-bomb side, but Norway's got in the middle. They need to get one kill on those players that have pushed. And they have not been able to do so. Swing through the smoke. Jacasmo just down Kenzie. Force buy does not pay dividends. One player only going down for the side of Passionaway. It's going to strengthen up a little bit their financial positions. And now make us think that this is not done just yet. They are doing what they should be to keep it competitive.
Sure.
Get yourselves the easiest rounds, or the easier rounds, out of the way early on. So when you go into the buy rounds, you have a bit of a buffer.
Yeah, you've got something going for you for sure. Allows Passionaway to play around a little bit by themselves. Until the potential time for you to come alive in the buy rounds. But it is these second halves we've seen ASTRUM struggle a little bit. On the map that they won, you know, struggling to close out, and the map that they lost, unable to keep things going at the penultimate moments. On the buy rounds, it's been Passionaway that have had control. I'm worried the same thing will happen.
I mean, it's happened a couple times for the side of ASTRUM, but in the same time, they have been able to deny some pretty good Anubis teams on here as well. Nice shot from Kenzie. Any damage is good damage at this point. Get rifles out of their hands. Throw that M4 away. This is great. Does it get one more 1 deek? Come on. Give me the answer. Okay, don't tell me, Pavlos. Never tell me.
I mean, I think he does.
Okay, thank you. Wishful thinking. Let's see. We believe in him.
He gets one.
In Kenzie, we believe.
Oh, barely misses him. The
That's
timing,
insane.
what's that?
That's insane. 20
Doesn't have his deagle out
seconds.
anymore.
Now he's heard the steps. He knows Kvem is backing off. The thing is, he needs to drop down canals and run B.
And that's where Topa is. Oh, go to A.
He could get a kill. He's not going to win the round.
No. Not happening. Sorry, prediction was wrong.
That's fine. We believed in him. But yeah, as I was saying, the last couple of games that they've played, or 3 out of the last 4 games that they've played on Anubis, were fairly close. The 13-6 over Ecstatic was a really convincing one from ASTRUM, but then you got a 13-11 over Rush B, a 14-16 loss against Cybershock, a 13-9 over 1 win. So they have been playing some close Counter-Strike. The thing is, they have played only 2 Anubis matchups so far this month. Anything before that was Aurora. Under ASTRUM, they haven't lost on this map. It's just the Ecstatic and Rush B games.
We're back on the buy round here. ASTRUM, safe to say, they get this win. And they're right back in pole, but losing it, Passion UA definitely get a hand on the steering wheel and start to dictate the pace. But it's completely slowed down from ASTRUM. They're putting a little bit of emphasis now towards A main.
The T's are Demia just waiting for that T flash to pounce. Oh, try to hunt him down. Norway able to escape there. That was a good play there from Passion to try and counter. Couldn't get a kill though. And as you said, A seems to be the targeted area. Warrow's posted with the OP here though.
He is.
And
He's
got
usually
smoke if
good
he gets
for
mollied as
one.
well.
That's true. But now he doesn't. Throws down the smoke early to try and fend off a potential crunch in from ASTRUM. He does get one. Can't quite deliver. Noi on the upper axis is able to get things done. And now on the back foot, Passion are on the outside looking in. A player lacking. And if I was them, I'd already be calling this one off.
There's no utility on the T side. That's why you want to stick around, right? You want to see if they give you free kills. But at this point, I agree with you. I feel like you have to back off. You have to give this one away. No matter how painful. You do have money, but going for this is not going to be an easy one. And Topa really wants to give it a look in. But now that he goes down, the save has already been made. Jakasmo, Kvem, just walking away. And I said, Oro did have a smoke if he gets molly. The T's had no utility. They had just a couple flashes. They had no smokes, no mollies. They just run out. Waro gets caught on a really weird timing trying to smoke off A main a little bit too late. He gets only one shot out of the AWP before going down. His rifler goes down without a single kill. Passion UA just crumble.
All right, we really do have a game on our hands, but for Passion UA, you can't help but feel this is a crucial one. Lose this and you're falling really far behind. And Eco will be forced as well.
Demia's pushing
Looking off
A.
one. Look how Demia's crossed forwards. They know he's around though, so ASTRUM are wary. The thing is, how do you deal with him?
He's all alone right now. Warrow's holding on to
He
the
gets
A
away.
side as well.
Yeah, Demia got away. So contact doesn't come to fruition. And on that 1 minute mark, ASTRUM haven't really made significant gains in space apart from that mid control.
That's a really smart call from ASTRUM. Depending on how quickly they scale up that B bomb side, everything was screaming this was going to be an A split coming out of the T's. Topa needs to block. Topa needs to block and call for help ASAP.
That's a great smoke, but also we'll be late to realize what the setup looks like.
They should disrespect it. Honestly, that's what you need to do right now, especially as Norway sees 2 players in towards camera. You gotta go.
And that's exactly what they're going to do. At least there's assistance for Topa, but he has to go down. Jakasmo taking a chance, finding one through the chaos. That flash did wonders, but The Flames will eventually do their job. Demia looking to see if he can join in, disrupt before the bomb gets put into the ground. But it's not possible. Passion UA, they know they're in trouble. They're hoping that something reveals itself to them, that a pick somehow falls in their lap. But I'm afraid it is just not happening.
That's a really good adjustment. ASTRUM were getting ready for an A play. It's all about the aggression, by the way. Demi gets so much information, but it's just... I mean, it's not even false information. It's just ASTRUM knew that he had it. Sees two players in towards the carpets. You see a little bit more presence in towards mid. Though, when you thought it was going to be an A play, no way they both go down. Okay. War will hold on. Issue is, he's lost his teammate, and Patty will try and send it. Does he get the kill? No. Waro denies. You hold on to that M4. And that might entice Passion to go for a buy. There was an MP9 armor being purchased by Jacasmo. Because of that damage, you know you got 4 kills. ASTRUM might have overdone it a little bit on that hunt.
Yeah, maybe.
Passion is going for the investment. It's a 6-11 round. You don't fair your chances to go for an eco and fight for overtime, especially without rifle from Waro. You're pretty forced to go for that type of an investment. How do you
what
make
do you do
it
for
work,
Passion? Do you go aggressive? Do you go for an early A main push? You might do, but Grix is there ready for you. Do you expect more to cross through? Klax is around, so it's not going to be easy. I'm not sure if they've got a flash available to them either. It's going to have to be a dry peek, which Klax is very much ready for. And unlike his opponents, Patsy's got a flash in pocket to help him. Kvem, he shows up. Warrior on the other extremity, and all of a sudden, this round is flipped on its head.
There's no way. That's a 3 versus 5. Kvem goes absolutely nuclear, and the bomb is still dropped. Yet to get picked up. Norway's on the look. Grig's the same. You're just looking for a couple individual fights. ASTRUM, that round looked so done at the very start of it. A 5 versus 3, and suddenly you're a man down right now. And someone will have to eventually go back and get the bomb. I know you want to get another kill. I know you probably want to disturb the CTs a bit, but time is against you.
Yep. Nothing can be done about that. What an incredible collapse from Kvem and Waro that round. It gives Bastion UA a lifeline back into the game. I feel like they lose that, they lose the game, but they hold on.
What a big step up from Kvem that is as well. That's why you bring in that person towards the start of the year, by the way. That's why a lot of people wanted to see Kvem on a more functional team. A team with more experienced players. A team where he can shine as the star that he is. Gets a double kill out of nowhere that saves their lives. And it's not to say that Passion UA will definitely come back into the game, but he is the one to give them an opportunity to do so.
Well, Grix, let's trade back with the only rifle ASTRUM have available. So Passion UA realize there's something available to ASTRUM this round, so they do respect it. Waro flashed, so ASTRUM again here where the AWP is, and they can hear some commotion. Grix sticks around and wins the 1v1, but can't run and resume his efforts with the rest of the team, but at least ASTRUM is able to find some control into this A site. They'll find it clear, and we'll be able to get the bomb down.
I mean, you know they've ecoed with a hero up. Why would you think that if Grix is in connector, they're all going to be on the A bomb side, right? They get a bomb plant. You still should be favored to retake it. Patsy has found himself an M4, but he doesn't even have armor.
I like the push from Klax, actually. Kinsey considering if he wants to join him. There goes the rifle, so that's going to mitigate ASTRUM's chances. This Tech 9 needs to pop off. It's hard to imagine the Glock can do any heavy lifting. There goes the first headshot, looking to see if he can close the distance, but Waro is good to pre-fire, and it's a no-scope. Make it look flamboyant, why don't you? 3 casualties for Passion UA, but the important thing is that they have secured the round. Only 3 rounds of difference. They need to back this up with another streak of form, because ASTRUM have got a buy round incoming.
Yeah, it's a good triple coming out of Waro. You needed a little bit of security in a round like this one. Grig's still putting up a lot of work to make them sweat. First that kill, then the second on to Jacasmo. If he was able to take down Waro in the 1v1, that would have been a completely different round there, but Waro was able to hold his own, and that is a really ballsy decision to go for the no-scope, and it is impressive that he gets it. Probably the only player that was in a position where he could have lost that 1v1 against the pistol. Miss one shot, you're going down, and it could have been a really scrappy one. 3 rounds the difference now. ASTRUM Still getting rounds on the board. Good nade right on top of Klax. Doesn't do as much damage. Boost for the opener is absolutely fantastic. What a cool way to set up Griggs for the opener.
Thing is, the last 2 rounds, ASTRUM got an early numbers advantage. Passionate was still able to convert in their favor. You can't get complacent. The round doesn't end here. Passionate explore as well towards the left-hand side. Realize no one's home apart from Kenzie. He's got to be cautious. Does he call for help? Realizes Topa could have aggressed so far and keeps the number advantages flourishing for ASTRUM. Fam, he's been good for multi-kills in here in situations like this before.
He needs another big one.
But doesn't get it. Instead, Norway baits him with a crouch peek. And now ASTRUM have got clear and free real estate onto this A site.
And that's a safe call as well. In a 2 versus 4, you're not fairing your chances. Open the mix, AK. It's so painful, man. Passion UA have been trying. Waro has been trying. Jacasmo's been hitting some good shots, but it has been problematic, and you can't really rely on Kvem to get you a double kill to bail you out of every single sticky situation. ASTRUM have just been playing a really reactive and good T side in the last couple of rounds. Norway realizing he was getting pushed back, opening up the distance, still getting the kill, holding his, standing his ground, regardless of letting them have the, I guess, real estate that his teammates didn't really need him to hold on to. Didn't force the issue. Griggs, another opening in a creative way as well, boosted over the stair smoke. And 4 consecutive chances here for ASTRUM. This is a 1-0 game here in the YaLLa Compass Contenders 1 main Swiss. Winner of this one goes into the 2-0 bracket, and it will be just 1 win away from the playoff stage, folks. As of right now, it feels like this 1 winner will be ASTRUM. Tactical timeout, Zoma coming in. Most important round so far of the game for both teams. Best chance you'll get to close here and now. 2 MP9s on the other side. In the other departments, not looking too bad for Passion UA though. OP available, utilities not terrible, and they still have an AK and an M4.
This is scary. ASTRUM have 4 chances. And it all starts here. Passion UA.
I am so sorry people can't see you. he literally did start dancing on the T-spawn.
Oof, Kvem gets away with another pickup. That's where Passion UA have found advantages so far.
Yeah, nice flash for the peak as well. I think he flashed for himself actually. There was no flash assist being brought in. Didn't quite catch it still. An early 5v4. Griggs is out. And you're looking to re-aggress in towards B lobby. They want to stay active.
Look, ASTRUM have left the bomb behind. There's no indication they want to play aggressive here, but a bit of a push and pull wouldn't be too bad. You want to be able to stabilize the situation. You're a player down. If you get away with a pick and make Passion UA move and get them off center, that would be optimal.
You can still group up and go into a bomb site, right? As long as you avoid the opener, and as of right now, that's what it feels like. You've pushed Waro back. Kenzie spotted the player in towards the temple.
It does look like this is going to be an A split. And Passion UA do have the right idea, do have the right setup. Demia only good for 1, but the cross is successful in main. Kenzie trying to look away from the flash, but no flash arrives. Instead, 2 players enter his screen. Still, damage done onto Kvem, but yet to be dealt with. He's done so much, but still so hard to deal with him. There is a flood of Passion UA players around, but the Ukrainian side still prevail. 9-12. Passion UA hold on.
This is massive. This is absolutely massive from Passion UA. I have no clue how they survived this one. I mean, they still have 3 players in towards the A-bomb side. It's not a bad call, right? They were ready for an A play, but you could see a world where this one just collapses. Demic gets refragged in towards that A main position, 1 for 1. Then the Oprah was posted. If you don't try and turn around there, you probably get away with 1 kill, and then there's only 1 defender left to deal with 3 guys coming out of A main. That could have been it.
Klax has lost a lot of health to the molly. He's just walked right past it. Down to 28 points of health already. That can't be too good. Thing is, realistically, you only have 2 buys left to win the game. If this doesn't go to overtime, that is.
Yep. A bomb plant could help to get someone on a hero rifle in the next one, but technically, not undoable for Passion UA. And we've been toying with the idea, we've been teasing the idea of overtime so far this series. Both teams were in positions to try and fight for bonus rounds, and both teams were quite close but could not make it. And look at Jacasmo, 55 seconds. He's gone for a massive aggressive play down canals. No one's looking for him right now. Is someone holding from those A players?
Oh, they're closing in on them. They've made a circle around them. Grix is able to read it. Do you know that Woro is holding this corner? Still, Passion UA have got all the information available to them. They know it's not going to be a fast B hit. So you've got most of your players posturing around mid, knowing that that could happen. But Woro closes down on Klax's angle and knows there's impending players approaching. He's calling for reinforcements. ASTRUM are on the run.
Ober posted. Back of the bomb side, Woro 2K lands the first one, repositioning again. This time looking for that connector shot, finally. Baited out, but the rotations have arrived.
Oh my word!
Should be able to hold on. What is going on? Patsy just got absolutely nuclear. There's no way! This is how they close, and this is how Patsy sends them over to the 2-0 bracket.
There was manic, there was chaos, and ASTRUM thrived in those moments. Passion UA, they gave it everything they had, man. They kept it close on every single one of those maps. But it is a 13-9 to give ASTRUM the win. How is it a 13-9, the most one-sided map of them all? And it wasn't one-sided. Saying it was one-sided is idiotic, quite frankly. But a 2-1, it was a close series. But yeah, indeed, it's ASTRUM to get that 2-0 in the Swiss stage.
I still can't get over that final round, man. And I feel like this is probably one of the more frustrating ones. Woro gets the kill, drops the bomb, you rotate everyone on the B bomb side, and then Patsy just goes absolutely nuclear. I'm not even sure how he was able to get those kills in quick succession like that, but ASTRUM, they just close it out, and what was probably the most 50-50 series of the event so far.
Indeed it was. Indeed it was. Pretty damn spectacular. Many moments that are to highlight Klax, especially showing up in multiple situations. You know, Passion UA had some moments of their own, being able to cohesively wrap up some push and pulls on that CT side. We know how dangerous they can be on that, but couldn't replicate it often enough. And yeah, inevitably ASTRUM come out on top. Really cool day we've had so far, Ted. We've had 2 matches completed up until this point, but we've got more games to follow. It won't be myself and Ted to cover the action. There are other casters that will treat you to their commentary, but from us, it's over, and I hope you guys are here to here for the rest of the games as well. Yeah, have a good afternoon, everybody, and be back after this break.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb drops, popped up behind it at the edge of. Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Aerial. Still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go.
Welcome back everyone to YaLLa Compass Contenders. 2 more BO3s today for us to cover for you. And unfortunately one of them will be a bit shortened, of course. Our first and our third of the day is Iberiansoul versus Monty. And obviously, look, they're both 1-0 in the Swiss stage. Unfortunately, the series itself is already 1-0 in Iberiansoul's favour. Of course, Monty had a schedule conflict with CCT. They lost in a 16-14 third map decider, which ran super long. So unfortunately, Dweg, they don't get the reward from that series, and they might get a loss in this series as well.
This is where management needs to take more responsibility. We all know that Tier 2 is packed right with the schedules. Monty had to play 2 best-of-3s yesterday and have to play 2 best-of-3s today, but it's not fair on the players. It's not fair on the organization, because I think, Trav, you know more than anyone how many forfeit maps and forfeit series we are seeing daily at this point. And I think it's just not on, because for Iberiansoul, this is where Alex and the boys will look at their recent form and say, geez, we're not really performing that well, but 1-0 up in the series after getting a bit of a freebie against Favbet a couple of days ago, mate, let's go 2-0. Let's make sure we have a really good start to the main Swiss stage.
Yeah, and they've actually been playing relatively decently lately compared to when this team first came together with lots of the ex-Movistar Koi boys, of course, as you can see on your screen here. I think Alex as well, it's going to be really interesting to see if he continues to play a little bit better, because he struggled a little bit for a while too. As you can see, they're all actually around that 1.0 mark. YaLLa actually has been putting a bit more of the heavier numbers down. And you mentioned the scheduling as well, right? I mean, that is one of the main issues with the VRS as well, right? Because now in this current era of Counter-Strike, every single event has a mandated list of teams below a certain level. So nearly every single team will play every single event in Tier 2. So it's bound to be clashes. And yeah, I do think more needs to be done for that as we go on. You guys all know the veto already. We don't really need to show it on screen, to be honest with you, because of course it's been up on HLTV for ages. The map that Monty have had to forfeit is their pick of Mirage. And Dweg, you spoke to me about that. There's arguments for both sides, but it is a shame it's their pick that they have to forfeit.
It is, because I think the series has been quite contentious between these two teams. I mean, we had a head-to-head on, what, the 12th of May? We had another head-to-head on the 10th of May. This is starting to turn out to be a little bit of a rivalry. We're getting a back-and-forth series from both of these teams. They're constantly going to 3 map deciders. Unfortunately, the majority of the maps aren't really competitive, but what we've seen in the past is that Nuke has always been a landslide. So I look at this Monty team, and I think, honestly, really good result against Spirit Academy that we casted the other day. I thought they were completely on top of them. Ryu looked really good on Train. Afro was really consistent on the AWP. Gizmi had some great clutches on Ancient. They've then taken Omega, who's a top-end Tier 2 team, to a proper best-of-3. I mean, a third mapper decider that goes to OT, that's not an easy feat at all. The problem is, now, I think it's all wasted. I think it's all useless information going into this best-of-3 being a map down with your map pick on.
Yeah, and the worst part is as well, is that you mentioned that Nuke has been a landslide for Iberiansoul in the games that Monty and Iberiansoul have gone up against each other in recently. Well, so was Mirage. It was a 13-5 in CCT Season 3 Europe Series 1, and it was a 13-4 for Monty in the Y Games Pro Series event 2. So they've just destroyed Iberiansoul and Mirage in those two, and they're not going to get it in this series. It's pretty much the worst case scenario for Monty from losing the way they did in the previous game against an Amiga, of course, in CCT, knowing how many important VRS points that would be, as an Amiga is a higher rated roster, and now behind already, but by no fault of their own other than scheduling in this series, and more points could be lost, unfortunately, today. So, yeah, it's very frustrating for everyone involved, and listen, I think they've got maybe a tiny bit of hope, because they're going to be warm going straight into this game. Usually the argument is, a team ready to go after already playing on the series immediately, but no, sometimes you can argue that teams actually at this level prefer to go straight into another series. When it goes really long, you could become a little bit tired. Maybe that's an argument for later if actually the series does go to technically 3 maps. We'll see though.
And Iberiansoul, I feel like there's just an asterisk against their name in this tournament, because the result they had against Favbet a few days ago, map number 1, the opposition map pick, goes into overtime on Anubis. They just about close it out. They then go on to Nuke, and Crush, who's sort of the analyst, head coach of the Ukrainian squad, ends up standing in and ends up playing instead of Tension. And it's like, so hang on, they've played one best of 3 where they're not even against the full Favbet team. They're now going up against Monty today where they're 1-0 up in the series. It's like, bro, what is this run? Like, how can we even classify this as a successful run for Iberiansoul?
It's a shame, isn't it? Because, listen, they'll take it every day of the week. Like, you got to take what comes. But at the same time, they'll also look at it and say, okay, we've been a little bit fortunate here with some of the situations that have come our way. But yeah, I think for me, at least, though, if they do close this one out in technically 2-0 fashion, I think that's just a great opportunity for them to get a playoff berth, right? Because this team, there's so many of these individuals, were just such a common appearance in these online tournaments in the playoffs for so many years, with Movistar Koi and even with rosters before that. I think Mopaz is one of the players that I've always loved to watch, right? I think he's always got that sort of ability to take over a game with whatever roster he was on, whether it was the old Sun Pius Movistar Riders or whether it was the newer Movistar Koi. So when we come into Nuke here, keep an eye on Alex. I think he still plays outside on CT side, I'm pretty sure. And he's still very, very good at that, of course. We saw that over the years many, many times. But Monty, they're ready, just about, to get in at least something in this series, but it might only be one actual map played. At least they start CT Nuke.
Lean is going very aggressive in an off angle towards ramp, and there's a very heavy ramp bait setup in which Haji can take attention. They got Ryu as the 3rd player out there on the cinder blocks. It's just whether Lean and Haji can actually make damage happen against these T-side players, because it's getting very slow and very silent for Iberiansoul.
Oh, and they're going to move forward. They're going to have a look, and they're going to be walking into 3 players. That's the worst possible feeling. There are 2 more where that came from, of course, so a little bit of a crossfire could work if Iberiansoul decide to pounce toward ramp, but I think they realise what's going on. It's only the Doilies of Afro here, but hang on, I say that. There's a very, very quick heaven rotation. What's going on, Afro? Alex, look up toward heaven. In the end, he doesn't. He has got no idea because of the silencer, and Monty recover the pistol with a very, very quick rotation.
The biggest question mark for Iberiansoul at the moment is that they've been orgless for 127 days. How long can they realistically last, Trav? Because they're not really winning prize money. So what happens? I mean, we know how difficult it is to be an unorged project. We see how many of them disband and go for individual offers. I'm kind of wondering for Iberiansoul, if they're not getting picked up within, the next month or 2, I don't see this team surviving.
Yeah, I mean, that was the Johnny Speeds project, of course. Famously, they've kind of never been picked up, but they've got investments from some sponsors and people in Sweden. So it's like they've stuck with their name, but they don't actually have an actual org that they ever switched to. For Iberiansoul here, I'm not sure they have an opportunity like that. So it is rough for them, without a shadow of a doubt. Hopefully in the future they can get some more success, and then it's almost a matter of time before they get picked up, rather than just an unlikely scenario.
Well, I want to ask you, Trav, do you think this team deserves to get picked up?
Need more runs in Tier 2 events first, I think.
Okay.
I think the name value is really good. I think they've got some form. They're starting to improve. If you look at their results when they first formed or reformed as Iberiansoul, they were really bad. Really bad. They were losing to, like, mixes, and they even relatively recently actually lost to that Portuguese team called Lecce, I believe, in one of those Portuguese events. I don't even know who they are, right? So
yeah, let's discuss that for a moment, because I looked at that game. There was OP Dust, Sadox, Snowy, Mika, and Hot. I'm like, who? Like, what?
Literally
what
who,
are those players? And that's on LAN, which is really big for VRS, really big for prize money. I mean, that was a 6k euro LAN tournament, and they lose against them. I mean, that's an embarrassment. That's a joke. These guys have been to majors.
I know. That is one that they'll look back on and say, that is very, very poor. And especially those small LANs, like you mentioned it already, that those are the games that truly matter for your future points. And yeah, right now they need some runs in Tier 2 events ASAP. Otherwise, I think you're probably not wrong that maybe this project won't last too long, especially if maybe like one of the individuals does get an offer from even a smaller team. Maybe that's when it all breaks up. Even daviG, right, hasn't necessarily fully committed to the project. He said at one point that he was just playing to help out the boys, and he's still playing with them, so who knows?
Monty will be very happy with the start they've been able to offer, and even come the first gun round, Iberiansoul have not been able to take outside. They've prodded a single player towards sort of the Africa angle. They've prodded out towards ramp. There's not a huge amount of util, so it kind of has to be a top site lane. And Monty have got that top hut player, and against a lack of molly, will be no problem at all trying to defend for at least getting one.
Fro's going to rotate back up. A ladder position and a re-smoke, but he now notices a player there and actually gets spammed down to 70, even though he barely peaked.
But they've got to walk heaven here.
31 now as well, Afro. I think it could be a bit of a rude awakening, you'd feel, maybe for Monty, but guess what? Really waiting. It's a great kill to take. Thankfully, daviG does finally in top part, but Afro could pounce at any point. The fact he's low could prove to be an issue. It's still being watched on and off by Alex. Bomb will go down. Alex and daviG are in a very good position together here to pretty much stave off this retake. To heaven, there's a kit on Haji and Afro. And actually, oh no, daviG's missed his opportunity. He was pretty low on ammunition. Now it's all down to Alex. Fresh reload in a safe position. And the kit for Haji is not on that defuse just yet. Good angle being played by Ryu. Even on 6 HP, he holds from heaven, knowing that it could be a headshot angle peek from Alex toward that vent position. And Monty get a really important retake in their favour.
Indeed they do. Good timing on the resmoke there from Afro, and you could feel that that heaven rotate probably should have managed everything. Should have been the opener for Mopos, crack them into the bomb site. daviG's got a good lurk out from main. Just Ryu on low HP, somehow transitioning up there to daviG. Should have never been in a position to do so. So good work from the young man, and now a 3-0 beginning is up against a bit of a hero investment. Got daviG on a Galil, upgraded techs. It seems to be a bit of a slow start here from Alex and co.
Yeah, sometimes it can be like that, can't it? Like, there are things in Counter-Strike which you can use logic for, like Monty. Maybe they're tired after playing such a long BO3 and then having to go straight into another one. Maybe Iberiansoul will have watched what they were doing, engaging their playstyle and getting all the information they need. But sometimes just going straight into the next game keeps you warm. And Iberiansoul are a bit cold. Who knows? They have been warming up the whole time. Who knows? Ryu will have to fall away back toward B to get the information toward ramp. He'll give it up, relay that information over to his teammates and say, okay, there's a possibility they could go heaven. Just be wary of that.
All this map control is being exploited by Iberiansoul, but I think they're going to have some trouble down on this lower bomb site dealing with these two defenders. daviG needs to be a bit of a playmaker out in secret, because he's got to deal with Haji before putting more focus on the bomb site.
Oh, Ryu realised a little bit late there he was getting rounded on from above him too. So actually he's done really well to find 2 kills. Haji's now here as well. Good crosshair placement on Sododo. That's the bomb dropped, and daviG was still waiting for a rotation that kind of never came. Not in the position he was hoping for anyway. So Monty, 4-0. Another good round to build up their money. Iberiansoul a bit toothless so far. Another gun round coming in though.
And Trevor was kind of talking about how Iberiansoul, when they first came together, looked quite rough. I've felt, to me, that it's only continued. I mean, they've won, what, 5 out of their past 12 best-of-3s on HLTV. I think they're very inconsistent. They've had a good tournament in the Y games, beating Kono, Eklot, and Monty to make it into the playoffs. But, I mean, CCT, their opening game, it was a forfeit win. And then after that, they lost to TNL, they lost to Monty, they just beat Cybershock, had to go to OT in the final map decider, and then they can't even beat out against Ruby. And I'm looking at the majority of tournaments, and I'm thinking, even if they get a taste of the playoffs, they're normally just out straight away. So I don't even know where I would rank them as an overall picture in this main Swiss stage. I mean, I probably wouldn't put them as a team that can make it into the playoffs. I mean, I know that they're beating Favbelt on a technicality and they've got another map advantage here, but I'm not currently sold on Iberiansoul.
You are right, there will be an asterisk without a shadow of a doubt if they make playoffs here, because 2 of the wins will be things happening to the opponent that's out of their control. So, yeah, it's not been too great. As we say, a couple of good wins at the beginning. Then there was a poor period, and then there was that good little run in a couple of smaller tournaments. But really, it's just like the odd good win, and then some bad losses, which kind of counteract all that good work. It's 1 step forward, maybe 2 steps back for this team right now, but they have made a step forward in this round. YaLLa is the one man that they have been relying on a little bit recently for the fragging. His rating is quite significantly different, actually, to his teammates. He's managed to get 2 on the entry here toward A. And Afro and Ryu having to rotate in on a retake 2v3. And Afro's in a very hard position to get a kill with the AWP, but actually manages it. Close range. Smoke kit available. Incendiary and HE as well between the 2 of them. Underneath Heaven, a tough position to hold from, and YaLLa easily get rounded on. Mopos is going round the world, round toward Hut. It's not being looked at the moment, but now, of course, it should be seen, and there we go. Ryu on the rafters, the defuse, and the smoke on the bomb, and Mopos had to peek. And that's another well-figured-out round from Monty.
Well, Ryu has just been impeccable with these Heaven repositions in the fact that he's not over-peaking straight away. He's kind of waiting a lot of the time to bait his teammate in, to pull sort of the crossfires away, pull a lot of that attention away. And this is 2 rounds now that he's come up Heaven, and he's just been the key player. He's been the defining factor to closing. And that's frustrating, because that A-bomb site is a crumble. So Saul does so well to get the double entry coming out of Heart, and you just can't close the rounds.
Oh, Haji, out of bullets. That's going to be awkward. Very, very blind. Somehow I managed to fall back behind the main smoke and stay alive, but Mopos says no more of that. Lean does well to find 2, but again it's YaLLa doubling down. They need to find a way. Oh my goodness, Gizmy shadowing Mopos in that smoke there. That was kind of amusing to watch from his POV with our X-ray, obviously. But he will go down to Sonodo. So Afro needs to clutch. Oh my word, it's a great frag on YaLLa. Well, half blind as well. Now he knows exactly where Sonodo is. Unfortunately, on the jiggle, has taken extra damage, which means Sonodo can reposition. I think Afro's heard that repositioning, though. He knows he's going to way toward Heart. And again, smoke kit. Can he lure him out? A tap. You know, he held it last time, but as an incendiary on the bomb, and actually that's really well played by Sonodo. He creeps out while Afro's in the process of using all his utility, knowing it's an unpredictable timing. And finally, they're on the board.
Good work from Sonodo. This is a guy that I've been very critical of recently, Trav. I'm not sold on him at all. I think that he's an AWPer that's struggling, and I think at times he's a liability. The last few weeks I've been watching them, he's been doing a lot of bottom fragging. He's not been generating impact, but he is an experienced player. And in those kind of moments, he's shown up to be very successful to finally at least kind of end the curse, get a round up on the board.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I actually do agree with you on that one, but there's a part of me that has a soft spot for Sonodo after what James did to him in that major qualifier.
The Inferno, yeah.
The Inferno tag. I'll never forget that. I'm sure he won't either, unfortunately. Afro, good tag on Davy G. And he'll fall back away with that, back toward credit.
Monty have done such a good job with opening picks, and it's mainly been the outside, isn't it? We've seen Gizmy getting out to Africa. We're seeing Afro getting a bit more aggressive in the credit, out in Garage. Iberiansoul may have found success in the trades in the mid to late round, but the early round, they are struggling in the moment.
And really, it's only YaLLa finding these really impactful entries for them. That's another one on Afro. Just, it was pretty much a dry swing on his position, actually. So that could have gone all right.
What are the options now? I mean, group, try and see if you can pop ramp. They've been taking A frequently. It's been a lack of outside into secret plays. It's normally been outside to prod for info, and that's about it.
MP9 for Lean. Oh, allow him to go down the vent if he's not careful. He only gets the one, but at least Gizmy was there. Did the bomb drop down? I don't think it did. Did it? It's really hard to tell, of course, on the radar. Maybe it was on the corner. I think it surely... Yeah, they're going up. They're going up, so it can't have dropped down. There it is. See it there. So, very awkward for Iberiansoul there. That was the ultimate nightmare. Tried to get down, first player did, bomb couldn't follow, and that just splits them up.
Maybe this is me being slightly harsh, but I actually don't believe in this Iberiansoul project at all. I think the best way to move forward is to completely disband the team and look for individual European offers. The problem that I've discussed previously, Trav, is which player here would like to play on an EU team? Because a lot of them have only been in the Spanish scene. I mean, Sasul's had a couple of international breaks. Alex has had one with NIP. Everybody else, just, they've not done it previously.
Yeah, Alex's stint with NIP, of course, was pretty doomed as well, wasn't it? I mean, just another one of those IGLs that NIP picked up that was almost thrown to the wall, wasn't expected to deliver something magical out of pretty much a brand new roster and nothing. Kisme will even get that kill on the ladder. He's not supposed to get down the vents. So yeah, I mean, it's hard. I think there's one guy who I feel like could maybe be put into different roles and maybe look a little bit better. It could be Mopoz, but I'm kind of living in the past with that opinion, I feel. I'm criticising my own opinion on that one, maybe, because he's been looking a little bit poorer as of late with his individual ability. And, yeah, this round is not going to be getting too much progress in either, I'm afraid. It'll be Monty 7-1 unless daviG can win a ridiculous 1v4.
Yeah, this is very tough. He's trying to see if he can fight against the rotators, but the CTs aren't really giving him anything. And even a rotation back towards the top site, what, you can get the bomb down, but what are you going to be able to do post that? I mean, tap it, try and draw a fight out towards Heaven. You've got a good tap against Afro, and Gizme is low, but he's still got to try and isolate both of these pegs.
I think he's got 40 seconds. It's not like he's forced to go for the plant on A. He can still maneuver around the map one more time. Gizme's waiting in the vent, so he's in the right position to maybe just go back toward the double door and deny a plant if daviG goes for it on B. But daviG is thinking this one through, probably to the best of his ability right now. He might not win it, but I think he's doing everything right, making every single right move. In comes the B plant. Is Gizme just going to gamble with it? Yeah, he will. Oh, he doesn't. That's incredibly nervy from Gizme. Didn't trust in himself there. And I understand he's low HP, but why would it be a fake from daviG at that time? I'm not so sure. Now he's got an opportunity with Lean next to him. Gizme will go in first, take the information, and try and get Lean to trade. There's the kill, but daviG's got 4 bullets. Needs an immediate headshot. It's 1 bullet, so it's going to have to be a fast-moving Tech 9 headshot. Lean is starting to get nervy. Dance around the silo, and daviG is going to pull it off. Iberiansoul have had nothing going for them in this game. Will that get them going?
Do you know what? Fair play to daviG. That is an impeccable round. And I'll look at it from Gizme's point of view. I actually don't think he's played that poorly, Trav. You've got to remember, low HP and without a teammate close by you, he's opening the double doors in the expectation that daviG gets off of the bomb, that he sort of gets up there and doesn't plant it down straight away. daviG doesn't bite the bait at all. He just sticks it all the way. I guess from his point of view, he just goes, if I get off of this, my chances of winning the round are even lower. And Monty would have felt for almost all of Nuke. We've been on top of them. We've really given them very few chances to get into the game. The problem now is that you're double eco on a few players. It's a swing round opportunity, and this is the very first time in which Alex can put pressure on getting not only a round streak, but actually putting on decent amount of rounds on the T side. And then I feel like we start getting the separation of Monty's chances of trying to send it to that final map decider of Ancient.
Yeah, genuinely a chance. But daviG's given them a glimmer of hope on this T side. Brilliant clutch. And after having, just replaying the round in my mind and seeing one of those replays myself and seeing the time on the clock, I do agree with you about Gizme. I think there's probably the right move to make. Just fake the door rather than just go for it straight up. So, yeah, I will adjust my opinion on that one.
And how good Gizme was in the clutch when we casted him only a couple of days ago. You do think, well, was it a one-off? Does the Brit have the constant X factor in those late round scenarios?
Who knows, but sometimes you can just have those days where you're in a flow state and you keep getting these clutches go your way. That time is just a really well-played situation from daviG. Like, literally made every single move to the best of his ability.
Man, this is going to be a 5-on-5 save, I reckon, Trav. Like, this is the worst outcome for a double eco where you're forcing. There's no one lower. Mate, there's just no point going for it. Like, unless you can get the top site lurk, maybe there's something. Otherwise, hold on to your weapons and just bring them into the next round.
You're going to have a classic scenario here of these sort of games in Tier 2 where You get a good lead, 6-1. You lose one round that you shouldn't have lost, and suddenly a good lead can turn into a 7-5 or 6-6 half. Iberiansoul could have that here. They really could.
And Monty will look at this one and say, right, we're in positions where we can do a little bit of exit damage. We've got Secret covered. We've got the vent rotation covered. We've got a scout out from ramp. But the teams don't necessarily need to go too far away from the bomb blast on Nuke, so they might not get forced into this.
They're going to have a look, though. 4 players here. Goodness gracious, this could be an absolute massacre in towards Secret. Gizmy's going to draw up the AK and have Haji in support. That's not that bad, considering the situation. They'll be happy with that. They've taken 2 AKs.
I was just wondering, are they going to buy again for Monty? I mean, you'd be really happy with the damage that you've done at the end of the round. I mean, Lean's buying down to 50. I think this is the right call. Looking at the idea that you've saved onto an M4, you've saved onto a couple of AKs, I don't mind the heavier investment around it.
Yeah, and you've still got enough for some form of purchase in the next round as well, because you've got Haji, Gizmy and Afro actually on enough money to buy up 3 rifles. You could argue Ryu will have as well, just maybe less utility. So yeah, I don't mind this at all. Unfortunately, Ryu's going to go peeking already and will lose his life to Salsor, who's been so consistent in this game. And Davi G, their saviour, to kind of wrestle the game back into a competitive map of Nuke. Again, managed to get a couple before he goes down. 4v2, good position for Lean. Alex with a shadow advantage for Lean, unfortunately for the MP9. Alex is too accurate, so it's all down to the Afro Scout. They now know where it is, and they can avoid him.
Iberiansoul will be very thankful that Davi G has won that 1v3, because now we're seeing the ramifications of what's happened post it. Yes, the Dodo is in a good position. The gun is blocking, but looks just at the right time. I don't suppose the left hand is being seen on GoTV, right? Like, we see the... It's not crosshair. What am I thinking? Like, how the gun barrel looks. What is that term?
You mean view model or
view model? That's it. That's the term. We see that, don't we, from the observers? But we don't see the left hand or right hand if they're using it, correct?
We just saw it there on Alex.
Really?
Yeah, on the replay, right in front of your very eyes as you said it. Wait, production, switch to Alex, please. Production, can we do that?
So how did he see him? What happened there?
We'll see. I'll prove it. Unless literally, like, I'm just going insane after so many casts in the last 2 weeks.
It was just never the case. Yeah.
There we go. Look,
I'm not. Fair play.
I'm not lying. I'm not lying. But yeah, I think we actually see a lot more sometimes than maybe we expect. Even like some broadcasts have like the lineup crosshair turned on, right? When players have utility drawn for a long period of time. When you're trying to go for a mini entry, quite literally. But not anything just yet. More plausible fun gives me at least. And again, it's Salsor getting an important trade. They're going to, in the end, win those frags. Get a 3 for 2 to get a bomb plot on A.
Gizmy is going to be fuming, because there was a point where they were just slapping them about. It just didn't even look competitive. And now, for Monty, they've just lost their edge in this series completely. They're going to attempt the retake. At least Ryu's alive. If Ryu's alive and there's a retake, I believe that it could still be on.
He, unfortunately, is not on a very low HP player. But Afro, he knows where Alex is playing from and has hit 2 wallbangs through the dead vent, and Stododo is not able to connect with the spray. Do they have time? They don't. What a shame. They actually did so well there, and Stododo, I would argue, maybe peaked a little bit earlier than he should have done. Could have absolutely guaranteed it. Sure, still did, but it was nervy for a second. I'm sure he wasn't entirely sure he'd won that round for his team.
You don't often see spam kills. What you sometimes see is rifles spammed out towards that closed vent corner just to indicate whether someone's there or not. You even see it with flashes, don't you? They sometimes throw the flashes in, they hear the body block, and then they know. But to actually get a kill, I can't even remember the last time I've seen that.
It's been a while. It is doable. Afro made it. He gave it a chance, but not today. I've just seen something. I wanted to double check it. Apparently, that 1v4 for WG is his second of his entire career.
Yeah, right. Okay, I mean, what, on Nuke or just in general?
No,
just
overall.
in proper career.
Or entire career. Yeah, the other one was against OG in February.
Okay, well, you're getting some magic here today.
Yeah, missing rare clutches. But look, what did I say, right? We could actually have a 6-6 half here, or a 7-5. Like, Monty have dropped the ball somewhat on their early lead. And I think Iberiansoul will be very happy with a solid T-side here.
Timing against the AWP is a bit awkward for the Rifler. Iberiansoul have all of ramp. The problem that they were probably attempting was wrapping heaven. I don't know if that's possible now with the AWP being out here towards hell.
Afro do well, but we'll use some utility, so we'll get caught and lean. No! Oh, that was a bit of a freebie. That gives this round a little tiny bit of a chance again for the Spaniards. Good angle being played by the MP9 in toward the control room, though. Gives me playing it aggressively like that. Salsa was not expecting it at all. So, Mopos with 25 health. Bomb needs to be picked up, and only 20 seconds. Gives me is not giving him a thing. There's help around him as well. 14. Having to drop down and immediately go for a kill, probably, to have any chance at all. And he's being played with right now by Haji. There we go. He'll complete it. So it is a 7-5 half, but I think Iberiansoul will be very content with a solid 5 on T-side. And we know how good they've been against Monty on this map in their previous matchups.
Yeah, I was certainly convinced at one point that this was just a done deal, that we were going to go to map 3 for sure, but I look at how that clutch has redeemed it. My only concern is the early half starts. If Monty can win a pistol, they can win first gun round. I think with just the momentum that they were able to build in that first half, that's what they'll be trying to target again. I look at their T side of Nuke and I go, okay, what, 15 wins, 10 losses last 3 months, 50.6 round win percentage? It's average. It's okay. It's going to be tough for them to try and send it towards Ancient.
Immediate vent dive for Ryu and for the rest of the team, to be honest. There is one player waiting in on that ladder to try and get maybe a knife kill on a rotation. Very cheeky. But I'm going to fall off of that idea. Bomb will go down. Already a headshot on Salsa and Davi G, tagged down to 18. This is going to be an easy pistol for Monty by the looks of things. Oh, Ryu out of bullets, my friend. That's a bit of an oversight. Maybe he put in a reload and quick switch too early and didn't realise he hadn't reloaded properly. Afro will manage to get a quick trade, though. And it is the 2 low HP players looking to shift away, maybe save some Kevlar.
Monty get up to 8. 2 for 2 in pistols out on Nuke. And I would say that their track record at least gives me the vision that I can expect more from this team in, let's say, the next few weeks, next month or so than I can for Iberiansoul. I mean, the fact that they've had a really competitive series against Omega, I know that they're playing against Fireflux on Friday. They have been a little bit inconsistent, but in this tournament, they've been excellent. They've been able to beat Favbet 2-0, Z10 2-0, Saber 2-0. They had a really comfortable 2-0 against Spirit Academy a few days ago. So the more that I see them, Trav, the more that I do get excited about the immediate future of at least contesting towards the top end of Tier 2.
It's weird though, right? Because if you just like do it the easy way and just like scroll through recent results for both, you do look at it and say, okay, well actually both of them are quite inconsistent. But the teams Monty are losing to, Eclot, Static, Astrum, you know, I think they're fine teams to lose to at that sort of a similar level. Losing to Fireflux, losing to Sangal 3 weeks ago, that's maybe a bit more worrying. But yeah, I do think both of these two are kind of good examples of teams that have good name value, just are not able to find like a formula that gets them more wins and more progression in Tier 2 to become more of a stalwart at the top of that particular tier.
I even think back to this core of Iberiansoul. Man, they used to be kings of ECL back in the day. They had quite a few Pro League qualifications through that method. And what, last season of ECL, they won a single game. They didn't even make Stage 2. They went out last in the group.
Famas, it's a good opening, and Afro is struggling a little bit toward that credit position. He's the bomb carrier as well. So I did need to be careful. Thankfully get some utility down to save himself. And let's choose just to flash their way over. No smokes on the crosshair, of course, because Monty has only got 2 mollies left in this round. That could prove to be awkward if they try and go for this plant down toward B now, because they've got no protection whatsoever. And again, Davy G! How on earth has he found Lean there? You can't even bloody see him, the flames are in the way. That's crazy. Just a pure bit of guesswork, it feels like. And now they have a 3v2. However, Monty have got the bomb down. Mopoz, he's not being considered yet by Ryu. When does he open the door? Maybe he's missed his opportunity. Hamas has obviously been drawn for Mopoz. Ryu. Now he's alone. Now it's tough. Surely he'll get picked from single, and he will. 5-7 will get the kill. Huge round for Iberiansoul to win on this force.
Fundamentally, those rotations from A were absolutely dreadful for Iberiansoul. First off, as soon as they see heavy outside into secret, you need to be dropping vent instantly. And what, the 5-7 doesn't shoot the vent, the knife comes out, and then when he does drop, bro, they're like standing on each other. What is happening in the comms for that to happen? The guy that's already down there in vent needs to press forward and get himself out towards a single door, and then have your vent rotation working in the vent. I think they can count their lucky stars that Davy G found impact through the flames with that FAMAS, because that should not have been a round win for the CTs.
The second kill is just like, couldn't even see him. Like, I mean, we couldn't see him. I assume it's pretty similar for his POV. So, like, that was pretty crazy. Now Monty are down to just a pure full eco. So it'll give Iberiansoul a chance to build up money of their own, which, of course, they don't have much of yet. Door will be open. Mopoz knows where to shoot. Even will stop Afro from trying to make his way down. I think Afro got himself stuck on the corner anyway. Arm would have been seen even if he did get down, I think. It's only Lean. It's all good. It's all 5 players alive and with 500 HP intact.
And Mopoz started his career on Movistar Riders way back in June of 2017. So this whole iteration from Movistar to Koi to now Iberiansoul, but he's coming up to 8 years. That's a long time to be involved in this project. And it almost makes me kind of think back to like the Artist and Extinct Giraffe roster, where they were just teammates for so long. And I'm like, when is it time to kind of give it up? When's it time to get a new fresh project, work with some new teammates? Because they've kind of just been recycling the same players for the majority of that time.
Yeah, he was one of those players that was kind of one of the longest single team servants, right? It was like Jerry on 4s at the time. These days we still have Crimson Fnatic somewhat. You have Rain, you have BTN, of course, on Nexus 2.
Of course,
so,
the GOATs.
So, yeah, you've got a couple that are still in that position. But Mopoz, unfortunately, the stats won't show that because, obviously, the change came from Movistar Runners to Movistar Koi. Same team, thankfully, but you know, all the HLTV and Liquipedia entries show it as a team switch, sadly. But, so yeah, it's borderline 8 years. Sododo is very stuck here. There's no way he gets out, and he will not. Afro will tap him down. Early outside control for Monty. 4v3, and make that 4v2, as Alex will drop as well. There is quick rotations from YaLLa and Mopoz, and they know they need it. Being here could be good, because Afro, 52 HP, stuck in garage with the bomb right now.
It's getting really brawly, and Mopoz is getting on the front side of this main smoke, and while he sees a lot of coverage, the trades are pretty good for the T side. I look at that round from Monty, and I think, first off, it's just aggro outside, but it's just trying to drop the gloves and do a little bit more fighting than slowing the round down, working timings, being able to bait util. And for Iberiansoul, while they've felt as if they're on the comeback, they're coming close to being able to sort of close out this game in a 2-0 fashion, I'm looking at where their economy sits at the scoreline of 7-9, and I'm thinking, if they don't have a good gun round here, they're going to be down 7-11, and at that point, I don't have belief that they're going to close. I think the scoreline is too vast for them to be in a state where they wrap up this game.
Yeah, it would have been ideal for them to only have to play one map here, but there's a good chance for Monty to recover this to a second and technically third.
I mean, even we spoke about it in the pre-show. Nuke landslides, 13-6s, 13-4. Yeah. 1 round away from double digits. Like, what's changed from the official on the 10th, the one on the 12th?
Saw, I think Mopoz on the player cam there using one of those breathing strips on his nose. I feel like I need to try those because they seem to be all the rage right now. I swear to God. I see, like, tennis players are using it, like, Counter-Strike players are using it. Everyone's using it. I think even Machine used one at Pro League.
I have seen a lot of them. I don't know if I believe in it, but hey, if enough people start to use them, then everyone's opinion's eventually going to get swayed.
Yeah, true. I'm going to have to buy some and give it a go, because I think it's quite easy when you've been talking for a really long time, just, like, get a little bit naturally stuffy, especially if your room is warm, so, I don't know. I'll give it a go at some point. Monty, 9-7, Iberiansoul. I need to give this game a bit more of a go, because this is the all-important round. If I lose this one and actually all go down, then, as you rightly said, Monty have a good path to take this to our decider of Ancient. Salsal dropped down at possibly the worst time. Needs a pre-fire headshot. And funnily enough, he gets the dink and actually gets the kill on the player behind. So, awkward, but he's done good work, technically. Even though maybe it wasn't the attempted result. Alex will eventually drop the bomb toward Afro as well as a very low HP Ryu. That's going to be all good. And Gizmi is not close enough to really do anything.
Not actually sure how that's happened at Ram. I'm looking at the setup. So as soon as he makes that noise, you think, okay, maybe he goes 1-for-1 at the very best. Just the fact that he's just killed a player he's not aiming at and got a dink off on the player that he is aiming at. I mean, good timing for Stadodo. He wouldn't have heard that main player dropping to get towards Icebox and try and get out there towards the lockers area, but you've got almost everyone finding impact, especially Alex down there on B. And for Monty, I mean, I'm looking at the money line, thinking 1,700, 1,400, 1,700. Jeez, it's light. This is a really weird economy state for them.
Yeah, this is actually, no, it was a swing round, that previous round in some ways of it. And yeah, they're in a state now where you could argue that double eco force buy, but looks like they're fully saving here. Another half investment in the next, and then a proper buy at what will then be 10-8. So, awkward for Monty.
I don't know how sold I am, Trav, on these double ecos where they get treated as double ecos. It's only been a recent, I would say, revelation. In the past, it was always, yeah, we're double eco, we just buy. And now it feels like teams are just, are they playing it too safe, do you reckon? They just don't have that belief anymore that they can win rounds on the weakened investments.
I think it's just so many examples now of rounds being a success, especially on CT, right? With these buys that we've been seeing, where teams have been not going for a full investment, going for an MP9s across the board first, and then buying a full purchase with everything. Because those are so winnable. On T-Side, I don't see it as I guess you could say, possible for me. I mean, as you can see here, we're actually deciding not to go for a half first. We're going for a full investment, and it's 2 Galils, 1 AK only. Probably on the right player of Ryu. But Mac 10, I make that 2. So they kind of just committed to a worse gun round.
You even wonder why Haji's bought a Deagle in that last eco. If they were going to buy it round 19, mate, just use a Glock. I don't know what you're going to be getting out of that. That $700 would have made a hell of a difference. Now, you've got heavy util on the outside, but this has to be a top-side play. I mean, double Mac 10s, it's ramp pop or it's A-take. I just can't see much of an approach of a default on the outside with these kind of weapons.
Salsal has got in towards Secret on the advanced angle. Also, one thing with this purchase for Monty is it will give them good util because they've bought Mac 10s and stuff and Galils. But how much will that help them?
They did a really good job of blocking. A lot of counter util towards the door, making it uncomfortable for the top side play. And Davy G's been pretty good with multis. I think this is a perfect opportunity for him to at least get 2.
Oh, tries to go aggressive though, and gives me Mac 10 will best him with that flash positioning there. It was pretty awkward. Mopus has found lean, but again, Haji is dancing around. Do they know he's there? That nade surely indicates that they do. He's being tagged down by Molly as well in the meantime, while these players try to entry toward A. Utility going back and forth. Haji's still stuck there outside. They're going to go for a peek now. I think it's a pretty decent timing for it, but Afro again is doing great work. Haji's being an absolute nuisance outside right now. What an absolute menace he's being. Just dancing around. with YaLLa. And YaLLa was low after all that dueling went down. So Afro will get his 3rd kill of the round. YaLLa's not being quiet about where he's coming from. It's 74 HP versus 22. Kit available for YaLLa. Does he know he's walking toward Hut? Oh, he hasn't seen him. Oh, the timing is unreal. He's looking at it now, but he's still checking behind the site. So I think Afro has played him like a fool. What a round for Afro. Quad kill. We mentioned how important it is for him to play well at this level recently. He's looking good on the rifle and on the AWP.
Man, that is a round where they probably shouldn't have been able to do so. I mean, I think Haji's just baiting too much there on the top of main. I mean, what's he trying to attempt? Cutting a rotate with a MAC-10? I'd like to see him in the pack there. I'd like to see him coming out door, coming out Hut. Maybe put a Galil player out there in top main instead. And fundamentally, I think Monty got themselves in a lot of trouble, especially with how good the Heaven rotates look from Iberiansoul. You got a lot of pressure coming down onto the side players, but it's that individual ability, that little bit of X factor from Afro. Now, the issue is that you've won the round, but you've got the weaker buy. You had, what, 1 alive? Your economy's awful. Your loss bonus isn't there. Alex knows that this is the round to end it all. This is the round to just completely tilt Monty with the mental state, completely tilt where the economy sits as well. I would say that even with the clutch being won, Monty are in the worse off position going into round 20.
Yeah, I mean, I actually do agree that Haji, in a different scenario there, being in the pack would have been probably a bit more of a round guarantee for Monty, but in the end it technically worked, right? With the way he was just doing so much damage to YaLLa outside, just dancing around with him, delaying him so much to allow Afro to do the work. Oh, Sadodo. That is some questionable timing on the cross when he pulls out his knife, but you know what's going on. They're down towards Secret, and of course with a bit lesser utility, as you've mentioned, with that bit rougher buy, surviving with only 1 player alive. Might be awkward, but the thing that's awkward for Iberiansoul is that they've given Monty the B bomb site pretty much.
Yes, the Soul needs to try and get an impactful frag before this bomb goes down. He needs to scale out here, get that first fight against Gizmi. 2 points of health, he can now just back off. And there is still 2 topside lurkers. You've got one towards sort of the ramp entrance and then another one on the outside.
Oh, it's a good timing on the single door open. Ryu doesn't give it a look, and Mopos even will double down toward Lean as well. That's huge. And look how far Haji is away again here. It's going to be too little too late, I think, on this rotate round towards single. The defuse has only been tapped, but now there's a kit on it. So it shouldn't be an issue. Afro will try and lurk in. Davide will try and lurk in. And that's really all they had to do, right? They had... I would even argue there, saving your rifles is the better option. Because you're not going to win that round 2v5. Creeping in like that, I think is pointless.
No, I agree 100%. And I can only imagine... all you need to do is keep an eye on who's alive. Oh, Haji's alive? Oh, well, he's not going to be near the bomb site, is he? He's going to be baiting somewhere outside. I mean, that's like 2 rounds in a row now. Right, I just feel like Haji is just getting nothing from these late lurks. He's not making any impact happen at all.
Yeah, the worst case scenario is that, of course, now they're on this eco, which will allow Iberiansoul to get to 11, as long as no errors are made by the CT side. Max will stand tall outside, tapping long range. That is a bit ugly for Mopos, but it's fine. He's got help. And Gizmi, well, he's more dead than a dead thing.
What is also going on with these heavier investments unnecessarily? Like, to me, if you're upgrading pistols without armor, what's the point? Especially on Nuke. I think you need to have Tech 9 armor, a bit of util to make something happen. And we've had 2 ecos now in the second half from Monty, where I think they've just overspent. And now we're looking at round 22, which is, well, what should have been a gun round, and now they're going for the safer option. They're playing for OT in this one.
I don't think it's unfair to say in this game, I really don't, that Monty have mismanaged not just some situations. I think they've also mismanaged their economy on multiple occasions too. I don't even think they'll disagree with that if they were to watch this back and listen to what I was saying. Like, I just think there's been a couple of scenarios where they have not given themselves their best possible chance, either in the round where they've bought too much or the round following where they don't have everything they need. Look, they could just win this round now. It's actually possible because Gizmi has got a second kill. Ryu's just 1D'd Alex, and Sadodo is fumbling behind a smoke. So look, classic Counter-Strike, proving us wrong. It needs to be YaLLa to answer back ASAP.
This timing from Afro is good. You get a freebie against the AWP, it's the other player that could be a little bit difficult. Don't tell me Afro goes down now. Oh my goodness, no! Oh, what is happening? Gizby's been seen on the bomb site. At least he's got it into a 1v1. Oh man, Gizby is waiting for the rotate up in heaven. It is all about timing now against the Dodo.
This is ridiculous. What a stupid round so far. Ugh. I understand why Afro waited, but the fact that Salsal was there to help, the fact that Salsal again just goes... It's a little bit too eager there to just finish off the round then and there, right? I understand, like, it's a heated moment, but... Oh, Dodo, I think he's guessed brilliantly here. He's having to gamble. He's 3 HP. This is probably the best opportunity for him to win the round. He's already down toward the ramp position. He's going to open the door, right-click the smoke, and try and get the plant down. And Dodo, oh, these are the shots you need to hit. P250 drawn, and finally, look at the reaction in the player cams. Ridiculous, hand on head. He'll get the kill, and he'll get Iberiansoul 12 in stupid fashion, really.
I'm convinced, Trav, that we're just not meant to cast together. Whatever has been happening in these best of threes over the last few days, it's like I've never seen the light before. I don't know what's going on. The world's just about to explode or something, mate. Like, what have we just witnessed in that last round there?
So many factors about it can just be talked about again and again, and you still wouldn't be able to explain it properly.
Oh,
crazy.
It was so close. Like, the topside lean looked quite good. The trades were all over. The opening kills are pretty good. Gizmy tries to slow it down, rotate vent, probably feels that he's got the one-up. And the fact that even the AWP has missed the shot before he gets into that smoke, and then just spams the P250, and it's just a stray bullet straight to his head.
Classic. Absolutely classic. Because I was talking about how Monty, like, kind of mismanaged things, they're in a situation here where actually get a great chance at winning an unlikely round. That wasn't even their buy, of course. Iberiansoul try their best to get rid of it, try their best to chuck it, but they will get it over the line. Now could just get this series over the line with one map being won. Of course, with that forfeit having to come through in map 1 for Monty due to that scheduling conflict. Lean will find the opening toward Davi G, though. This game is by no means over. Salsal, again, been very, very reliable as an individual over the course of this game. Alex will find his kill towards Secret as well. Re-smoke, blocks him off. Good play.
Oh, walk out from lead. He walked door, he got successful. He walked hard, it was a death. Haji and Afro, the last couple left. And this is basically a near impossible, because even if they do target the lower bomb side, Alex is just going to not only stall, but allow the rotation from Dodo, which has already come. So you've got 2 players on A, you've got 2 players on B, and there's just no way. This is just an impossible ask for Monty.
Feels that way, as long as they don't adjust their positioning too much. Maybe a boost to try and deal with this jump spotting player, but no, Alex is just going to see it, right? No need for him to go too aggressive. He actually kind of does, to be fair, but it's a good angle for him. So he'll get the kill. Afro needs 4. We saw Davi G win a 1v4 earlier. That's actually the 1v4 that kind of got Iberiansoul up and running in this game. They were nowhere before that clutch. Dodo won't be able to finish off Afro, but it will be an Iberiansoul victory here, with only winning 1 map in the series. Afro creeping out. Close left position. Oh, he's missed the quick scope. Finally, he'll hit the second, but 12 seconds now. Surely he'll just get rounded on. He's got 1 player coming from a vent. What is going on? Why are they giving him 1v1s? Relax, guys. You've got the game in the palm of your hand. Afro running through the Molotov. What is going on? Why are we running through a Molotov? Why are we giving Afro a chance? Why are we giving Afro a chance? 4 kills, 24 and 13. What is happening?
It's almost as if they said to each other, right, how can we troll this round the hardest? Like, let's actually think about it and let's actually do it. That is an embarrassment of a round there for Iberiansoul. First off, Dodo is just whiffed the easiest kill of his life. And then the single door play, the running through the molly. I don't know how none of them are doubled up. How are the 2 rotators just not going single door or double doors together?
Laziness, full stop. I can't think of any other reason for that. The right time for a pause, obviously, for Monty. It's the last one of regulation. Just to make him think, relax after that insane play. That was a 2v4. That was a 1v4 for Afro. I mentioned that Davy G had one. That one looked way, way more of an impossibility for Afro. How he's been allowed to isolate nearly every single one of those duels is crazy. Sododo starts it off by whiffing his P250. Oh, come on, guys. That is just... Listen, I'm definitely a commentator that doesn't want to focus on the negatives when it comes to a clutch. I like to focus on the positives and what a great play it was. But come on, Iberiansoul, you'll just know that's amateur hour how you've lost that one.
Yeah, what a sales pitch to try to get picked up by an orc that was. Alex on the outside is completely blinded. Don't tell me this is going to go to overtime. Don't give Monty a chance to be able to send this towards Ancient. Gives me aggressively on the outside. Now, the biggest concern I've had about Monty's T side is the lack of impact from Ryu. I actually do not remember a single kill that he managed in this second half. I swear he finished the first half on 14 kills, and he's now on 16.
Sometimes Ryu can have these moments as well. Just falls off a little bit individually, has these good starts, but then just disappears a little bit. Can Dodo redeem himself here? Needs a pick. They're going to go for a boost. Which player does he shoot? The player above or below? There we go. There's no leg seen on the below player. It's all good. Davy G will find lean as well. Can they just finish this one off anyway, despite all that has happened? 4v3. Make that 4v2 again, by the way. And now Ryu has to pull off a 1v4. If this happens again here, I will give away all my precious esports merch to you, Dweg. Because at this point, there's just no way. Lightning can't strike for the third time.
Oh, it can.
That's the Mick McCarthy fucking quote. Oh, it can.
Oh, here we go. Now, all he needs to do is kill Dodo, get the bomb down. There's the first. Come on. Oh, nearly. That was so close to the pick against the AWPer. He's running out of time, though. Back towards the top side. There's a vent rotator. But you're never going to expect this right-hand side angle from Mopoz. So good work from Iberiansoul to eventually get this game done. I'd say from Monty's point of view, Trav, 6-1 up when they lost that, 1v3 against Davy G? Mate, they had that game on a really good opening start, and they kind of just let themselves slip. I mean, from that point onwards, they only won individual rounds to get it all the way to an 11-13 loss.
Yeah, that's a real... Like, you mentioned how Iberiansoul's tournament will have a little bit of an asterisk on it. Well, look, the way they've won that game is impressive enough to actually scrape it over the line, but if you actually... Like, the individual rounds that they've managed to find a way to lose are actually crazy. Like, they got the map forfeit win, of course, on Mirage. That's a map that Monty usually always win against Iberiansoul in their previous matchups, and of course that is their forfeit for being late to the series, unfortunately. So... yeah, really, really weird game for many reasons, not just because of the forfeit, but also because of those crazy clutches on Nuke. One from Davy G, one from Afro. They'll be remembered in my mind for a long time, maybe not necessarily for the right reasons for Afro as well, unfortunately. But yeah, whatever the case, all that truly matters for Iberiansoul is they're in a tournament and they're 2-0 in the Swiss stage for a tournament as well.
Yeah, it's just classic Dodo, like what I was kind of mentioning earlier. I mean, he wins an important 1v1 clutch against Gizmy, but 11 kills when it's got all rounds of regulation and he's meant to be your AWPer? I don't know. This Iberiansoul roster, I think you mentioned it with like one of the interviews of, I'm just here to help them out. I'm just convinced that they're just, not that they're not trying, but they're not 100% committed. I get the feeling that they're pracking, they're playing with officials, but they're sort of just here for a good time. They're here to just play games, and they're not here to be a threat at the top end of Tier 2. And the more games I see like that, the more that it just tells me that picture.
It's not convincing. Let's put it that way, right? It's not convincing at all. But anyway, we do have a little bit of an mini extended break here. About 30 minutes or so, because we've got one more BO3 to cover today. Unfortunately, only one map for that series due to the delays and the scheduling conflict. But there should be no issues with that in the next BO3. Spirit Academy versus Favbet. We'll see you soon for that one. She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb drops, popped up behind it at the edge of. Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Aerial. Still moving out to
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go!
One more BO3 to come today in the YaLLa Compass Contenders, and we're on Kyosuke watch, of course. It's Spirit Academy versus Favbet. Expecting a little bit of a better performance from Spirit Academy today because they struggled a little bit in their opening game in this tournament, Dwag.
He was a bit on fraud watch, I think, when we cast him against Monty. It was kind of as if it was, especially on the T sides, right, let's just send him out. Let's let him play very solo, very aggressively. And he was just getting one-for-ones, and then that was it. And for Spirit Academy, for the lineup that they've got, for them to not even hold weight, for them to not even contest against Monty, it was a shocker of a best of three.
It was kind of, I would say none of them really showed up in when it really mattered. And we kind of had a point for this team where I question motivation as well to deliver, because you know, I was just reading some stuff and watching some stuff, of course, from earlier today. You know, Striker from HLTV pretty much just saying that he thinks Kyosuke is a done deal. Like, I don't think there's going to be any question marks about it, like a done deal to Falcons. So I do wonder, like, he's going to obviously, of course, try his best to continue to show why he's so good at this level. But if he's got that sorted, then, you know, what motivation does he have in his own head to really put his foot down in tournaments like this? Obviously, you know, contracted to Spirit for now, maybe, but you could argue all of those things. But at the moment, players like Alcaraz, who can often pick up the slack when Kyosuke is even a little bit below par, is maybe not doing that as much. And I'm expecting a lot better today, because I reckon they will probably have been kind of just looking at the matchup against Favbet in particular is not one that is usually too close overall.
And it's a bit of a shame for Bondic and co, because they probably feel that they've actually looked okay as of late. The problem is, every time they take on Spirit Academy, it's just a loss. They just can't even hold weight. And it makes you kind of wonder for Spirit's mindset. I mean, we were talking about it in the Monty game out on Monday. They're just very inconsistent online. And I'm not even sure if they're strong enough to make the playoffs. I think they're strong enough to get a win here today, but are they strong enough to push for 3 wins in the main Swiss stage? I'm not convinced with this lineup.
No, again, I feel like, to me, that there's quite a big disparity between the likes of Spirit Academy and Navi Junior, right? I feel like Navi Junior have their star with Makaze, but there are so many other pieces of that team that seem to be working so damn well. Every single rifler can step up. Even their in-game leader, Krebeni, like, can be incredible individually, right? So yeah, I think there's quite a big difference between those two in terms of, like, who's the best academy in the world. People have said about Navi Junior's coach, Kulia, I believe it is, right? Said in an interview, basically said, listen, don't consider us an academy anymore. We're past that at this point. I think we're good enough to be considered a bit better. I'm not sure if Spirit Academy are. I still think there's very clear inexperience from some of these players. I'll have to see if that shows in this series. But against Favbet, we'll look at now, they have kind of destroyed them. And the only game that's really relevant recently, which is the one they've played this year, that was around about 9 days or so ago in Challenger League playoffs. Spirit Academy 13-3, 13-1 them. There was no contest from this Favbet roster whatsoever.
It was a bit of a weird tournament for Favbet, because I thought their opening group stage was really good. They beat Rebels, they beat Game Agents, they beat Navi Junior 2-0, they 2-0'd Gun 5. They get into stage 2 and they get slaughtered by Sinners, they get destroyed by Paravision, they go into the first round of the lower bracket of the playoffs, and then just get pumped by Spirit Academy. And you just think that entire tournament is just decimating 0-2 losses, Whereas in other tournaments, we've seen them make the playoffs in CCT. They're playing Saw in a matchup of the round of 16 tomorrow. I look at some of their other ones and think, okay, even in the Contenders stage, they went 3-1. They beat Amcal, they beat Fireflux, they beat Sangul. Most of those games were 2-0s. There's definitely some highlight performances, and it probably tells you that with FabBet winning 9 out of their past 12 best of 3s on HLTV. The names that have surprised me the most, Trav, is that they've had 2-0 wins recently against TNL, who's a top-end Tier 2 team, Sinners, who's okay, you know, middle of the pack, Partisan, who I rate quite highly, and then the new Passion UA roster. I mean, to get 2-0 wins against those sort of clubs, those sort of teams, is quite surprising for the players that FavBet really have.
It shows that they've still got something about them, right? And there's one man who I really enjoy watching, that's actually Tension, as the AWPer, right? I think he's got something about him. We've got so many talented AWPers in Ukraine, so sadly that pool is a bit big for him to really get any opportunities elsewhere, right? But I think he's got pretty talented. One thing that I will say is kind of a hallmark of FavBet is they can be, as you say, have some great results. But I think Bondic is actually still doing well, even as an individual, even this late on into his career, which I think is a great positive for FavBet. Like, he's not, setting the world on fire, but you don't expect him to at this stage of his career, right? He's doing absolutely fine, I think, in the roles he's in. But it's Smash sometimes. If Smash has a good game, FavBet are very hard to face and very hard to beat. If Smash has a slow game, which is kind of what I'm talking about here, his peaks and troughs with his form and his numbers are quite significant. I see him like having a great game, going 9-2, like entering the A-bomb set on Inferno, for example, looking like every shot's going to hit. And some games he's invisible, going 2-9. So a bit more of a consistent path for him when it comes to his individual form. I think this FavBet team could find more wins against that tier opposition you've been talking about.
Yeah, I mean, even for the veto mindset, I think what always needs to be discussed is if you're getting slammed out of a best-of-3 series in recent times, so that's maybe a week, 2-week period, you always want to try and change the veto. Now, for FavBet, this is going to be the first time on HLTV in the last 3 months that they have picked Train in a best-of-3. They normally always pick their Anubis, and if they don't get that, they normally always pick their Inferno. But with Inferno being the insta-ban of your opposition, and how with Anubis went down last time, I think you just have to try something different. And with how Spirit Academy looked against Monty on Monday on Train, I don't mind it. I think it's a pretty good back pocket pick there from FavBet.
It's probably the best choice they could go for, purely off of what Spirit Academy did look like previously, right? Spirit Academy have had okay wins on Train. Historically, they've beaten Ents, they've had a win against an Amiga back earlier on in the year as well in the PGL Bucharest qualifiers. Even destroying Zero Tenacity in February 13-3, but they are littered in there with some bad losses too against decent teams. I'll give them that. We're talking about Bet Boom, Aurora. Bet Boom had an incredible streak on Train recently. If you remember, that was only stopped, I think, in CCT Global Finals. But yeah, I think clearly that game against Monty, FavBet have seen something which they're looking to try and exploit. I do worry. You've mentioned before, like punish picks at this level of Counter-Strike. Like, how worthy are they of really trying to push forward to go for that? I wouldn't be surprised today if Spirit Academy have a completely different looking Train and run over FavBet. They're the sort of team that can just do that.
Well, individually, you would expect FavBet to be a little bit less on it than Spirit Academy, so more players need to take responsibility. I look at Jackie, I rate him quite highly as a rifler. I think he's been unfortunate in his career path in which he's never really got good offers. He's always played on sort of middling teams and tried to get as much out of them as possible. The biggest factor that I look at from FavBet is it's been nearly a year since they've made a roster change, and have we really seen that much improvement with the team in that time? Not really. I think they've kind of stayed around the same level. They're never really a threat at the top end of Tier 2, but they're also not a weak team at the lower end. So I don't know what the pathway really is for these guys. Is it maybe adding Crush in some of the background staff roles to help them out push in the year? Just always feel a bit deflated by what FavBet show on a weekly basis.
It's funny, isn't it? I mean, I think it might have been Neo who spoke to me about this. Like, sometimes you have to remind yourself that some teams in Tier 2, like big in Tier 1, for example, their kind of like goal isn't to win events. Their goal is to be the best team in their country, to always be a representative for their country in the big events. And for FavBet, it feels like their ultimate goal is to be a little bit better at this tier, to work through that progress and make that slow progress to really show what they're made of, and not be a team that is expecting to make big LAN runs. Maybe 1 or 2 LANs would be nice, but like, they don't have mass expectations for the roster, which is why they're kind of keeping it as it is. Example would be as well for Zero Tenacity, right? Keeping the same roster for God knows how long, just trying to keep plugging away, trying to find some success with their current team. So maybe just their ultimate goal for the backroom staff and maybe for the players themselves, they know they've got a ceiling and they're just trying to hit that ceiling more often.
Yeah, look, it very much could be. And I think for Favbet, we have seen that at times they can look a little bit more dominating. I mean, it's nice to know that they're getting out of these CCT closed qualifiers and they're at least getting into main events. They're at least putting deeper tournament runs up on the board. We just don't really see it that often. And I think it's going to be a bit of revenge today because not only was it a disappointing showing in ECL after a good group stage, but they got knocked out by Spirit Academy. They were already starting in the lower bracket of the playoffs. So now you're in a position today where you lost out against Iberiansoul, where map number 1 went to overtime. We spoke about it in the last best of 3. Map 2, Crush has to stand in for Tension. I mean, that's standing in for your Orpa, who's a player that is not even a pro anymore. This is now the perfect opportunity against a shaky-looking Spirit Academy roster to try and go 1-1 in the Swiss stage.
Yeah, it's a good opportunity, but yeah, they're going to have to go up against some players, of course, who on their day can just take over a server. The main man, Kyosuke, obviously. Prediction coming in through, as I mentioned in the pre-game, from Striker, from HLTV, pretty much considering Kyosuke to Falcons a done deal at this point. I'll have to see if that gets confirmed in the future. It would make Falcons incredibly scary. I have many thoughts about that, but I'll save that for a rainy day and maybe a tech pause or something. We'll have to see how this pistol round goes. Favbet are leaping their way down toward B. Robo will spot them coming, and Cypher on the site will already look to deliver. The taps are coming through very comfortably, and the rotations are very, very quick. Marix will actually manage to answer back with 2, and for a second I thought it was actually Tension getting that kill falling down, but it's actually Marix doing a lot of great work right now. Cypher is creeping up toward the back of the site when the bomb is planted. Tension is not gauging where he's coming from at that timing. It's all down to Marek to try and ace this pistol, and Alkaren will put a stop to that. So, bomb plot for Favbet, sure, but it's Spirit Academy's pistol round.
Yeah, what a great attempt coming out from Marix. And I remember when he first sort of stood in for this team, joined up on them, I was thinking, he looks a bit awkward. Like, he's a star player, put in star roles, but didn't really have that consistency. As time's gone on, I think the duo between Jackie and Marix is basically the one to watch for the most. If they're going to be successful, if they're going to go on deeper tournament runs, if they're going to be beating teams that are better than them, I think those two are very much required. And I look at that pistol and think, Marix was high and dry just alone. He was just getting no help at all. At least he's managed a few kills. They've got the bomb down. They've got force by potential in round 2.
Jin, timing not great there. He's trying to force his way forward. That's a bit messy, but it's fine. Guess who's there? It's Kyosuke with 2, but Marix again with this. Okay. Oh, and I don't think Kyosuke has seen him push through. Smash is waiting to see if he gets any more information. There's the gun barrel. Deciding not even to duel him, just waiting for the information because he knows where Marix is. He knows that that's a chance to get a free kill on Kyosuke, and they're pinning him in so badly. There's just nothing you can do sometimes when it's Kyosuke. Oh my goodness, that's hilarious. They had everything in the palm of their hand there to remove him, and they just couldn't.
What an absolute mess towards Ivy from both teams. I mean, the timing's just completely off. The CTs are trying to go for an aggro flash play. The T side are kind of grouped up in heavy numbers. They get 2 kills, and then it just gets a little bit lazy. They sort of start sprinting up, that no one's playing anti-flash again. No one's expecting a third player to basically swing on the contact. And then even with a decent walkout, getting closer towards the bomb site, it's the timing against Kyosuke. And for Favbet, I think just in their minds, they need to try and challenge this game early, as quickly as possible. I think if you allow a bit of an extended round streak to start, you just started getting PTSD from what happened in that previous matchup, where you just can't even put rounds up. I mean, to win, 4 rounds in a best of 3? Doesn't matter who your opponent is. Even if you got tier 2 teams taking on tier 1 teams, that just doesn't happen. You should be posting way more rounds than that.
What's kind of amusing as well in that round, right, is that Smash, as I said, saw the gun barrel of Kyosuke toward Ivy and was like, okay, I could probably swing and take him down here because I've got the drop on him, but I'm going to do the right thing. I'm going to allow my teammate to flank him. I'm not going to face him to the best of my ability. Hopefully we've got a free kill and we don't have to actually take a heads-up duel against the main man. But didn't go well, I'm afraid. And Yeah, in the end it was a quad kill for Kyosuke. His camera often is a bit of a, I'm going to say this, a bad one. It freezes a lot when he has the player cam on, of course, in this tournament, unfortunately. But sometimes we see him frozen in place and we're like, oh, he's locked in. Wait, no, he's not. It's just frozen. But yeah, I think that might be what that quick tech pause was for. And now we're back underway again with Favbet on a full force here, by the way.
Up against a stack on B. There's 3 CTs here, and you're just going into the grinder. Pretty easy spray control. Sypho down here as the B-side anchor. Gets a HE out. Timing's a bit awkward against Tension, but unfortunately for Favbet, they couldn't quite pull enough of those B players away, could they? I mean, you'd always want against a fairly quick B deck to maybe be up against one anchor and then a quick rotator in con. You start popping B, and there's 3 CTs there, it's just never going to happen. You're never even going to get in a position in which you can threaten the bomb plant. Yeah, it's not the not my most favourite force buy I've ever seen. Kind of destined for failure, really, with that position in this Spirit Academy. Double. And he's in toward main. That left right-click jump throw, of course, it goes a little bit deeper and doesn't catch the top of the mid-site train. I mean, what is that camera angle? Like, Merkagin, what are we meant to be getting from this, bro? At least give us a bit of emotion. Give us a bit of something. Look, Jackie, spot on. Merkagin, just terrible. He just wants us to see his... I can't say that. I was actually going to say that out loud. That's unfortunate. I think you kind of know what I was going to say as well, right? Do you know what I did notice in the last game? I don't remember who it was, but the camera was sort of towards the mouse and mouse mat. There was a fan on, like, towards the mouse mat. Ooh, it's a bit intriguing. Sometimes you see the fans on top of the monitor, face back at the player, but I've never seen it towards the mouse. You would think that you wouldn't want that because it's so important to have warm, maybe it's like super hot or something, but you'd want, if there's anything you'd want. Yeah, like maybe that's it, who knows? But like, maybe, because if it's like a AC fan or a regular fan, you can't, that just makes it more annoying, no? Like, you want to have cold hands. You want to have warm hands. Like, even if the rest of you is cold, if you've got warm hands, it's fine. So, I don't know. Hey, you do wonder at what point is Merkagin going to go and get a haircut? I mean, look at that. I mean, that's nearly coming down to his M4. Respectful, I would say. If a man can grow luscious locks like that, then I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Yeah, I wish I could do that. I can't either. I can assure you. This has been a slow start from the T-side line, and Smash is going to bring a little bit more pace. Haven't really seen too many early contacts towards B or Pop. This time around, it's Alcarin posted on the line behind the molly. Gives himself a decent death, and for Favbet, it's the first time in a while that we've actually seen them work something early. Sypho will move back to a different position, and Robbo will kind of swap. And that could be a very tough timing, but it could, of course, they're grabbing the AWP, and look at that. That's actually a really good sort of mid-round move there from Spirit Academy to play aggressive and assertive. Sure, Favbet kind of walk into the angle where both those two players are, but you understand why they wanted to make the move there after they get that opening pick. Oh, poor Marix is just trapped completely, and now Tension is without the bomb. He's got teammates nowhere in sight, and Spirit Academy are 5-0 up. And if you're Smash, I think you're actually smashing the table. That was such a good opening pick against the AWPer. And I think the timing was quite good. You hear the B player rotating back, so you think, okay, this is the moment in which we start walking contact heaven. What you don't know is that there's 2 on B. The distraction has come from the non-AWPer, and then Robbo starts moving up on a timing when they just start escaping. It's just really well read from Robbo, I think, as well, right? It's just knowing that if they're going to get set up there, he can move in. Even if they're in the process of walking away from that position, right? You might get a couple of kills rather than walking away straight away, if you know what I mean. Like walking back through brown halls, he can like backstab them. But he actually backstabbed them much earlier than I think that anyone was expecting. So, yeah, it's a clean 5-0 start for Spirit Academy so far, and as I said, only one matchup between these two this year. They're going to need more of that if it's going to be a fair bet in this series. Not many bullets left for Sypho with the M4A4, but whiffy with that one, I'm afraid. A few wobbly sprays on that
particular M4. And Incendiary, is it good enough? It is. It's going to force tension into the open. He'll go down to Kyosuke. And Marix may have got that M4. But he's going to need to battle with Bondik to have a chance. Leap his way down, go for the duel, but easy smoke spam for Mokujin. Now Bondik needs to do many things, including roll back the years, but he's going to decide to grab the M4, fall back, but he might not even be allowed to save it, because guess who's already here? It's Robbo playing E-Box. Good duel, good win. And actually, he might not be saving anymore, because he's got the bomb picked up. He can get it planted on A. 30 seconds left. 2 duels coming in through Khan, and actually tries to go for one to make it a 1v1 before he commits to the plant. Fair play. And that was a great way of going about it, but it is Spirit Academy's round once again.
Yeah, Bondik's had a strange career path, because very early into CSGO, he was one of the top tier 1 teams, basically on the DAT team, played on Flipside with all the sort of World Edit and Waylander and Blade and those kind of guys. But then he had a stint out in China working on Tai Lu. I remember casting him on Onyx out in Hungary for a LAN, this is quite a few years ago now, and it was him and JR with like
Classic.
Dav and Dimki, and I'm like, what's going on here? Why have we got 2 Ukrainians with 3 Serbian players?
One of my favourite career paths, actually, over the course of a long career like Bondik has had, is actually Bondik, right? Like, I think it's just so funny to look at the teams he's been on. Like, obviously known for, like, you know, DAT team, Flipside, Hellraisers, most likely more Hellraisers than most, but he's almost reached the point where, like, he's known, like, culturally for that crazily ridiculous attempt at Tai Lu, right? Where you couldn't even speak the language, you're just, like, calling in English while the others would call in Chinese and whatever, right? Mandarin. So absolutely hilarious stint in his career for sure.
Even that Tai Lu team, Trav, they had Peacemaker as the coach. It's like, hang on, what's
Yes,
going on here?
I know.
What is happening?
Absolutely
I mean, I remember
crazy.
the one with what Bentet and Exgrit, it was like Cantonese, Indonesian, and English. I'm like, bro, that just can't win anything, can it? There's just no way.
Of course, another little time on Gambit. Remember a lot from that Windstrike project as well. There's a lot of players on that team that you know, kind of didn't bring up as such, but that was kind of when the scene started knowing a bit more about Alien, Nickelback, Lackey as well. So
What happened to Elian? I think Jay and I were talking about it a little bit last week. Like, he was just on it. And then he just disappeared. Same as Zori out on Havu.
yeah,
A couple of players that had probably a good year, maybe 18 months, and then just never saw them again.
yeah, Alien makes me sad because he was really the next big thing for a tournament for sure. The great major, back when he was at his prime, and never really saw that again. 28 seconds in this round. It's actually getting pretty serious. And Favbet have got no map control whatsoever. So they're going to have to go for a proper execute in toward A. Alcoran's waiting E-Box still, even this late into the round. And misses opening shot, though. He needs support from Con, and he's going to get that. Kyosuke, M4A4, just perfect crosshair placement. Love what I'm seeing. And he's got himself 3 kills again. The AWP of tension has to run away and save in pop. That is what happens when you leave it too late, I'm afraid.
Well, the problem that Favbet have is, how do you play a veto into Spirit Academy? You know that Mirage is your own permaban, and you know that they permaban Inferno. So, you what? Try and pick into Anubis, but you get slammed on it last time. You're not getting your Inferno, so the only other options are Dust 2, which ends up being picked by the Oppo, Ancient, which ends up being the third map decider. So, I think in this head-to-head, especially if it happens frequently, I think Favbet are just always on the back foot that their Anubis is weak against them and that their Inferno is never going to come out.
Yeah, it's a very good point. Train is kind of their only sort of surprise option that's not even a surprise, because Spirit Academy do play it. And yeah, I'm not entirely hopeful. Sure, Train is a bit more CT than it ever used to be when it first came into the pool, but they're 7-0 down for goodness sake, so it's going to be tough. Kyosuke's 12-3, Robbo 9-3, Sypho's only died once. That's what this team can do to you sometimes.
It just hasn't even felt close. I don't think I've double state from Favbet in a gun round yet. Oh, maybe that one where they didn't quite get Kyosuke. I'll take that back. I'll give them the one where Smash saw him.
Yes, true.
And that is the only one, though. Yeah. Well, here's something, Trav, I'd like to pose to you. My Ukrainian PAL ranking. Now, I'd probably put Bait as number 1 at the moment. I don't think anyone comes close. I'd probably have TNL at number 2. I mean, that's the Knife Flyrax team. 3, I'd have the new Passion UA team. Since adding Kavem, Demka, Waro, I think they're easily number 3. I'd probably put Favbet as 4. And then at 5th, I'd probably have that Kono roster with Captain Kirker, Amster, Owner, those sort of guys. That Saber team that's come up recently, I'd probably put them as 6. And then Leo as 7. I see them a little bit. That's the Marat 2K and Kryvar. We see them a little bit from time to time on HLTV. It just feels like there's a lot of separation between the top 2 and then kind of everybody else at the moment.
Yeah, like, Ukraine have got, I think one of the best things for that region in Counter-Strike at the moment is the fact they're going to have lots of options, right? Like, if Bait fail at the major, or like in these big tournaments they're going to be playing and they need something from somewhere, they can have a look at a TNL player. They can have a look at a Passion UA player. I think Passion UA will ever want to try and, like, you know, feed Bait. I think Passion UA consider themselves a similar level, even though they're not yet. But yeah, I do think there's just good options out there for whenever a Passion UA or a Bait do want to maybe try and find an upgrade. TNL are a very interesting team at the moment because if you look at their players, they're pretty much all unknown. And you'd say, wait, this team's one of the best in Tier 2. Well, yeah, actually, they are pretty decent in Tier 2 right now. So more than you really think, looking at those names. First time I got a chance to catch them was in the IEM Dallas qualifier. They actually almost took Falcons down. It was a map 3 OT. It was an incredibly entertaining game. One of Nico's first on Falcons. So, yeah, it was, honestly, I think it's exciting for the future.
Just getting blocked everywhere. Out in pop, out towards ramp. Every time they want to exec, they're just cancelling. And now you're running into the B bomb site where there's quite a lot of CTs here. It's getting quite awkward because Kiyosiko's on the bomb site. He's going to have another mad one. Well, it's just done now, isn't it? Yeah. Over quickly. Oh, boy. This is a rough watch. And
it is.
The weird thing about TNL is you'd say, oh, yeah, but they haven't proved it on LAN, have they? Oh, hang on a second. They won Level Up Lund. They're actually one of the only Ukrainian teams that have proved it because Bait aren't playing LANs. Favbet aren't playing LANs. Passion UA, they're not playing LAN. None of them can qualify to a LAN.
And the wins that TNL got to win Level Up Lund really were very respectable. Like, you're beating NIP on LAN, who clearly are proving that they have found something recently in Astana. You've got Johnny Speeds, who got great players on that team, and you've beaten 9-2-0 as well. Like, it's really... and, of course, 9 have experienced LAN players, so it's really not that bad at all. It's a very good win, and they deserve their position. Fortunately, we've got more pauses coming through here. Not a very clean game when it comes to the run time so far, and it's a really messy game for Favbet overall.
I'm not sure what to think. I mean, Alcaran is getting farmed every time he's posted on an angle, but yet you look at the score and it's 8-0. And you go, how's that happening? How are we getting opening picks against the AWPA? But yet well, I guess you could kind of say that the defaults just look dreadful. I mean, every time they're execing, they've not baited out any counter util. So as soon as they get ready for an exec, it's like, oh, they've re-smoked ramp. Oh, they're putting incendiary down. And you just keep cancelling because you just keep running into too much counter.
Yeah, the counter is too good from Spirit Academy thus far, especially from the Riflers. Again, there's Alcaran getting entry though, like you've mentioned, caught on a horrible timing. But Robbo knows what he can do against Marek to recover that one. The thing is, Jecky's in a position to deliver, but Robbo is just better. What a game he's having, 13-3. If I remember correctly, he's the in-game leader for the team. And Mokujin will be able to find tension as well. Even swing toward Bondic and destroy him. The Riflers are just dominating right now, as Spirit Academy can often do to you.
What is going on with the head-to-head between these two squads? Because I'm looking at that last one of the 13-1, 13-3 on Anubis, and I'm legitimately looking at that result that was just over a week ago and thinking that's just a one-off. Because Favbet have looked quite good. I mentioned that they've beaten TNL, they've beaten Sinners, they've beaten Partisan, they've beaten Passion UA, they've won 9 out of their past 12 games on HLTV. Something is just wrong on the matchup. And I don't know if it is just individual firepower or it's maybe something of the readability? Is it something that Sofix is coming up from like a game plan and just seeing weaknesses in the opposition? Because it doesn't feel right that we're having these kind of score lines and just nothing from Favbet at all. I mean, even Jackie there. I mean, come on, mate. That's a free kill on the edge of that camera smoke, and you're sort of looking down on the red train, and he's just whiffing, just not getting an easy, clean kill.
Yeah, it's just not just the fact they're being outplayed tactically, and Spirit Academy's rotations are just absolutely on point. It's the fact that every single rifler on Spirit Academy is just owning whenever Favbet try and duel them. It's not even necessarily the Kyosuke show here. Marek's looking a bit of some strats there, I think, on a bit of a Google Doc, pretty sure.
I mean, look at this camera angle from Robbo. I'm just convinced that Spirit Academy are trying to tilt me. I don't know what's happening with some of these angles.
What do you mean? We can see his wallpaper and like see his room. And
well, it's funny.
beautiful.
I don't know if you remember Red Star's old room. He's playing in the big boot camp facility now, but he used to have this really like red background with like a picture frame or something on the camera angles all the time. And then I also remember Ponalone had just like the most terrible background red, almost looked like carpet. And I'm like, what is going on? What?
I've seen one that was quite funny a while back. It was Leah from Namiga, right?
Okay, yeah.
He had a background where it was a normal room, but he had like paintings like not hung up, just like on the floor, like propped up against the wall.
Yeah.
And the paintings, I swear to God, were like half-naked people. Like, I'm not even kidding.
Yeah.
Like, it looked like some like art, not Art Deco. I'm trying to think. I can't think of the word of it, but like some sort of abstract art of like nudes in a way or something.
And they're just not even on the wall.
No, they were just fully visible on stream. Like, I think I may have been. Maybe I was reading into it too much. Maybe it wasn't as bad as that.
No, I think you're bang on. I think you just.
It looked like it to me, dude.
I'm trying to think if I've noticed any sort of funny on-cam things. Not really.
There was one that was one of my favourites ever, right? I think it was Travis when he was on Amcal. It was a game on Dust 2. And we saw a replay of his camera. I was like, okay, why are we showing a replay of his camera? Usually we show a replay of the game, not the camera. It's a replay of him smashing his camera, and it's spinning and landing on the floor. It was the best. I actually have to find that and link that to you. You've probably seen it before, but I've got to show you.
That's a classic.
It's so funny.
That sounds great. Well, that's what's entertaining us at the moment, because this T-side's doing nothing for them. Aggression out from T-Con, out from Pop. A little bit quicker, but there's 4 defenders on A for the meanwhile.
Kyosuke, again, wanting to move forward and get himself into the action. It's Robbo to get the opening toward Bondex. Another 1-for-1, and guess who's here again? Oh, you just can't do anything against Kyosuke, dude. What a monster. He's just pushed forward and fragged all 4 of them. Oh, Falcons, enjoy.
Yeah, Falcons, go and get him a new camera. Go and sort that out first off, because I don't think he needs too much help in anything else. I mean, what a change this has been from the game that we cast on Monday versus Monty. I mean, this was where Kyosuke felt like he wasn't really getting any help. He was constantly just getting 1-for-1 traded, and then everyone individually just looked so poor. Like, numbers weren't being posted, we weren't seeing the sharpness. And then today, it's just everyone's locked in, everyone's on it.
Tension will manage to deal with Alcaran again. Clearly, Alcaran's actually, like, not just 1, having a bad game, but 2, maybe he's having some issues technically as well. He's dropped out of the server, like, twice over. Maybe he's, like, having some ping issues or something. I don't know. I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, bless him. But, yeah, it's been on and off the server. Does it matter for Spirit Academy? Clearly not, so far.
Look at the read again.
10-0.
You've got yourself an opening pick against the Ivy angle, and now you've stacked 3 on B, and it's a B lean from Favbet. Just constantly being read.
Smash will deal with Sypho, though. Kyosuke's here. He's being baited in. They are ready for one more player to push this, though. They've got 2 players watching it. And finally, Kyosuke will be stopped. They try and pinch together. They push a player up ramp as well. I actually like that plan. But it's only a desperate plan, right? Because there were multiple men down. And Favbet will finally find their first round of the game.
Oh, what a shame that it's not the dream. But hey, if they got a 13-1 last time, then maybe they'll get a 13-1 again.
Quite possibly at this rate. Rockajin will try and save the AWP. Should be successful in doing so, because if Favbet hunt, even though the final round of the half is coming up next, obviously, they're going to have worse weaponry, so better to keep what they've got.
You almost wonder what's missing from Favbet to keep this series competitive, even transitioning over to Dust 2. I mean, Dust 2 is a very weak map for them and a pretty consistent one for Spirit Academy. And the core's been together for a really long time. I mean, it's what, the 18th of June, 2023. So give it another month, and this is a 2-year core. And yet, I'm just saying this, and I know that we can sit here and talk about Kiyosuke, but where's the contest? Where's the battle?
I know. They are kind of rolling over, aren't they? Unfortunately. But it is giving us some Kiyosuke moments, so...
Yes.
Oh, listen, I'm all for the content. I'm all for the content. Smash. Again, having one of the games that I kind of mentioned. You can either be stunning on the entry or show nothing at all. As Jackie? Are we playing anti in the middle of nowhere? What's going on there then?
It looked like they were anticipating a flash play with the AWP holding the right side, but no one holding the left. And unfortunately for Favbet, I think those sort of situations kind of give us a description on how this whole first half has been going down. That just nothing's working. All the timings have been against us. We're being read. We're just a bit rubbish today. We just really haven't shown up to the server.
Yeah. Yes, it's in last year, right, where the two teams went up against each other. That's when Favbet actually found some progress. Took a map against them in CCT. They managed to take them very close in advanced playoffs. Actually won a series back in August, I think. Actually getting a 13-1 of their own on Anubis, but I don't really, you can't really take those results seriously anymore, as they are from the previous year. Only one this year, and it's the one you've mentioned, obviously. So, anyway, 25 seconds, Favbet, 3v5. I like the fact that Spirit Academy are not really showing themselves here, just trying to wait for them to actually push out onto the site. They know the time's low again. They don't just hiding, might just win them the round. There's Kiyosuke, just doing Kiyosuke things. My god, dude. What are you supposed to do? They're not trading properly, I get that. You can argue that Favbet are looking a bit poor, but Kiyosuke has just dropped a 22-6 masterclass.
Yeah, Favbet have always kind of kept series as competitive too recently. Like, I'm looking at even the contender stage and moving into the main Swiss. They've played 5 best-of-3s in this tournament, Trav, and 4 maps have at least gone all rounds in regulation or overtime. The last 2 games they've had in CCT against Passion UA and against Partisan, back-to-back 13-11s, 4 maps in a row. So you know that they can contest. You know that they can give a battle, but maybe it is just individually them not being good enough. I mean, Kiyosuke has just farmed them in so many of these gun rounds on the A-splits.
It's actually crazy how easy he makes that M4A4 look. Marix, get something going here on the dualies, on the CT pistol. Looking for more. They're not able to beat him right now, and suddenly... Well, it's kind of funny, right? It's kind of what we saw from Spirit Academy the other day. Just running out a maid with not much gauge on it, really. And Favbet will eat them up.
Looking at how disappointing that T-side was against Monty, I'm looking here and saying, look, they've got the coverage. They've got a huge lead. I just want to see them close quickly without giving too many rounds back towards Favbet. Make it a sort of 13-4, 13-5 game at absolute worst. Don't get them close to double digits. Don't allow Bondic at least some level of consistency in the second half.
Look at Kiyosuke. He's out already, again, with the P250. He's hit his dink, fair enough, but he's not able to hit one more. Smash should have some more where that came from with the MP9. There we go. Tension's there to help. Unfortunately, it's not the MP9 getting the kill, so there's no bonus cash, which is a bit frustrating, but that's me being very nitpicky.
Now, I do hope, Trav, once we do get to the gun rounds, we don't just see Spirit Academy send Kiyosuke out of T-Con in a solo. Because I think that's what we saw against Monty, right? They gave him some util, but there was never a secondary teammate, and it was never him working mid to late rounds. It felt like they were putting so much pressure on one individual to make something happen, to create space, create an opener. I'd kind of want him to be that player again with support, or just don't have him that aggressively. Because I thought they were just wasting him on that T side previously.
Marix, ready against the gun round. Robbo isn't exactly being quiet about this, but he's got Kyosuke with him, the one man you'd want. Oh my god. Oh, it's comedic at this point. He's just wide swung tension out of the round. Couldn't even get a chance to shoot. He swung it that wide. Sypho trying to win his duel against that upper player of Smash, and he'll eventually get it done. Cheki's Molotov will burn Mokujin out of the round though, but Kyosuke just pushed on toward A. He's got free reign of the site. He's 25 and 8, and this is what this man is all about.
And the sharpness is just through the roof. Just the pre-aim and the flick potential that he's got. Easy round from Kyosuke. And for Favbet, they'll probably look at that and say, we got off to a bit of a decent start, didn't we? But then he just peeks, pop, and just destroys. And swing will be swung. Could be said quite easily in CS2, but you've got to have some pretty good counter strafes, and you've got to have some pretty good crosshair placement to allow it to be that clean.
And that gets Spirit Academy up to 12. Incredibly easy for them in this one so far. And knowing it's D2 next, you mentioned Favbet are kind of snookered by their veto options. I think that's probably one of the main things that's hurting them. Again, they've had a good time to get Kyosuke. This is actually a little bit different, right? I like this. It's a variation. You mentioned you want to see a variation. They've crept him out on a different timing while there was pressure on Ivy. Much better.
How much impact is he going to find? I mean, he's heard the con rotation, and he's going to see him on the bomb train, but it's about the Ivy players and the trigger discipline, and that's what he's waiting for, that secondary fight. The unfortunate nature is he has baited his teammates in T-Con a little bit, so at least he finally gets that kill against Tension.
We'll go down to Marix. In comes Marix for more, but that's what Ivy's got to worry about. Now it's Bondic, but he's going to get checked properly by Robbo. Oh, look how clean Spirit Academy are on their duels here. It's like they... You know when you kind of jested with me the other day about how Spirit Academy performed against Monty, that Sotfik was going to give them a bollocking? I think he might have done, because that was ridiculous.
It makes you wonder why we get one looking Spirit Academy one day, and then why we get this one today. It's probably a bad sign, if I'm going to be honest. If we're talking about Kyosuke leaving to go to Falcons, and this team is just up and down all the time, that's probably the worst thing that you want when your best player is leaving. I want to see a consistent team. I want to see a squad that's constantly at least getting into the playoffs, maybe contesting that top end of Tier 2 where they can fight for the odd title here or there. I just never know what performance I'm going to get from them.
27 and 9, 169 ADR. And that's not even probably his best game, right? Like ever. It's crazy. I mean, Alcren going 2 and 11 is also very amusing because my guy just got entried every single round and didn't have to do a single thing. I think he had some tech issues. We saw him drop out a few times, so I'll give him the benefit of the doubt on that one. But the Riflers just destroyed in this series. And listen, one of the things that I don't like doing all the time, even though we have been doing it in this series, just like waxing lyrical about Kyosuke, saying he's a main man. He is. But there are pieces of Spirit Academy that are impressive. It's not just him all the time. Sometimes Alcren does have good games. Actually, that's a bad look for him in that game, but he can be good. And we saw Robbo actually look really good as well on some of those CT holds when Favbet kind of put pressure on him. So it's not all Kyosuke. It's just on occasions, and on quite a few occasions, it kind of is. We're going to go to a break. Dust 2, surely a 2-0. See you in a minute. She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb dropped, popped up behind it at the edge of. Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Aerial are still.
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go!
The rifling core of Spirit Academy and a certain guy by the name of Kyosuke just way too strong for FavBet. Only really having Marix kind of shoot back in map 1 there. Now we go on to Dust 2, Dweg. It's not a good map for FavBet. It's Spirit Academy's pick. They've had some great results. It's looking like a 2-0.
Indeed it is. I mean, even when we see Spirit Academy lose it, they're kind of losing it to higher-end names in the Tier 2 landscape. And then for FavBet, it's probably one of the worst maps in the pool for them. They lack a lot of depth on Dust 2. The games aren't even competitive. And I now look at this being the third map across the last, 9 days or so between the two, where there's just no fight. There's just absolutely nothing between the two squads.
Yeah, I honestly, it's rough. If you look at Spirit Academy's results a little bit deeper as well, you mentioned some of the good results. I mean, they've beaten Paravision 13-5, and that was on LAN. So, we know Paravision have not exactly been perfect lately, but results like that just tell you what this team have got in their back pocket when it actually matters, it feels like, in important matchups. Beating OG online 13-8, it's not a bad map for OG. So yeah, it's not, they don't have the most reps in the world, and they did lose it recently against the likes of Ents and Z10, but it's just much, much worse for FavBet, right? They actually do play it quite a lot. They only had 2 wins against Sangal and Amcal, so yeah, 13-1 the other day. Again, that result you mentioned, it feels like after what we saw in map 1, if the rifling core of Spirit Academy are on any similar form whatsoever, then yeah, it's going to be a relatively similar result.
But even looking back at that 13-1, especially on Dust 2, meant the numbers are just so poor from FavBet. Tension had 4 kills, Marix had 7, Smash had 9, Bondic at 8, the highest was Jackie at 11. And you just think that's kind of similar to what happened out there on Train. Individually, they just couldn't match. They couldn't trade. They couldn't even convert rounds. Very few chances. You had basically the pistol round from Marix, the 2v2 from Smash against Kyosuke out there in Old Hell. And those are kind of the only rounds that stick out in your mind of something was achievable. There was at least a winnable state. But they got farmed on map 1, and I expect the exact same thing to happen again on Dust 2 now.
Yeah, I mean, it was quite an unusual game in many respects, right? Because you had Kyosuke going 27-9 with 169 ADR and a 2.65 rating, by the way. Like, that is just... Well, what can you really say about that? But what you can also say is that it was a good performance from Marix. I'll give a shout out to the guy on Twitter that atted us. Destroy_M9, my goat. Yes, we didn't really focus much on Marix's performance, even though he went 17-13 with a 1.35 rating and 109 ADR. The closest teammate to him was on 7 kills. Fair enough. Marix played really well, but it's not like those kills really made a huge impact in the game overall, other than the pistol round. So, listen, if they get more people fragging alongside Marix, then I'll give them their fair due.
And for FavBet, this has just got to be such a kick in the teeth that you probably should have been able to beat Iberiansoul a few days ago. Map 1 went all the way to OT. Map 2, you had a stand-in. You're now facing down the barrel of going, 0-2 in back-to-back best-of-3s. You're then fending off against elimination in the main Swiss stage, where, at least in the past, you've been able, in some other tournaments, to progress into the playoffs. So you feel hard done by, considering how strong they looked in the Contenders stage, but it's about being consistent and it's about things going in your way. And I think with how that Iberiansoul series went down and now how this one's looking against Spirit Academy, I just don't even see a likelihood that we get much of a return from them once they get to the 0-2 Swiss.
Yeah, it's tough, especially if the form of the rifling core just stays the same for Spirit Academy. I did kind of mention it to you while he was having that great performance, like if that was one of his best games ever. It was actually. Like, he's had a 2.73 before against Gun 5 in June last year. So the 2.65 he just got is his second best ever rating in his career. So honestly, like, I thought it looked good at the time, and it's got lived up to the billing. He's got multiple other two-point ratings in his career, but 2.65, 2.73, those two I've mentioned are actually quite a big gap to the next one, which is a 2.39 against Artcred in that LAN that I mentioned, right? So one of the best of his career. Again, you can say it's Favbet, like the classic lads, it's Tottenham. But yeah, I think for me, it's going to be even tougher on D2. The stats are even more skewed on this map, like we've described. I think we're going to be a little bit of a delay because Bondic's restarting his computer, unfortunately, so hopefully we'll sort that out in a moment. Whether that fixes what Favbet's issues are remains to be seen.
It's just a shame from Favbet, because I think that we discussed it a little bit earlier on with like the power ranking. They're sort of down the pecking order in terms of the top Ukrainian teams that we have, and then they just have these sort of not so much domestic matchups, but sort of rivalry head-to-heads. They just can't hold weight, and I think we saw that in ECL later on in the competition when they played the likes of Spirit Academy, when we saw them against Paravision, when we saw them against Sinners. There's just some teams that they just can't match up to, and you wonder what that is. Is it a lack of depth from the tactical department? Is it on Bondic to take responsibility? Because there's no way that you're going to be satisfied with being pumped out of these series. It's just not on to be getting 2-0 wins, but then also having 0-2 losses where you're just struggling to even post rounds. I mean, not even getting close towards the double-digit markers.
It's tough because for a team like Favbet, who I've always kind of considered a roster that is probably like, a tier 3 team that deserves to be in Challenger League, but maybe no more, if you know what I mean, right? They do seem to have a ceiling that they're maybe too comfortable with. They are improving, man. I would never have thought that this Favbet roster would have been taking wins like you mentioned against Passion UA, Sinners. These are actually really good wins. Even the TNL result that you brought up earlier, right? That's a genuinely good one with TNL's current form. It's sort of a derby, Ukrainian derby matchup. Same with the Passion UA result. But you can argue some of those results are those against teams that also are having these inconsistency issues. Sinners are not there right now. Partizan are going through a bit of a mini slump at the moment, but they can't seem to get over the line in some of their matches. Passion UA also not there yet with Warrior and Demka. So name value, good results, but you could also say that they catch some of these teams on a day where they're having those inconsistency issues. So it's really hard to gauge where Favbet are in the scene at all with their current level.
And perhaps it's a really good opportunity for Spirit Academy to jump on the fact that this could be a bit of a deeper tournament run from them. I mean, we know that they were here in Compass Qatar. A lot of people would have pinned them as one of the tournament favorites. They don't even get out of the groups. They don't even get to the best of threes in the playoffs. So you come off of the back a few days ago, having a bit of a shocking loss against Monty. You've come into this series, it looks really positive. They've had a top 4 recently in the A1 Gaming League. They've been able to win a couple of LANs recently. So perhaps it is a situation where they've got to look at it game by game, best 3 after best of 3, and also try and work out how long is Kiyosike really going to last. I mean, are we basically expecting him to stay here till after the major cycle? Do they have another few months for him? Do they have to try and jump at the opportunity to start winning some of these tier 2 titles?
Yeah, it makes you wonder, right? I mean, as I kind of mentioned at the beginning of the game, right, one of the things that's kind of news has come through today is that, Striker said on HLTV confirmed that he's pretty convinced that it's a done deal for Kiyosike to Falcons, and usually he doesn't lie, right? So yeah, you do wonder how long they're going to have with him, if they can take advantage of him still being on the team, where they can propel themselves to. There's one team that I trust to have an option or a choice already planned. It's Spirit, knowing what they've got, lower division teams like under 13, under 14s, I think, sort of being primed for the future. I think, Overdrivers are overseeing all that. I'm not saying they're going to promote one of those guys to their main academy team straight away, but if there's one organization that seems to keep finding new talent, especially after we've seen now Donk and Zontix and Artfrost. Maybe not so much Artfrost, but he did get an MVP at some point, obviously, in that Bet Boom LAN. You know, like, they've all gone on to do great things, especially Donk and Zontix. So they're going to have more people planned. They've gone from one academy project to the next, and it's again showing up with an incredible player. They can't all... You know, it's going to have to run out at some point, you would think. Because there can only be a certain amount out there. But, yeah, I'm sure they've got a plan.
I almost wonder, too, for Spirit Academy, do they finally not get a young player when Kyosuke goes? Do you maybe take this opportunity to pick up one of the benched Tier 2 CIS riflers that we know and are familiar with? Because that's something that they haven't really done in the past. I know they had Chiron for a little bit, but they've kind of always tried to get these young rookies. And I wonder if they maybe got a ceiling about being inconsistent online in Tier 2, do they just need a veteran player in there?
Yeah, it's not a bad idea. I mean, who knows? There's multiple options out there they could perhaps go to. We shall see how it will go. Kyosuke is trying to force his way out long, already pre-aiming the 2 correct angles with this crossfire in, but now tension's kind of been isolated. This smoke has given him no chance, I think. Surely he'll just get overrun, and there we go. Kyosuke is starting where he left off with a quick-fire headshot, helped up by Mokujin on that second kill toward Marix. And with Bondik already headshot down to 15, Spirit Academy are forcing their way to a pistol win here.
There's no worse feeling than just getting farmed in a best of 3 in which no matter how you adapt, no matter how you try and adjust, you just keep getting farmed. You just keep getting destroyed individually. And Bondik and Smash need a miracle out here from CT. Smash needs to probably get 3 kills. That's the only way that this round is recoverable.
There is a crossfire. There'll be more damage where that came from. They're going to have to find a way to get through these angles. Getting a bit dangerous. Smash is going to have to go for a reload, though, and he should get run down, but he's managed to reload in time to get 1 more kill. Does that set up Jeki for an opportunity here? He's got the dualies, he's got the armor, he's got a smoke to even use too if he needs to keep himself alive on the site somehow. But Spirit Academy have gone silent. Bomb in the open, immediate headshot. All good. Jeki had to go looking for something, wanted the information to see what exactly was being planned, to see if they'd left and maybe gone toward B or something. But got a bullet to the head, I'm afraid.
You look back at that previous head-to-head that only happened just after last week, and Kyosuke in that series went 36-18, had 108 ADR and a 1.99 rating. So you consider what he's done on Train, and now you think about Dust 2 and you go, ooh, could he maybe drop 50 kills? I mean, he went 27 on map 1, so could be possible for him to drop 50.
Yeah, it's a rare occurrence, isn't it? As I said, that performance was his second best all time. Wouldn't be surprised if maybe he will better that at some point. But yeah, I'm always like to be on record watch in these sort of games when a player has a ridiculous performance like that. Remember, whenever you have a player, maybe you can like start with their 12-0, maybe with an ace and an anti-eco or something, and they're one of the star players, you can be like, oh, okay, they're in a position to make something happen here. We've seen Donk hit 39, I think, in an official at a pro league. I think X-Kaspersky is up there on the list as well, like a 36 on Anubis somewhere. Forget what else is on the list, I remember looking at it. But it's a long way away yet. They need to win this round first, obviously. And they're going into a 3-man stack on B, so it's going to be a bit awkward.
How was that even a kill? That's a straight spam through the top tunnel smoke. Oh, you just feel for Favbet, because that is just pure RNG. That's pure luck that a spam kill has come out. And it's funny that you mentioned some of those big numbers, Trav. The one that always sticks out in my mind is World Edit's 37-6 against Echo Fox on Train.
God,
I know
that
that's
was
in
my
Go.
favourite. Yeah.
And that's a long time ago. But to do that on LAN is mental.
Oh, Marix had the flank top mid, but it was the bottom mid player who saw him trying to creep in and get a double dig, so denied either. And yeah, that was one of my... That's one you always, like... The screenshots of that get posted all the time, right? Of how insane that was. What a game.
It's such a mid-AWPer, too.
I know.
The craziest thing.
Isn't it Woxic have a 3.0 in a game years ago as well? Definitely, I'm pretty sure he did.
The thing is those kind of games, you have to just hope that it's like a 13-0 or a 16-0. Because if they drag out, it's just impossible to keep that rating that high.
Yeah. You can maybe break the record in that sense, in terms of not a rating record, but a kill record.
Sure.
Which is why some of these players that I mentioned in that list, I think it was... it was a player from Eyeballers, you'll know, who hit like 39 as well.
Oh, Poi.
Poi,
Poi
that's
hit.
it. Thank you.
Yeah, he hit the crazy one recently.
Yeah, that was early, some point last year, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, he was getting himself onto the list of the record breakers. I don't think anyone's hit 40 in reg yet in an official NHL TV.
It's really what? Like a kill, like 2 kills around. That would be crazy to do that in reg. At least Alcaran's getting a kill, or at least a few.
Yeah, there we go.
Map 1, he probably felt like he was a running decoy for the majority of the map.
Yeah, he's back in now, seemingly not having any of these disconnection issues yet, anyway. He's locked back in, starting 4-0. And Spirit Academy starting 3-0. Once again, Favbet getting just out-aimed in most of these situations.
Yeah, tension with the AWP. They've been able to take long without basically any counter-util, nothing aggressive from Spirit Academy. And I think Dust 2, it's certainly not as brawly as it was in Go, but when you feel individually that you're just not up to scratch, I think it's going to be very difficult for Favbet to get themselves into even opening man advantage scenarios. Bondic's got some util at the ready for long, and for tension on a short play. A lot of respect being given towards mid. I mean, even Jeky's starting to rotate back into B.
Really need to see good form from tension. Something for Favbet to fight back with. I said, you know, Marek's obviously had a great map 1, considering his team got destroyed, but Alcaren's just going to out-AWP him on the angle, straight up. That's what we want to see from Alcaren, and Mokogen's even going to win the duel toward long. Max will hit his headshot, but the AK bests the M4. And Bondic tries to run forward and pick up the upgrade. Not allowed to. Cypher will stop him. And I know where Jeky is as well. Someone will already be down on A. Lots of nade damage. Fair play. Jeky trying to use everything that he's been stacked up in CT, but it's going to be a bit too difficult to get back into the round, I'm afraid. He's got no kit, so I just choose to double swing him. Okay, now they're being a bit too ridiculous. Cypher is top mid on 28 HP. Jeky's not winning this round, but it's going to be expensive.
Just look at that moment. I'm not even sure what's happening at the longhouse. It's such a heavy bait that your first contact comes through from Mokogen. He starts sending it out, and then Cypher just doesn't swing. So then, of course, Bondic goes, okay, well, it was only one player towards long. I'm going to go pick up the rifle. I can then start getting myself maybe towards pick, start looking up at the bomb site because they're coming into short. There's just another player. It's just like, what's happening? It's just such a gimmick right there from Spirit Academy.
It's one of those things where it's like, okay, we know this will probably work, but against better teams in the world, probably not, right? We know it'll work today, but a bait and switch like that is not an absolute guarantee in that sort of scenario, so it'll be a bit concerning. Alcaran will even be allowed to get that pick on the cross right before the smokes were even bloomed. Frustrating they can get caught off like that. Jeky goes for a peek, he gets destroyed by Kiyosuke, and Alcaran spots Bondic charging in on this half investment. I understand what Favbet are trying to do, but nothing's really paying off for them.
I mean, what a shame as well, Trav. This is going to be our last best of 3 series till 2029, and this is what we're getting. This is the Counter-Strike that's being played today.
Yeah, that's funny, right? 2021 was our last time we casted together. Rare that you need a stand-in. I was a stand-in on that day. I'm a stand-in on that day on these few days as well. But maybe we're cursed to only have these 4-year gaps.
It was such a shame because last time we had some banger games.
Oh, that was an incredible opportunity. Yeah.
This time it's just been mid, just the battle of mid in every best of 3.
I mean, to be expected. That time 4 years ago, we got to do a critical major qualifying game between two, I don't know, respected regions in the scene, and then Zywoo and Device and everyone. It's like, come on.
Yeah, and now we're banking on tension to win an AWP fight, which just doesn't even see if that's happening at all. I got to admit, I don't quite like how passive Favbet have been. I'd like to see a little bit more aggro challenges from them. Up mid, lower tunnels, contesting short. They're just giving way too much respect to Spirit Academy at the moment.
It's allowing them to dictate, and you just can't let them do that. That's also one of those games we did all that time ago, was the Movistar riders win against G2, which kind of really put them on the map properly, right? That was their coming of age in a way in that major qualifier. Some players had a bit of a masterclass back then.
I have absolutely no memory of that game at all.
It's funny,
that was a
right?
best of 1 or a best of 3?
I think it was a best of 3. I'm pretty sure.
There's only so much I can retain. There's only so much information that I can store.
That's fine because you have a Google Doc of literally everything. Jeki will get the pick with the AWP on Kyosuke, and that may be the way they can get into this game because they've got Jeki on this secondary, and that's not something that Spirit Academy have been expecting here. So 30 seconds on the clock, now just 20 for a plant. We are walking into a crossfire of Bondik and Smash. There's already one more player on B, of course, with Jeki falling back to hold the tunnels. And this is a bit better from Favbet, playing off each other, playing with each other. They've stopped Spirit Academy to get any of their plans into position. And Mokujin probably needs to save, even though he's got 5k in the bank.
Yeah, he can drop a couple of CT players. I don't mind this, that he's still being quite active towards the lower tunnels. Because the more AKs you drop from the opposition, the better the next gun round is going to look for you. Nothing else comes, so Favbet get there first. And I always think, especially with Dust 2, if you know you're up against double AWPs, you start hitting them with the pace, don't you? Not so much like rushes, but you just know you need to change the tempo. You need to be a bit more accelerated with not only defaults, but also execs. Because if you slow rounds down against double AWPs, that's when it gets a little bit more tricky for a T-side.
Smoke to block off Jeki. Good nade damage toward Alcuin and lowers as well. So we found an important round a bit earlier on in the game. Took a bit longer than that previous map. Tension is caught falling away. First whiff of the game, the entire game, I think, from Kyosuke on that second kill. And Bondik will remove him. But it's going to have to be Robbo coming in through short. Oh, Bondik's gone for a peek. He'll get destroyed with those flashes coming through. But in the end, actually, it's really good play by Marix again to cover the situation. Alcaraz, oh, it's only a leg shot. That's so unfortunate. That would have made it a 1v2 and a lot more winnable with this late push onto B.
The AWP is just trying to give himself a little tidy off angle to not just get re-peeked straight away from spawn. But the timing's not good against him, and it's an easy kill for Smash. M4 to peek out and get Favbet there second. Spirit Academy get themselves in a state where they're a little bit hesitant on walking up A. You have Kyosuke struggling with that secondary frag. There's probably about 2 or 3 seconds in which they needed to pounce earlier. Because what you end up finding is that while Marix is on the bomb site, CTs are already coming up on rotate. And while Bondik is a little bit of a bait in that scenario to take attention away, it still sets up that flashbang. And Marix does very well center on the bomb site to stay alive and put mass damage down for Favbet.
Yeah, they've been allowed a path into the game, right? And I actually appreciate Spirit Academy using one of their pauses here. Because I think they need it. Just to re-lock in. It's been a bit too easy so far. And that can cause you to become a bit lazy and lackadaisical. We already saw that in, I think, round 2, right? Where they lost a lot of damage. Lost a lot of players, sorry, to Jeki's damage in spawn. So, a little bit of a break to figure out what they want to do in this round and stick to the plan.
Bondik is currently playing his 1,800th map on HLTV, and this is how it's going down. It's probably not a record that you'd be too happy with unless it's a best-of-3 win, unless it's a best-of-3 that gets you closer towards the playoffs.
Favbet are playing so much in Tier 2, maybe he'll reach 2k soon.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of players that have reached it. I know that Bubble got there very quickly in his career. I know that Spitty got there very quickly in his career too. So it just depends on whether you're one of those grinding teams. But yeah, I expect him to get to 2k, no problem.
Yeah, Bubble's even adding to that tally recently, standing in a few times for Imperial Valkyries, so...
Oh, man. He's not quite the player that he used to be.
No, that's a kind way of putting it, for sure. Okay, the secondary AWP of Jeki's already been tagged down to 8. And with that full utility on his belt, he's going to want to try and use that before he goes down, obviously. Going playing that B Tons position. They're going to leave him there for now. For the right reason, because Spirit Academy are focusing more of their efforts over toward that short position.
Yeah, gonna need some good flashes. Drive that AWP off the car angle. Favbet have got themselves a bit of an info extension out here in the longhouse, but it's timing on whether Sypho is patient enough or if Marix can even get 2 against this A split.
They do have utility to flash this off, so they're kind of going in without the util they have that's available, which gives Marix an opportunity. There is the opening, and there's more counter-util where that came from as well to help them out against this short push. 20 seconds for Spirit Academy to get onto the site and get it planted, and the bomb carrier has been dinked down to 2 HP, Robbo. So with another tag coming through, it'll have to be Kiyosuke to try and bail them out somehow. And oh my goodness, he's back. He is so back. Almost finds Marix as well, but 6 seconds from the plant. Marix can deny it. Needs to swing round. He hasn't denied it. Oh my goodness. It gives Sypho a chance. Split second from that bomb being denied to actually being planted. But Marix can still win this. Oh, yeah, he was on for the ace. Great attempt from Marix, but Spirit Academy, by the skin of their teeth, get their 6th on the board.
Okay, what needs to be noted there, Trav? No kit for the likes of Marix. If he's got kit, he just sticks it. He knows that Sypho is out there basically in mid. He's not going to be able to transition up Xbox into short in time. So I have to hope that I can force the fight. I've got to hope that I can get myself out into the open here. It's a great effort at the bomb plant denial. Sypho probably thinks the round is just completely over. He can't even believe that the defuse has not been stuck there. Man, what an opportunity that was. Kiyosuke struggling with the HP. It does go down to the U2 and the spam.
Yeah, it's a round that Spirit Academy can't necessarily rely on to win them another one, because that was a squeak, to say the least. Max would be so disappointed that in that moment, right, of the round, that he wasn't able to deny the plant. It was literally 1 tick of a difference, I think. Just being able to get it down in the nick of time. Changed everything.
Robo is just trying to put up a little bit of a short fake at the moment, and the AWP is hoping for a contact against one of these B players. They're just scaling, just walking at the moment, and Alcaraz is not going to get a good timing against that window player. Jackie on 29, Marix on 66, and oh, what a HE against B. Now they just accelerate.
Yeah, you can tell. Smash now has to deliver. There is a smoke up, and he can reposition toward the back of the site, but they'll know that it's very expected that a player could be here, and Sypho is just ready. He is just ready. What a brilliant tag and frag. The map opening up B. Even though the HP is low, it's going to be hard for Favbet to retake this. I always say, we all know retaking on B is tough. But if you have tunnels presence, there's always a world. Problem is, Sypho has picked up the AWP on 19 HP. And Marix is not going for it. And none of them on Favbet are going for it. Which I'm pretty disappointed about. Looking at Spirit Academy's health. Looking at the fact that Favbet have a kit on Bondic and a smoke too.
I'm probably with you at a 2-6 mark. You got to pick your poison, don't you? You got to pick your moments, and I would say that this was probably one of them. They could look for exits, try and make it expensive against the T side line. You've got the AWP posted. You've got Bondic on a bit of an off angle. Might be able to catch 1, potentially 2. Spirit Academy get up to 7, and I just look at that backside player, a Smash, and he needs to be getting at least 1 there. Like you can look at it from Spirit Academy in terms of the potential they've got of punishing whiff sprays. But if you are Favbet, if you actually do want to contest this best of 3 series, you just got to show more sharpness. You got to show more individual ability, and I'm just not really convinced I'm seeing it.
That's one of the things that Spirit Academy just kind of have in their wheelhouse, right, on Dust 2, is the fact that they can get just any good amount of T rounds on the board in what is a relatively T-sided meta. One of the things that really needs to be mentioned for them is they've got a very, very good CT. Like, 64% on the CT side on D2 is very, very good for a team at this level when it feels like the game is a bit T-sided, the meta on the map is T-sided. That is a really impressive number.
Trying to force out really poor spacing there in mid. You've got an aggressive Robbo, and then Kiyosuke, who kind of just feels like he has to make a play after his teammate falls. Ortville battle looks good here for Tension. Jiggle is even better from the T-side line, though. You still got to lurk towards the lower tunnels, and Tension's not really getting any help from Marix, who's holding out from long.
Tension is going to have to use all his util now, getting pressured from that short area. Bondic has done very well to hold the line in mid against Kiyosuke and Robbo. As you say, spacing is a little bit off, but that second kill is not easy. Flash, Tension, 126 HP, good pick. He can now fall away and play the advantage in the 4v2 with his team. Alkren should realise that. He's diligently clearing the corner, as he so should. But there is a plant here to be had for Mokujin.
And they need this, Joel. They need the Ortville battle down towards Pip, but it's a difficult one. Tension's holding the left-hand side. The flick doesn't quite come out. They need to get a bit of help from Mokujin against those CT rotators, and he's dropped down into spawn.
Problem is, it's short that's the problem, and then Mokujin has to frag everyone. Good adjustment on the first headshot, but Long was there a lot faster than he was ready for. And Favbet will do really well to get their third on the board.
Spirit Academy are getting tested right now, because I think fundamentally, I haven't seen the cleanest of performances from them on Dust 2. I think they're being quite lazy with some of their defaults. I kind of get the impression that they expect this game to just be a mow-over, and that they'll just hit them individually, and that's why we're seeing some moves like this. But when you are up by such a big scoreline, you had a good round streak going, and now you've given 3 rounds back to Favbet, your own economy is starting to get weaker and weaker, you've got to lock in, because otherwise this could start turning into potentially 5 rounds on the CT line.
As I said, like, though, I do think I just trust in Spirit Academy's CT quite a lot. I do genuinely think it's quite unusual to see that high a CT win percent on Dust 2, especially when you've played as many maps as they have on it, of course. 11, that's a decent number. And the disparity between their T and CT, right? T is only like 52, whereas CT being 64 is just really significant difference when it is a bit more of a T-sided meta. So I'm still expecting them to close it out on CT with at least a 7-5, sure. 8-4 or 9-3 would pretty much guarantee it, but if Favbet do get a competitive half here and find 5, I guess I'll give them that and say they've managed to find a decent improvement right from map 1.
The only thing I would say about that, Trav, is that's where sometimes numbers can be a bit misleading. I mean, look at the score lines that we've had recently for Spirit Academy. They've had, what, a 13-4, a 13-1, 13-5. Those sort of games, you don't have many CT rounds to close, do you? I mean, even in that 13-1 series, it's an 11-1 half, so you're getting a 100% on your CT line because you've only got 2 rounds to play. So because they're starting T-side on so many of their games, and they're getting these massive, what I would say for the most part, good scoreline turns, it then means that the CT number of rounds is a lot smaller, and that's probably why the percentage is a lot higher.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that. I mean, how can I explain what I'm thinking right now? Let me see if I can get it right. Because, like, if you win 100% of your CT rounds in the game, does that 100% add toward the CT win percent? Or is it like... It's really hard for me to describe what I'm trying to mean here.
So the CT round win percentage is how many CT rounds have been won versus how many CT rounds have been played.
Gotcha, okay.
So it could, as an example, be like 100 T rounds, 1 out of 150, but then 20 CT rounds, 1 out of 25. I mean, it's not going to be that, but just as an example.
I see, okay. That makes more sense to me, yeah. Because I was thinking maybe the sort of, I guess you could say, the pool of maps that they played is... Yeah, you have to dig a bit deeper into it sometimes to see if it's misleading or not, right? See if they've started on CT, see if they've started on T, like which sides they've started on over the course of their times picking into it, and usually obviously that would be T side if it is their first pick in the series. Tends to be how it works. So check if it's a pick, check if it's a map that's been picked by their opponents, check if it's a decider, and see if it's the T sides that are always the beginning half and they've barely had to play any on CT, like you've mentioned. Jackie. Being a bit spooked off the angle there in mid. Already tagged down a little bit. That jump grenade will do some damage, but only with a chip on Alkaren.
Starting to get desperate of how frequently they're running these double orbs. I mean, Bondic is up here towards the ramp. It's an awkward jump over, and the entries aren't flowing here for the T side at all. This is a great line of defense, and this is going to be Favbet at least feeling for the first time in this series that we're actually doing something well, aren't we? We're actually finally getting some good trades. We feel like we're contesting, and that there's a vision that we can at least get towards a third map decider. I think when you look back at that ECL matchup, there was probably no point in any one of those halves or maps to think that we could have won a map. Now, you think we were 0-5 down, maybe we're going to be 5-7 at the turn. That's a pretty good recovery.
Yeah, I really think so. I really think so. It's something to talk about. They're in the conversation. It's not like it's just a guaranteed game over like that last series. We had a match against Spirit Academy in the games they played against them last year. This year, the one example wasn't a match at all. So, and with it being 7-4 now, last round of the half. Look at Spirit Academy's bye. You've got 4 Deagles and a Scout. Again, they're just trying to G themselves up for a short play by the looks of things. But they haven't made much progress on those so far with rifles. So how are they going to do it with the Deagles?
Spirit Academy are going to be reliant on an opener somewhere. And unfortunately, Favbet are starting to get very defensive in the majority of these gun rounds, where they're not really giving much of a contest towards short. I mean, they're just sitting back and playing deep, aren't they? We've constantly got sort of the car and ramp angle being held. You've got 2 players on B. You never really got someone in spawn or someone down contesting close towards the mid doors. Alcaran trying to see if Smash is on the back of that B site, right on the back plat angle, but not this time around.
Favbet are giving them the respect here. You mentioned that maybe giving them a bit too much in some of the gun rounds, but in this sort of round, I feel like you can just play your crossfires, don't overcommit against Deagles. See if that works out for them, or if they get overwhelmed. Good little defensive smoke there from Smash. Good timing to chuck it down with 30 seconds in the round, and that might funnel Spirit Academy back toward this short play. Look at the push through long. Marix is making a little bit of noise from this, but there's no way you can hear it from there. And it's a great pick. It's a great catch. They're going to try and double face him, but Marix is having a good series so far. Oh, it's a lot of damage. A lot of damage. That should still confirm the round. There's 9 seconds left. Robbo's going for the kills in CT. He's actually found 2, but there's no plant. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, it's over. Robbo's in CT. And Favbet will be getting their 5, so they're in the game.
Indeed they are. Spirit Academy let themselves go a little bit towards the end of that Dust 2, and I get the feeling, I know that numbers might tell us one thing, but Trav, with how I've seen them recently, with the up and down performances, winning opposition's map picks, but then losing yours, I actually do get a bit nervous in this series, because they were just all over them. They were just destroying them on map 1, they were destroying them to the start of Dust 2, and now you've given Bondic something to work with. If you take an opening pistol, if you take an opening gun rounds, not only are you going to start contesting the second half, but eventually you're going to find out that you've got the lead. And then that's when you start putting pressure on the favourites.
That was a nice shot from Alcaran, but nothing much you can do. And yeah, I am a little bit concerned as well. Spirit Academy being up and down as they are. I think Bondic there wasn't entirely sure that he got that second kill, by the way, just looking at that. Almost accidented the bomb planter. But it's fine. Got it over the line. But, yeah, just all these teams in Tier 2 just, like, give you PTSD as a commentator, right? You think, oh, it's fine. It's all good. They're in a super strong position, and then you watch Sangal, for example, just completely chuck massive leads on the favoured side of maps. It's like... Well, okay, if that happened, then it can happen again, can't it?
And the beauty of the Beast in Tier 2 is to actually look at a series and know who's going to win it from any given scoreline. Because I get the feeling that in Go, it was a little bit easier. In CS2, we're getting more and more massive comebacks. We're getting more and more of these sort of heavier one-sided starts to maps that just aren't being converted into map wins.
Yeah, frustrating. Alcaran's looking at Twitch there. Who's he watching?
He's not watching us.
Looks like a co-streamer or something. Look at that chat. That's a fast-moving chat. God damn.
That looks like B-hop, no?
Yeah, it does, actually.
Yeah, a bit of B-hop or surf. Right, get that off now. Time to lock in. Well, I think that tells you, Trav, they're not really locked in, are they? I mean, I know it's a tech pause, but
yeah, it's not like they can talk about strats, right, in the tech pause, unfortunately. You know, that just reminds me of, like, Flamey famously, like, playing different games and just, like, not caring at all during, like, between maps when he was playing for Navi.
Well, it's funny you say that. Soulslan, who played a couple of HLTV games, the Cantonese, Chinese uni students that we had in the UK, and they came to a couple of Epic Lands, and I think they went on one deep run in one of them, and just in between when they're dying, they're playing, what is it, like the Dota chess? I don't know what that's called.
No, I don't know either.
It's not a game that I would play, and I'm just like, what is happening? He's just died, and it's just on land for a HLTV game, and they're just playing other games.
That's crazy. Well, we can lock in here. Pistols underway. Mokujin. They know he's isolated on short, so they try and face him, but 2 quick headshots. And guess who's here? Kyosuke. Should he get cleared this time? Yes, he does. Bit of an exposed position there. Intention will punish him. Back into a 3v3.
It's getting a little bit nervy, especially with this duel out towards long. I feel like for Spirit Academy, as soon as they got that 5v3, they just need to settle, and instead they're just over-peaking, they're just fighting from everywhere. They're giving Favbet a chance in this round. Now that you even can kind of contest a bomb plant and a 2v2.
Yeah, Tension's got 3 of them. All 3 of them. Bombic will get the bomb down. Alcaraz does have the kit, so they can afford to go for a couple of long rotations here, but Cypher needs to get this tap immediately. All he sees his opponent. He's ready to go, and Tension is removed. No more heroics from him. It's now all down to Bondic against 2 young whippersnappers. Can he do... No, he can't.
He got close. It was a good attempt. Yeah, fundamentally, I'm not pleased about how that round went down for Spirit Academy at all. And maybe ego is certainly a thing. Like, I know they're young and they're inexperienced, but there's been quite a few maps that I've seen from them where they do just over-peak massively. And maybe that's a reason why, Trav, they're inconsistent at tier 2 of, like, kind of going deep, is that when they face off against those much more stronger structured teams and the teams that will punish a little bit more than a squad like a Favbet, that's where they just get knocked out of tournaments. That's why they're not winning titles online.
Yeah, I think that's a good way of thinking about it, honestly. Favbet did get the plant. We saw, actually, the defusal come through from Spirit Academy, even though it was behind the box. We saw the defuse coming in through from the top of the box. Quite funny, goofy-looking position to get that done.
Well, I remember on Overpass, it used to be like little hidden trick play to plant in the rock.
Yeah.
And then you wouldn't be able to see it. I'm trying to think. The floating plant that you used to have on B site on Dust 2?
On the little ledge.
Yeah, you'd plant up there. That was always a bit of a funky one.
Remember when you used to be able to plant on the top of the silos on Nuke?
Such a good pause, but yeah.
Not good for competitive play, I would say. Kyosuke only goes 1 for 1 in this round. He tries to go searching for maybe ecos, but they've forgotten that they've got a bomb plant maybe. The force is in. XM here though. Best gun in the game clearly. Mokujin, can he find one more? He's getting pincered in the corner. He needs help from the Cypher MP9. He's jumping up and down like a kangaroo. He's still alive somehow. It's Cypher who tries to peek for him. Trying to save his teammate who dies for the cause. And they know there's no way Mokujin's got out of there. So it should get a 3v1. Alcaraz is not in position to help at all. He's got out somehow.
To get out of there. He's done very well. And now Marix is low HP, but will Alcaraz expect this off angle on sort of the wall at the front side of the blue bin?
He needs to go looking. He's playing a bit more patiently, and Ash, yeah, I guess he'll get flanked from long. There we go. Well played, Marix. The one man having a really good series for Favbet overall. Since when do you ever see a 17-kill game when your teammates are on 7 closest and you lose like 13-3? It's actually crazy. And a good map too as well.
Well, unfortunately, Spirit Academy are doing a bit of trolling in that anti-force bar round by just running up mid unnecessarily. And look at the ramifications of now double eco, you got to buy it back. Like, I'm just, the way that these rounds are being played, Trav, I'm getting more nervous that this is going 3, that this is just going to go towards Ancient.
Watch them win this force now, but yeah, I don't disagree. If they lose this, it's 8-7, guaranteed 8-8. Pretty lazy way to go about that anti-force that you mentioned. Didn't really enjoy that as much.
Even with double scouts, you're thinking Alcarin can play up and short, Kyosuke can work mid, there's a 1-for-1 trade-off of a bit more of an aggressive duel. But how much more can Alcarin realistically find in round 15?
Alex again, though. Doing good work. Sypho 5-7, close doors. If they don't go anywhere near him, they should be alright.
They're getting a scale at top mid. Watch out for this, because it could potentially be the bomb being dropped. The timing is good for the 1-for-1 trade, but it's a little bit too late there from Robbo, and it's long range with that 5-7 too.
Yeah, and it's being checked. There we go. There's the information. 5-7 need to hit 2 headshots rather than just the one that we saw from Sypho, close range. Alcarin is now here to help, but I don't think they're going to want to gift him any kills here. That's why Tension will hop away. It's only a tag. Doesn't look great for Robbo, I'm afraid. It's a bit further away, as you can see. Have to fight for the gun to be picked up. That's what Favbet are trying to stop them from doing right now. Don't give them anything more than a scout and a 5-7.
Favbet get up to 7, and then eventually are going to get up to 8. And this is maybe where Sophics needs to come in and call attack, either in the next eco or in the next gun round, just to realign how they want to play. I mean, it's quite obvious that they should win this series 2-0, but it was 5-0, and now it's about to be a tied-up scoreline at 8-8.
Well, the longer this is drawn out, the less chance Dreg has of going into central London. So we'll have to see how this pans out here. Full rush toward B. Can Spirit Academy get this gun round, which is going to be coming into a bit more of a success? They have been, as I mentioned to you, a little bit lax on some of the games that they've played. We're both very aware that they can be very up and down. And yeah, it's a much better rounded performance from Favbet on D2 thus far.
There's always a limit of how much disrespect you want to give an opposition, but then how much respect you want to give them too. I think when you're the stronger team, you should disrespect and bully your opposition on the server, but there's a fine line of when that boundary gets pushed too far and when you need to realign because you're struggling in the matchup or you may be finding that you're on the edge of defeat. Spirit Academy are going to get the AWP up for Alcarin. And for Kyosuke, considering he dropped nearly 30 on map 1, he is 9-13. It is a serious underperformance here on Dust 2.
Yeah, I feel like now is the time to just settle into a normal CT hold rather than whatever they did against the anti-force buy or on the anti-force buy. See if they can deal with what Favbet have to throw at them in this round with all their utility, with tension on the AWP. Kyosuke kind of just seemingly waiting. To play off his teammate.
AWP as a B-site anchor is something that you very rarely see. Might see it on occasion if you're doing some double AWPing. A resmoke down means that it's going to have to be a cancel. And the CTs are running out of quite a bit of util. It's a great shot from Jeki to start it off. And Favbet are going to take the lead here, Trav.
Oh, goodness gracious, man. Deleted by Jeki. And Smash is already, of course, in lowers, or has been in lowers for a while to sort of play that T default position. Could even catch one of these saving players. Thankfully, Cypher will connect with the kill. So, we need to keep these 3 alive. Favbet have some money to hunt now. Might be a lot harder. Fatmas getting some headshots. Well played, Mokujin.
Yeah, that expense is going to make quite a difference. Even Bondik was scared about maybe a quick little press up towards a bomb site. Wasn't sure where the other was. Mokujin against Carl. Struggling, so we'll lose the AK in the end. But Favbet get up to 9. And for Spirit Academy, this is just where frustration starts kicking in a little bit. Because that was a defensive setup in which they just get railed by a double entry. Jackie just hits Robbo straight away. You then have the ramp player that just gets nothing of Kiyosuke. I mean, what a round this is from Jackie.
Yeah, it was incredible. Second in particular. Spirit Academy tried to play a little setup between the two of them. Didn't work at all. What can you do when you get owned like that? Re-smoke? Ooh. Feel like we're disrespecting this re-smoke. At least smashes anyway. And thankfully for Spirit Academy, Cypher will put a stop to that pretty sharpishly. Trying to be a little bit more proactive, a little bit more cheeky with that play from Favbet. They're trying to change things up when they're from their normal sort of default start of a round. Doesn't work out for them.
Well, at least Smash knows that they're not napping on B. Alcarin, good timing with the AWP, but doesn't quite find the connection. So now you've got both of the AWP, or both of the rifles known about, and considering that this is a lightened buy around the save, it's looking pretty deadly at the moment for Spirit Academy.
Yeah, this is being a really important round to win. Translate that leftover cash they've saved over into a win as well. Just obviously depending on how many players you have alive, should be brilliant for their money. Perfect round to win almost. They have shifted a few players away from B, and that's where Favbet are going back toward. So they get locked out of the B bomb site here at Spirit Academy. The round's not over for Favbet, but unfortunately Kiyosuke is in position, and there's a team kill in the mix because they cross in front of each other trying to frag those mid players. And Tension thinks to himself, okay, well, I've got 8k in the bank, but there's no point just running into B and losing the AWP and giving it to them for free. So it's all good. I'm going to fall back and save.
What a wicked timing that is from Spirit Academy, because they've got no util, so there's nothing that they can do with like a little flash play. But there's no sound cue, there's no info, there is no ability to read that round, and they just get the timing so on point. They double swing from the left-hand side of mid, they swing from the CT spawn angle, and it's the moment in which Favbet just start contacting. It seems like a wild call to be making that shift, but for Favbet, I think they just lost a little bit too much with Smash's death, and then against the AWP on short, and eventually it just crumbles into what is a disaster round. 4 AKs and an AWP for Spirit Academy after that too.
Yeah, that's crazy, right? Quite literally a two-side buy on CT side right now. Deep lower tons nade, and he does a little bit of chip damage to Jackie, so he'll be fine with that. But this is when it gets interesting now, because Favbet had a bank to fall back on. Spirit Academy now have that themselves. And it's 9-all. So, each with maybe one round in arrears. But, at the stage of the game, there's not many rounds in reg left. So who's going to snap first? Who's going to break the economy at the worst possible time? Mokujin, that's an incredibly bold choice to go out long on that timing. But he does find his 1-for-1.
Jackie struggling against Kiyosuke out in mid. And there's quite a few gimmicks coming through from Spirit Academy at the moment. Bondik trying to work down mid himself, and unfortunately, that long challenge hasn't gone too well from Favbet in the overall round itself. Bondik is going to try and exploit a timing around this mid smoke. The only option is a B split.
40 seconds. Cypher ready on B. He's got that quick rotation of Kiyosuke. He's covering mid right now, and the flash is perfect. Robbo with some great support there. Now Cypher just needs to make sure he gets one, and he does get one. Even though he's getting pelted by flashes, that's a great job from Cypher. He's now got help from Kiyosuke, and Tension won't even give it a go. They're going to be on the hunt pretty sharpishly, trying to stop Tension from getting away in towards spawn itself. Will they catch him? It's going to be close. Ooh. You might still want to try and force the issue, though. As I mentioned, with money available, tension needs to be ready. He's going to hear them charging toward him. Oh, it's going to be awkward for him now. Might have to try and fight his way out to save this. It's only a leg shot. He's done for. And there goes that AWP. So, thankfully, he didn't die after time, if I'm not mistaken. So he still gets the loss bonus. But it's Spirit Academy back in the lead.
Like, literally, as soon as they know that he's in the corner and they've seen him from the ramp lip angle, man, they just need to not peek. As long as you don't fight, you just kill him after time. Man, what is happening? Like, what is the Counter-Strike? Even out there at the Longhouse, play the shadow advantage and rotate the ult back to elbow. Instead, you've just got Mokagen that just swings. Like, there's so many of these moments I see from them in the game, and it is just boneheaded from Spirit Academy.
That is one of my pet hates as well. Like, when you have a very clear and obvious opportunity to kill a player after time and make a big dent in the economy, and in that situation there, they don't just take a second of time, and they're so, you know, hungry for the kill. There's no risk in that situation there at all. Like, it's not like him being in the corner for 1 more second or 2 more seconds is going to give him a chance to either 1, run away, or 2, set up for a kill. Like, they had him dead to rights. They could have killed him after time there so easily.
I'd love to see Tension get like a 3K now. Just kind of have a big moment with the AWP and sort of look at it and say, well, you made this happen, not me. Jackie, oh, I don't mind it. I mean, right there, you're getting a bit desperate. You need an opener. Even though you're against the Molly, that was the chance to go 1 for 1. It's just unfortunate that he's not been able to find that connection against Robbo.
Yeah, it's a shame. Might be one of the kills that signifies the beginning of the end for Favbet in this series. See if Spirit Academy can hold on to this one first, though. With money low on Favbet, 11-9 could turn into 12-9 very quickly. Bondik trying to entry through elbow here. To Khalil. He's got Marek to support, and Spirit Academy are giving them some form of respect by only putting Alcarin over toward long and playing defensively, but he's got 1 kill. Kyosuke has found his, and they're just getting picked apart bit by bit. Bondik is stuck, run down, all 5 players alive. That is best case scenario and worst case for Favbet.
Yeah, Favbet have come close to trying to just get themselves over the line here on Dust 2. It's been the rounds in which Spirit Academy have really held solid in the gun rounds and then been rewarded, of course, with the mass AKs. It's a shame, because I'm sure Bondik and the boys at certain moments, like I did, thought that this was really on, thought that a third map was calling, and now you've got to play for overtime. I mean, even this eco, it's not going to take any of the AKs away, is it? I'm not expecting even a single kill to come.
Yeah, another example with the, as you say, like, the AKs have been stolen from the T side. You've got to steal them back, but what have you got to do that? Not much. The worst part as well for Favbet is the money, right? For Spirit Academy. Because...
Yeah. Well, you're never going to get a reset, are you? I mean, they're going to have a goodbye all rounds in reg. And then they get to overtime, and it's, oh, you've just been rewarded even more money.
Yeah. They're going to get a goodbye, and it might be goodbye.
I like that.
Thank you.
Is that a first timer from you, Trav?
I may have used that one once or twice before.
Okay. Bring it out for the big moments.
Yeah, this is a big moment. It's Kyosuke after all. 11-9. The Pistols need to run up towards short here, make sure they just all swarm at the same time. Not really much else you can do. They're waiting to see if Spirit Academy do get bored and just start pushing them, because that has happened in this game before. But, haven't had any risk at all. Even saving some of the utility. But, now Alcared just needs to get 1 and survive. It's a good pick on tension, considering he was full moving in the air there. But they've got so many players to deal with it. We'll go to the USP to make it a little bit more maneuverable for him. And there we go. That's 2 rounds in a row with all 5 up, doing wonders to their money. As you rightly say, no way you're breaking through that before the end of the game. Favbet have to win 3 rounds the hard way.
And for Favbet, I'm kind of looking at the majority of players, and I'm thinking, who is going to give you the best opportunity of winning a round? I think it has to be Jackie with some of these aggro moves. I think with what he's been doing towards mid, what he's been doing towards short, he's the only one kind of giving them a go in the early 30 to 40 seconds or so. So I'm going to be looking at him in these next couple of rounds to try and see if he can be a difference maker to forcing it into overtime.
Oh, headshot angle to the top corner of the top of the lower ton boxes. Tension maybe slightly fortunate to not be, or to still be on 100 HP, I should say.
Very silent, not much movement at all. Bondic has a little peer down there to see if the AWP was holding on the doors. Smash is putting some util out towards B, holding distraction. A defense is quite weak because your second A player is down in spawn at the moment.
Jin, all of his utility. And we've now got some support from Long and from Ramp on the CT rotation. So they're playing a bit more carefully here, and there's a good hold from that Gandalf area. Won't be expecting Robbo, but now kioSuke has to deliver! Here we go again. He's at a very, very quiet D2 by his high standards, but he's ready and raring to go here. Bomb may have got down, but Tension needs a 1v2, and Cypher will stop that from happening. It's a 2-0 for Spirit Academy, large in part on map 1 especially, thanks to kioSuke.
Bro, what a last round from him. That has come out of nowhere. And for Spirit Academy, I think they got humbled a little bit in this series. If I'm going to be honest, Trav, I was quite disappointed with how they played on Dust 2. And I feel that if they give us that same level of judgment against a better team, I still don't have belief and faith that these guys are going to the playoffs.
No, it's weird, isn't it? I mean, they have just looked up and down. And sometimes they can make these like really weird, just sort of zero IQ calls in the middle of a map. Sometimes they work and they look amazing, but you can still tell they're crazy in a way, right? And occasionally they pay off, occasionally they don't, and some decisions like not killing Tension after time, like we saw there, that was maybe a questionable one. It's been a rough series for Tension overall, I'm afraid. 14 and 25, not much impact whatsoever. He was didn't really have anything to do on the first map, and on map 2 only a couple of openings and kind of got cleared by Alcaren on a couple of occasions. Alcaren went 2 and 11 on map 1, so you can see he had a pretty decent map 2 after both are said and done.
I think for Favbet, the only thing that can be said is a little congratulations to at least make the series more competitive. Because I think there's no denying that their other tournaments look okay. They've been beating some good teams, but they just struggle against Spirit Academy. There's something about it with their official they had recently, their official today. It's a much better showing. It's a competitive affair on Dust 2, where at times it looks like it's going to a decider. So I probably have more faith in this main Swiss stage for Favbet than I do for Spirit Academy from how they're playing. The problem is, one of the teams are 0-2 and the other one's 1-1. So it's difficult to really believe that when you're looking at that score in the Swiss.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, if we just have a little glance at how the Swiss is going right now, we've got 4 teams in the 2-0 bracket, obviously Iberiansoul, ASTRUM, Paravision and Cybershock. And currently we're going to have 4, of course, in the 0 and 2. That'll be Favbet, Sangel, Eclot and Rush B. And a pretty stacked 1-1 bracket. I mean, you've got some big names in there, org and name value-wise, right? Monty, 9, Passion UA, 500, Sashi, Spirit Academy, Zero Tenacity, Amcal. It's a pretty stacked contender stage, so I'm very much looking forward to seeing how that will all pan out. But that is, of course, for another day. We are done here on the Compass broadcast, and me and Dweg are done for my little stand-in stint as well. Enjoy going back to your regular duo, Jay. But it was fun standing in. I really appreciate you calling upon my services. But for tonight, it's done, and we'll see you guys soon. Cheers.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I love my hands going crazy. I got a break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke!
Bomb dropped, popped up behind it at the edge of... Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Aerial. Still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions!
YaLLa, let's go!